Now I will advise you to run away and go as far as possible from my sight." A strong and intense cold chi had accompanied Lin Feng's words. The young man's smile vanished. His facial expression became as sharp as his sword. "I will give you one last chance. Give me 12 purity stones of medium quality," said the young man with the long sword in a cold tone. An incredible amount of sword chi emerged from his body and started moving towards Lin Feng. "A fight between sword masters," exclaimed people in the crowd. They noticed that the sword chi released by the young man and by Lin Feng were the same. They probably both had a sword spirit, otherwise their sword chi wouldn't be that powerful. Lin Feng had also released sword force into the atmosphere. "Do you think that such a small amount of sword force is enough to beat me, especially when used by someone like you?" said the young man with an evil look on his face. When the young man stopped talking, he released a gigantic amount of sword force, which created whirlwinds in the air as it consumed the atmosphere. Whistling sounds spread throughout the entire atmosphere. The power of his sword chi and sword force had enveloped everyone on the 6th floor of the tower. The sword force was everywhere in the atmosphere. It looked like it would destroy anything in its path. The young man had a higher cultivation level than Lin Feng. He had already broken through to the 4th Ling Chi layer. Just like Lin Feng, he could use forces in an extremely large scale. No wonder that he had been so arrogant and aggressive. He was confident that he would be able to take over the room from anyone within the crowd once they put their purity stones inside. And even if Lin Feng didn't agree to hand the room over, the young man with the sword just had attacked Lin Feng and make him leave. "It's a good thing that none of us got the room after that battle," said the people in the crowd, happy that Lin Feng had scared them away. Otherwise, they would have had to fight against the young man who had just released such incredible amounts of sword force. He was at the 4th Ling Chi layer and knew how to use such huge amounts of sword force. They weren't strong enough to fight against him. It wasn't different for Lin Feng, even though he had showed some skill previously. He was undoubtedly going to lose that fight. What could he possibly do against such an overbearing power? "You are correct. Do you think that such a small amount of sword force is enough to beat me?" Lin Feng used the young man's own sentence against him. He took a step forwards, and his deadly sword started moving through the air as he thrust it forward. Everybody was stupefied. In such a situation, Lin Feng didn't even consider the possibility of giving the young man his purity stones, and did not even plan to hand the room over. Instead, he was being even more aggressive. The young man was stupefied as well. He hadn't managed to scare Lin Feng away with his display. Instead, he wanted a fight. "You're following the path to your own doom. I will make it so that you are never able to pick up a sword again with your meager skills," said the young man while smiling arrogantly. A whistling sound spread through the atmosphere, and a magnificent and radiant golden light filled the 6th floor. It looked like the rays of the morning sun. Lin Feng's deadly sword and the young man's sword collided, emitting an extremely loud metallic noise. "Golden sword?" His sword turned gold and releases another light which was as beautiful as the morning sun. "Golden rain sword!" shouted the young man. Suddenly, the dazzling light around his sword became even more dazzling and refracted through the atmosphere. There wasn't even a single corner not illuminated by the light from his sword. "What a beautiful sword skill! I would have no chance to defeat such a masterful display," said some of the cultivators of the 4th Ling Chi layer in the crowd. The young man with the long sword could definitely afford to be arrogant with his level of skill. Lin Feng was going to die. The area was too small, and it was impossible to escape the light of his sword. He had nowhere to go if he wanted to dodge the attack. There was nowhere left to escape. "I will teach you what it means to be a real sword master," said the young man with extreme arrogance and a cold smile on his face. The young man's golden rain sword skill made rays of light fall from the atmosphere as they were raindrops. Lin Feng, who was in the middle of the attack, didn't move back and looked calm as ever. Lin Feng's sword force had already vanished without leaving trace. "Is he giving up?" said some of the people in the crowd when they saw that Lin Feng's sword force had disappeared. They were stupefied. The young man was extremely strong. He had managed to make Lin Feng give up and stop using his sword force as if he knew the situation was hopeless. Not only was the crowd stupefied, but the young man too. Lin Feng had voluntarily stopped releasing sword force. Why? The young man's arrogant smile grew even wider when he saw the force disappear. His arrogant smile didn't last for much longer as suddenly he looked stunned. An oppressive sword energy suddenly crashed onto his body and prevented him from moving. "What's this?" The young man's pupils shrank. The qi was becoming more and more oppressive. The young man had the feeling that he was suffocating under the pressure. This was the result of all the sword energy in complete fusion. This required combining his sword force and sword qi into a single power. The young man looked at Lin Feng and saw that he looked as calm as before. The young man felt his heart sink when he realized what had happened. That's the sword energy. The young man with the sword was a sword master and recognized the skill. Lin Feng could already use a sword energy attack. That meant that he could already control almost all of the sword energy to perfection. What a genius! The sword energy attack required an incredible amount of sword force and sword qi. Who could resist to such an attack? Lin Feng's attack didn't even look special, but suddenly, a hole appeared in the young man's sword, and suddenly it disintegrated itself. The whole crowd was shivering at such an incredible display. How was that possible? Lin Feng's attack had barely been noticed by anyone. It looked so random and so normal, but had been sufficient to destroy the magnificent and extremely powerful Golden Rain sword. Retreat! The young man's expression suddenly drastically changed. He had no time to carry another powerful attack because at that moment, Lin Feng's sword energy was already on him. He wouldn't be able to block it. A hurricane-like vortex made of sword energy emerged from Lin Feng's body and flew through the air towards the young man. His body started shaking violently, and then he heavily collapsed. At the same time, the tip of Lin Feng's sword arrived on the young man's chest. Everybody was astonished and shivering. They were speechless. Nothing of what they expected had happened. Lin Feng had needed a single strike to defeat such a powerful opponent. At that moment, the young man's life was in Lin Feng's hands. "This is all the skill that you have, and you dare to say that you will teach me how to use a sword," said Lin Feng coldly. The young man was speechless. Indeed, the young man had broken through to the fourth Ling Qi layer and could use forces, but Lin Feng had only broken through to the third Ling Qi layer and was already able to exercise perfect control over sword force to the extent that he was able to absorb and make it fuse with other qi and force to make a sword energy attack. After having displaying his abilities in front of everyone, being arrogant would make him gain even more prestige within the academy. "Your sword is not sharp. You lack too many things. You are too arrogant. While trying to do beautiful and magnificent attacks, you stray from the true path of the sword. You must focus your sword to be sharp and precise. As far as swords are concerned, you definitely an amateur," said Lin Feng in a detached tone. As far as Lin Feng was concerned, sword skills were about having more refined skills, more power, more sharpness, more speed, and was not about how beautiful they looked. "What do you intend to do with me?" said the young man as he completely ignored what Lin Feng had just said to him. He was just worried that Lin Feng would kill him. When Lin Feng saw him, he shook his head looking saddened and said, "A moment ago, when you were aggressive and threatening me, I thought that you were a real sword master and that you were seeking enlightenment on the path of cultivation, but you have disappointed me. You do not even take my advice on improving your sword skills. You are just a shameless guy who wants to stand above others using his sword. I think it would be best if you never held a sword again." When Lin Feng finished talking, his long sword glowed, and he then immediately cut off the young man's sword hand. The young man gave a horrible shriek as he looked at the place where his hand used to be. "How bloodthirsty and ruthless," said people within the crowd. Fortunately, they had not made Lin Feng angry and attacked him a second time. He was terrifying. The young man's eyes were filled with wrath and hatred. He was staring at Lin Feng, but Lin Feng just replied coldly, "No need to look at me with such eyes. You said it yourself a moment ago. You said that you would make it so I could never hold a sword again. I simply returned what you intended back onto you. If there is one person that you should blame, it is definitely yourself." Immediately after, he turned around and entered in the cultivation room without even glancing back at the young man and the rest of the crowd. The entire crowd had a cold sweat running down their backs. That's right, if they had exchanged places with that young man, Lin Feng could have possibly removed one of their limbs. Lin Feng didn't like being cruel, but he didn't like being provoked either. Lin Feng entered in the cultivation room and suddenly, a rumbling noise emerged. It was the noise of the stone door closing itself. A thick and pure qi invaded the entire room. Lin Feng was feeling extremely comfortable with the dense qi surrounding him. When cultivating, being exposed to the pure qi of heaven and earth was extremely beneficial. The feeling was like sudden rain after a long drought. It helped cultivators consolidate the very foundations of their cultivation and strengthen their foundations as they advance. Lin Feng released his celestial spirit and entered into meditation. His celestial spirit would definitely help him receive a breakthrough at a much faster rate. He would be able to control every cell within his body in a much more precise way, and would probably be able to break through to the next Ling Qi layer at an increased speed. Suddenly, pure Qi started entering in Lin Feng's body, as if Lin Feng was a bottomless pit, swallowing all of the energy available. Lin Feng's strength was at the third Ling Qi layer, so he had absolutely no problem to inhale all the pure Qi which filled the cultivation room. It seemed like the amount of Qi he could absorb was almost endless. The pure Qi that Lin Feng had already absorbed was circulating within his body and becoming even purer. The Qi once purified within his body had started penetrating into Lin Feng's flesh, muscles and blood, making them purify. He could feel that his body was becoming stronger and stronger. Because of this transformation within his body, he knew that he would be able to practice at much greater speeds. Besides, the pure Qi in his muscles had also turned into a pure Qi which would increase his agility techniques in the future. Even though Lin Feng wanted to become strong, he knew that rushing to advance would cause greater harm than good. On the path of cultivation, a person required breakthroughs which one could only find with enlightenment and battles. Cultivating was only a small step on the path, and life experiences are where the advancements came. What Lin Feng didn't know that while he was cultivating, some evil-looking people were moving into the tower from the outside. They moved directly towards the flight of stairs and then started climbing the floors. They finally came to a halt on the 10th floor. "That way," said a young man in black. If Lin Feng had been there, he would have recognized the young man in black as he was the person whom he just defeated on the 10th floor. The young man in black had threatened Lin Feng when he left the tower, but Lin Feng hadn't taken him seriously. Many people would make baseless threats from the anger of being humiliated. In the end, it was actually Liu Fei who was practicing in that room. "Here," said the young man in black while pointing at the room. The one who was accompanying the young man was about 20 years old. He looked extremely cold and evil. "Kui Ting, open the door," said the evil young man. Another person moved forwards. Despite the rules of the Celestial Academy, he didn't hesitate and started running towards the door at full speed and thrust his fist directly towards the door. He then collided heavily with the stone door. The door remained closed, but it was strongly shaking from the impact. Liu Fei was in a deep state of mediation behind the door. She wouldn't have thought that she would get disturbed during this period, especially by people directly attacking her door. The noises immediately woke her from her meditation. There was a small trail of blood on the corner of her mouth because of the shock she received while in meditation. "Get the hell out here," said an extremely loud voice from outside. Liu Fei was furious. She wiped off the blood from the corner of her mouth. "How impudent!" Liu Fei stood up. She wanted to rush outside and crush them. One of the worst things to do in the world of cultivators was to disturb someone while they were meditating. Besides, they had woke her up in such a violent way that she had been injured in the process. Being woken up during meditation was such a shock that a cultivator could get injured if it was not done correctly. Disturbing a meditating cultivator was such an offense that the academy didn't forbid fights between students, but forbade them to disturb others while they were already meditating in cultivation rooms. But the opponents had clearly violated the rules of the academy. "Shit, I can't do that. I can't attack them." Liu Fei, who had stood up to go outside and crush them, suddenly stopped. Maybe the person hadn't come for the room but had come to fight against Lin Feng. "It must be him." Liu Fei remembered the young man in black. When leaving, he had threatened Lin Feng. He hadn't lied, he had come back. "If I went out now, that would probably cause trouble for Lin Feng," Liu Fei thought. Besides, she didn't know who would win if they fought. In this world, only strength mattered, nothing else. When she thought about the current situation, she sat down again and tried to meditate, but obviously, it was very hard for her to continue her cultivation. Boom! Rumbling noises spread in the cultivation room. Liu Fei's eardrums were hurting from the constant loud bangs. "You who's inside, come out immediately," shouted a loud voice from outside. Liu Fei was angry but ignored it. She kept sitting. At worst, he would keep shouting until he was too tired or until someone intervened. The door of the cultivation room would never crack open. It was impossible for the people outside to manage to do such a thing. They were far from being strong enough. When the enemies saw that nobody was reacting inside, they were speechless. The young man in black moved towards the door and furiously shouted, "Were you not being very aggressive and arrogant before? Are you too scared to come outside now? Coward, weakling. Coward, weakling. When Liu Fei heard what the young man had called Lin Feng, she was surprised and found him ridiculous. That guy had been easily defeated by Lin Feng, so he had brought people to help him, and he dared call other people cowards and weaklings. Only weak people could do such things. How ridiculous. What would Lin Feng do if he was there? The door was unceasingly rumbling. Liu Fei didn't react, but she was very upset. In such a small and narrow room, anybody would go crazy if they were harassed this way by other people. After a while, the rumbling noises stopped. The young man in black calmed down again. He wouldn't have thought that nothing would work against Lin Feng, especially the insults. He felt powerless and had no strategy left to try. Looks like he knows what is best for him and cowers inside the room, said the young man in black coldly. The evil-looking man then asked, "How many purity stones has he inserted?" The young man in black replied, "3 purity stones of medium quality, which is enough to practice for 3 months. All right, I'll come back in 100 days. What about you? Are you staying or are you coming with me?" The young man in black didn't reply and looked hesitant. "He could run away if you leave, but you're also probably scared that he will come out to humiliate you again," said the evil young man, as if he had guessed what the young man in black was actually terrified of facing Lin Feng alone. The young man in black was surprised. This is exactly what he was worried about. Kui Ting is already at the peak of the 4th Ling Qi layer. Nobody in the 3rd Ling Qi layer could possibly defeat him, even if they are an unrivaled genius. Coming with him was more than enough to defeat that person. Since you insisted for me to come along too, I decided to follow. However, now I am going to the 1st floor to practice for 3 months. You can ask Kui Ting if he wants to stay and wait with you," said the evil-looking young man calmly. The young man in black didn't dare call into question what the evil young man had said. The evil-looking man was also a member of his family after all. They had the same father, but not the same mother, and the young man in black was merely the son of a concubine. The evil-looking man had already done him a great favor by coming. He had given him a great deal of face. The young man in black looked at Kui Ting. The expression in his eyes indicated that he was begging him to stay with him. "If Haimo wants me to stay, then I'll stay," said Kui Ting indifferently. "If that is the case, just stay here for a little while then," said Haimo. He then turned around and left towards the 1st floor. When the young man in black saw Haimo leave, a sad expression appeared on his face. He then turned around and looked at the stone door. He took a step forward and punched it again. It created an extremely loud rumbling noise which filled the room. Liu Fei was extremely upset as she was still inside the cultivation room. Would they never stop bothering her? At that moment, Liu Fei's face turned deathly pale. If the young man in black kept harassing every day for 100 days, she would go crazy. Besides, Lin Feng had spent 3 purity stones of medium quality in this room. If she was harassed every day for 100 days, that would be the same as being kept in captivity and tortured for 100 days. This was a complete nightmare. She had never thought that such a thing could happen. At that moment, the pure qi on the 6th floor was strange. Some curious people had gone there wondering what was happening. A silhouette was emerging from a room. It was a young man. He looked calm and serene, but that calm and serene facial expression made the entire crowd shiver. The young man's look was as sharp as a sword, and he looked extremely domineering. The young man who came out was Lin Feng. "It goes so much faster when cultivating within a room on the 6th floor," thought Lin Feng. 100 days before, Meng Qing's cold qi in the room had been such a shock for him, but had helped him reach the peak of the 3rd Ling Qi shortly after. When cultivating, he had broken through to the 4th Ling Qi layer. His current cultivation was close to reaching the 5th Ling Qi layer. Of course, Lin Feng understood that sitting in a cultivation room for 100 days wasn't all a cultivator had to do to advance. There were many other things a cultivator needed to learn and practice in order to become stronger. Outside of training and practice, there was control of emotions, state of mind, battle experience, and life experiences. All of these were necessary to break through to a higher qi layer. The opposite was true too, though. If a cultivator only practiced outside and fought but never cultivated, then he also wouldn't be able to progress. There had to be a balance. Lin Feng raised his head, glanced at the entire crowd outside of the room, and left. He was wondering how Liu Fei's training had been going since he left her. When the crowd saw that Lin Feng was leaving, they suddenly felt relieved. However, they all looked to their right then to their left, carefully watching everybody else getting ready to fight them for the room. But that already had nothing to do with Lin Feng any longer. While Lin Feng was walking to go to the 10th floor, the young man in black was still there waiting. He could feel that the pure qi coming from the room was getting weaker and weaker. The young man in black had an evil smile and was getting ready to attack the one he thought was in the room. He punched the door once again and made it tremble. Besides, the young man in black wasn't worried at all because Lin Feng probably hadn't become stronger at all. He had been punching at the door of the cultivation room every single day for 100 days. It was impossible to practice in such conditions. "Finally, you're about to come out," said the young man in black while waiting for Lin Feng to come out. The door of a cultivation room opened itself automatically when the pure qi of a room was completely consumed. Otherwise, people would be stuck inside forever. The door made a loud, rumbling sound and opened itself. Kui Ting and the young man in black only saw a beautiful girl come out of the room. "It's you," said the young man in black as he looked completely stupefied. He was blankly staring at Liu Fei. He had been waiting for 100 days, and suddenly the person who came out was Lin Feng's friend, the beautiful young girl. Liu Fei's face was thin and pale. She looked so pitiful and was completely exhausted, but her facial expression also revealed fury. She was staring at the young man in black and said, "How impudent!" "Impudent?" The young man in black looked at her with an evil expression. He would have never thought that the person that he had been waiting for 3 months was the wrong one. No wonder the person inside hadn't reacted to his insults. If it had been Lin Feng, he probably would have come out. "Since it's you and not your friend, I will take you with me. You will have to suffer in his place," said the young man in black with a perverted look. He was fixedly staring at Liu Fei's body and found her extremely alluring. He also thought that her angry expression made her even more attractive. He felt quite excited while looking at her. If he gave you the room, it means that you must be very intimate. If I have a taste of you, he will definitely go insane," said the young man in black with the same evil expression on his face. Kui Ting glanced at him. He really despised the young man in black. He was definitely the son of a concubine, incapable of controlling himself when facing a beautiful woman. What a humiliation for Hai Mo to share the same blood as this degenerate. But Kui Ting said nothing. After all, Hai Mo and he still shared the same blood. He couldn't attack him even if he wanted to. When Liu Fei heard what the young man in black said, she looked disgusted. "How impudent, disgusting. You already said that once, but because you like those words so much, I will show you what it's like to be impudent. That cultivation room is quite big, isn't it? It will be perfect to accommodate the both of us. When your friend comes back, he will see us both in an embrace, loving each other. It will be a wonderful moment," said the young man in black with a huge smile on his face. Kui Ting was stunned. At that moment, the young man in black felt an extreme chill run down his spine. A freezing cold qi surrounded his body and applied heavy pressure. He turned his head and saw Lin Feng, who was releasing the strong qi. The young man in black had been looking forward to seeing Lin Feng, but at that moment when he was standing before him, the young man in black remained speechless. Lin Feng was slowly walking towards Liu Fei. When he passed the young man in black, it seemed like he didn't intend to take notice of him at all. However, Lin Feng simply walked past him, and with his back facing the young man in black, he said, "Asshole." The young man in black could feel his hatred boiling inside his heart. His heart was filled with wrath and hatred. Lin Feng was humiliating him too much, not even looking at him and insulting him like that. He wanted to kill Lin Feng, but he didn't dare attack him. He knew that he wasn't strong enough. He was just hoping that Kui Ting would be able to do it for him. "Bastard. I will make you pay for your 100 days' worth of crimes," said Liu Fei to Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't know what she had gone through. Her eyes were filled with hatred and suffering. Lin Feng looked at Liu Fei with a wry smile on his face. He hadn't never thought that the young man in black would be so shameless. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and gently caressed Liu Fei's face. He wanted to let her know that everything would be all right now he was here. When Liu Fei felt Lin Feng's hand on her face, she felt her legs go weak and she had slightly lost her balance. Lin Feng was being so tender and affectionate towards her. The sadness and anger she was feeling suddenly were replaced by tender warmth. Liu Fei's mother had died when she was still young. Her father had been fighting in every corner of the country and didn't have time to take care of her. At that moment, she thought that Lin Feng was being incredibly gentle and caring towards her. She felt the warmth she had been longing for her whole life. "I'll handle this myself," said Lin Feng to Liu Fei, who was feeling nervous at the current situation. She quickly started to rearrange her messy hair when she realized what she must have looked like. Lin Feng smiled and immediately turned around. The warm smile on his face suddenly vanished and was replaced with a piercingly cold glare. "This guy is strong," thought Kui Ting while looking at Lin Feng. He then moved closer to the young man in black. He wanted to prevent him from fighting against Lin Feng, whose face was filled with killing intent. "I don't really enjoy dirtying my sword with the blood of people like you, but since you have insisted, you will be the first person I kill at the Celestial Academy." At that moment, Lin Feng slowly unsheathed his soft sword. It was diffusing a sharp silver glow. When the young man in black heard Lin Feng, he was terrified and started moving backwards. He then hid behind Kui Ting. "What a pathetic little boy. You're truly a piece of shit," said Liu Fei to the young man in black when she saw that he was hiding behind Kui Ting. How had the situation become like this? He had been harassing Liu Fei, thinking that it was Lin Feng for 3 months, and then he tried to humiliate Liu Fei to make Lin Feng angry. But now that Lin Feng had arrived, he was scared to death. When he heard Liu Fei's words, he felt extremely humiliated but didn't reply. He hated his own actions as well. Why was he so scared when in front of Lin Feng? "You cannot kill him," said Kui Ting, who was standing in front of the young man with black. "He will die," said Lin Feng, taking a step forward. He released an incredible amount of sword force which created whirlwinds in the air, accompanied by whistling sounds as it pierced the atmosphere. The sword force was also filled with an extreme cold. Sword force! Kui Ting's pupils shrank. Not only was that guy using sword force, but the young man in black had been wrong. He had said that Lin Feng was of the 3rd Ling Qi layer, but it seemed like he was at least the 4th Ling Qi layer. "What a piece of trash," thought Kui Ting about the young man in black. He was still very confident in his abilities, as people who could defeat him were not numerous. But he knew that it didn't mean he was invincible. Kui Ting didn't feel like fighting against a cultivator of the 4th Ling Qi layer who could use sword force. He was sure that he had no chance of coming out alive if he was to fight against Lin Feng. The difference in power between a cultivator of the 4th Ling Qi layer who could use sword force and one who couldn't was too huge. "Get lost!" Lin Feng, who was dragging the tip of his soft sword against the solid tower floor, which diffused a sharp metallic noise. He looked extremely murderous at this moment. Kui Ting could feel that the sword force was growing even more intense. He was persuaded that he wouldn't be able to fight against Lin Feng. Lin Feng had released such an incredible amount of sword force already. He was terrified and wondering how a cultivator of the 4th Ling Qi layer could already control so much force to perfection. "I am not as strong as you and I cannot protect him. But you still cannot kill him," said Kui Ting, remaining motionless. He was nervously staring at Lin Feng. The young man in black was stupefied. Kui Ting was unable to protect him. He wasn't as strong as him. The young man in black was furious. "Today nobody can save him," said Lin Feng while a freezing qi emerged from his body. He stepped forward and thrust his sword through the air. Kui Ting, when he felt the power of the attack, he couldn't help but sigh. Kui Ting immediately moved aside. He knew that he would never be able to resist the power of that attack, so the only thing he could do was dodge. Even though Haimo wouldn't agree, Kui Ting also knew that Haimo wouldn't want both of them die together, especially if he knew what the situation was so dire. He probably wouldn't blame him for dodging such a powerful attack. Kui Ting moved aside, and the young man in black was at the mercy of Lin Feng's sword. The young man in black had the feeling that his death was growing closer. When the young man in black felt Lin Feng's cold qi moving towards him, he couldn't help but shiver. Cold sweat was flowing down his back. "This is the Celestial Academy. Students can fight, but they cannot kill," said the young man in black. He felt like he was about to faint. He was scared to death. "I know," said Lin Feng coldly. The young man in black felt some relief on hearing this. It gave him hope. "But I also know that it is forbidden to disturb other people while they are in a cultivation room. And what have you been doing for the last 3 months?" said Lin Feng, which made the young man in black fall back into his panicked state. "I admit that I violated the rules, but the consequences are not important when compared with killing a student. Killing a student is completely different." "Are you trying to scare me?" said Lin Feng. The young man in black was growing more terrified with each passing moment. His forehead was covered with sweat. "Besides, the consequences are not important," said Lin Feng while glancing at the poor and exhausted Liu Fei. He then added, "Well, that's your opinion. As I see it, the consequences of you having harassed her for 3 months are much more serious than taking your pathetic life. You cannot kill him." repeated Kui Ting, which attracted Lin Feng's attention. Lin Feng slightly turned around and looked at him. "You cannot kill him, otherwise you'll regret it," said Kui Ting. "I'm sorry, I'll have to disappoint you. I never regret anything that I do." Lin Feng's hand continued to move, and Kui Ting quickly shouted. Wait, do you have anything else to add?" said Lin Feng. "He is Haimo's little brother. If you kill him, Haimo will never let you off." "Heimo," said some people who had come over to see what was happening. They were stupefied. He was surprisingly Haimo's brother. Yuan Shan was in the crowd as well and was stupefied like everybody else. He had also heard about Haimo. Lin Feng, Haimo is one of the 10 best students of the Celestial Academy. He almost never practices here, and when he does, it's on the ground floor, warned Yuan Shan from the middle of the crowd. Indeed, Haimo wasn't someone one wanted to fight. A light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. The young man in black looked like he was relieved. "Indeed, I'm Haimo's little brother. If you kill me, he will definitely kill you," said the young man in black proudly. "Moron," said Lin Feng when he heard the young man's threat. He raised his sword and then carefully slit the young man's throat from ear to ear. At that moment, everyone was completely stunned and shaking in fear. Nobody had thought that Lin Feng, after hearing that he was related to Haimo, would actually dare to kill his little brother without the slightest hesitation. The young man in black hadn't thought that his death would come so quickly. At the moment when Lin Feng's sword penetrated his throat, he was still hoping that Lin Feng would retreat on hearing his brother's name. His last thought was that he hated himself for acting so foolishly. He hated himself for having provoked Lin Feng. He didn't hate Lin Feng to such an extent, and Lin Feng didn't hate him. There was no great enmity between them until he had caused it. He had thought that dying for what had happened was too grave a punishment, and he truly felt that Lin Feng wouldn't do it. He had been stupid until the end. "What a cruel and heartless person," sighed Kui Ting. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng would kill him after hearing about Haimo. Lin Feng took out a rag and wiped the blade of his sword. Then, he put it back in its sheath and looked at Kui Ting. If he hadn't been Haimo's brother, he would have never dared to be that audacious and violate the rules of the academy. "Am I right?" said Lin Feng, coldly pointing at the young man's corpse lying on the floor. Kui Ting was surprised and then nodded. Without Haimo's reputation, the young man in black would never have behaved in such a way. Therefore, the one who caused this is actually Haimo, so it was actually Haimo who broke the rules of the academy. Because of him, my friend was constantly harassed day and night for 100 days. But Haimo will not bear the responsibility for that, am I right? Said Lin Feng. Kui Ting suddenly came to a realization. He now understood why Lin Feng had actually killed the young man in black. It was not that Lin Feng hadn't thought about Haimo when killing his little brother. It was actually the exact opposite. Lin Feng just didn't think of Haimo as someone above the rules. He only thought that because of him, Liu Fei had been harassed for 100 days without rest. That's why he killed the young man in black. It was a warning. He wanted to tell everyone in the academy that anyone who assaulted him or his friends would pay with their life. "Let's go," said Lin Feng to Liu Fei. Liu Fei, Yuan Shan, and Jing Yun all started leaving with Lin Feng. Kui Ting and the young man's dead body were just left behind as they walked away. "What's your name?" asked Kui Ting. "Lin Feng," replied Lin Feng as he walked away. "Lin Feng," whispered Kui Ting. He would make sure to remember that name. The rest of the crowd also took note of his name. Who could forget the name of someone who had dared to provoke Haimo after Lin Feng and the others left? The 10th floor was still filled with people. There were more and more people gathering at the location. There was a corpse on the 10th floor. Surprisingly, there was someone who had dared to kill someone in the Cultivation Tower. They didn't know who could be so audacious. At that moment, an evil-looking young man was walking towards the 10th floor. The evil-looking young man arrived on the 10th floor and looked at the corpse on the ground. His facial expression didn't change. He still looked incredibly calm as he looked at the scene. The crowd who was surrounding that evil-looking young man backed away from him and made sure to give him enough space. They were looking at him as if he was a deity walking amongst them. It was Haimo who had climbed the tower looking for his little brother. "Who killed him?" asked Haimo with an indifferent tone. He even looked calm, which scared the crowd to death. "Lin Feng," replied Kui Ting and then added, "He's much too strong for me to fight against." Haimo remained silent and looked at the corpse. He then said, "Make him come to my clan and double-check his name. Make sure you got the name correct." When Haimo finished talking, he turned around and slowly walked towards the flight of stairs. He then left the tower without another word. When Lin Feng and the others arrived in the palace where they lived, he let out a deep sigh and got ready to go back to his living quarters. "Don't get too impatient to go and find the other one," said a quiet voice next to him. Lin Feng was surprised. What was said sounded incredibly strange. Lin Feng had a strange smile on his face as he looked at Liu Fei with a blank expression. "Are you angry?" asked Lin Feng while smiling and gazing deeply into her eyes. "Why would I be angry?" replied Liu Fei coldly while avoiding Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng had a smile on the corner of his mouth and said, "Since you are not angry, why can I feel that there is bitterness in your voice?" "Maybe because you have dirty ears and can't hear properly," replied Liu Fei. What was that guy's problem staring at her like that? "Is that so?" said Lin Feng while scratching his head. He then smiled and said, "We just came back from training. Obviously, we would go back to our respective living quarters, and you seem to think that it is because I was impatient to see Meng Qing. Could it be that you want me to come to your room?" "Stop dreaming," said Liu Fei while stamping her feet. That guy really had mental problems. She then immediately left and went straight to her room. Lin Feng looked at Liu Fei and smiled. Even though she was often in a bad mood, she was really adorable and cute when she hid her feelings like that. Lin Feng didn't rush back to his room within his living quarters and rather knocked at Meng Qing's door. "Come in," said Meng Qing coldly. Lin Feng immediately entered. He saw Meng Qing who was sitting on the bed. She said, "Oh, you came back." Meng Qing hadn't covered her face with her fine veil. Her entire face was visible to Lin Feng, which made him sigh with exasperation. How could the creator of all things create such an unrivaled beauty? That was too cruel. In the previous world, even the richest man in the world would have given up his entire fortune for this beauty, thought Lin Feng. While in his presence, Meng Qing wasn't as cold as before. If he could make her smile once every day, then he would have a wonderful life. "What happened on that day? Has it happened again?" asked Lin Feng calmly while walking towards Meng Qing's bed. Meng Qing looked at Lin Feng, slightly shook her hand and said softly, "Have I not told you about this? It happens every 6 months." Once every 6 months. Poor Meng Qing having to go through such hellish torture every 6 months. Why did she have to endure such horror? "If it happens again in the future, you must tell me. I can help you. I don't want you to suffer like this now that I am here," said Lin Feng to Meng Qing. His snake spirit could swallow all the cold qi. Besides, his snake would grow stronger the more qi it consumed. His snake spirit was so mysterious. Eating the qi of others was not something which normally occurred. "You haven't told me yet what really happened on that day," said Meng Qing while staring at Lin Feng. She had suffered from exhaustion and had fallen sound asleep on Lin Feng's chest. It was such an embarrassing moment that she had forgotten what had happened before that. "Well, you first tell me where that cold qi comes from," said Lin Feng. "I was born with it," replied Meng Qing, which surprised Lin Feng. "She was born with it?" Lin Feng had already heard that some people were sometimes born with diseases or natural abilities, but Meng Qing's one was horrible. "Now you tell me," said Meng Qing. Lin Feng smiled. He then released his snake spirit appeared behind his back. The little snake had already become a huge snake. It curled up on Lin Feng's shoulders. Its eyes made it look like a real snake rather than a spirit. Its 2 eyes were staring deeply at Meng Qing. "Huh!" Meng Qing was stupefied when she saw the snake. She looked incredibly anxious. "It's my spirit. I still don't know what kind of snake it is. It swallowed all of the cold qi that you released last time and gave me the power of that qi," said Lin Feng. Meng Qing looked stunned, and she was blankly staring at Lin Feng's snake spirit. But very quickly, she looked as cold and indifferent as always. Meng Qing then slightly nodded and said, "No wonder, it's an extremely strong spirit." Lin Feng slightly nodded while looking deep in thought and said, "It should be a snake spirit, but it is not clear to me yet what kind of snake it is." "You'll know at some point," replied Meng Qing. "I hope so," replied Lin Feng while nodding and said, "I'm going to head back. If you need anything in the future, then come and get me right away." Meng Qing nodded. Lin Feng stood up and then put his hand on Meng Qing's head. He caressed her hair for a few seconds, which made her body slightly tremble. Lin Feng turned around and left. Meng Qing looked at Lin Feng's back and frowned. "That's a snake spirit," whispered Meng Qing. She had the sensation that it was a beast spirit, but not necessarily a snake spirit. She knew there was something special, but couldn't describe what it was. There was a spirit which strangely looked like Lin Feng's spirit, but it had 9 heads, and it wasn't a beast spirit, but a dragon spirit. It was early in the morning, and there was not a single cloud over what seemed to be a boundless area. In the Celestial Academy, there were a lot of people gossiping about recent events. It seemed like most of the people were mentioning the same words very often in their conversations. Cultivation Tower and Hai Mo at that moment. Two people were walking on the biggest road of the Celestial Academy and were talking amongst themselves. I heard that his name is Lin Feng. At the registration day, he humiliated two students of the academy, Zhuo Qiu and Bai Zi. His goal was to make the wealthy and noble cultivators lose face, said one of them. The news of what had happened at the Cultivation Tower was already widely spread in the academy because Lin Feng had broken the rules and killed one of the students. The news was spreading at the speed of light, not only because Lin Feng had broken the rules, but also because it has to do with one of the best students of the academy, Hai Mo. Any rumor relating to the 10 best students of the academy spread quickly. Even though Hai Mo wasn't at the top in the ranking, he was still extremely powerful. Who told you about what happened at the registration day? He must be quite proud and arrogant if he humiliated the wealthy and noble students. But this time he has made a big mistake. I mean, Kui Ting had already warned him that he was Hai Mo's little brother. He surprisingly still dared to kill him. That's a humiliation for Hai Mo. Lin Feng will definitely regret what he did. He could never think of defeating Hai Mo. You're right. One of the 10 best students in the academy, Lin Feng, has run out of luck, said the other person in the same tone, as if they were proud of their analysis of the situation. At the same time, in a distant location, two silhouettes were drawing a crowd of people's attention. Suddenly, many people gathered and started following the silhouettes. These people were about 100 meters away from the two people discussing. When the two people who were discussing saw one of the silhouettes in the crowd, they couldn't help but be stupefied. Hai Mo! Hai Mo was surprisingly in the crowd. There are so many people, something must be going on, said the two people who were looking at them. Hai Mo wasn't walking fast, but he looked determined. Not so long after, they arrived near the palace where the first category students were living. At that moment, a silhouette was slowly coming out of the palace. Oh no, Lin Feng, that's the guy from the Cultivation Tower, said Yuan Shan when he saw the crowd coming towards them. Kui Ting was walking next to an evil-looking young man. Yuan Shan obviously remembered him from the events at the tower. Lin Feng didn't stop walking. Immediately after, the two sides were facing each other. Lin Feng first saw Kui Ting and then slowly turned his head towards the evil-looking young man. He then said, Hai Mo, I presume. Hai Mo coldly looked at Lin Feng and then glanced at Wen Aozhu, ignoring Lin Feng. I want his life, said Hai Mo indifferently, looking incredibly calm. But he wasn't talking to Lin Feng, as Lin Feng's life was protected by Wen Aozhu. Wen Aozhu just smiled with his incredibly beautiful face, which made him look like a beautiful girl. He then calmly shook his head and said, He's my friend. This is a problem now. In the Cultivation Tower, he killed my little brother after hearing my name. He made me lose face. You shouldn't get involved in this matter, said Hai Mo, who, strangely, wasn't discussing that matter with Lin Feng but with Wen Aozhu. Lin Feng had a strange look in his eyes as he was staring at Wen Aozhu. Wen Aozhu, who was more beautiful than some girls, was probably an extremely talented individual. Well, I heard that your little brother broke the rules of the academy first, and then because he was too weak, went and asked other people to help him. The result is that he died. The only thing to blame is his own weakness. He can only blame his own weakness, but Lin Feng is still new here. He only recently joined the academy. After such a short time, he has made many people lose face. He also humiliated me. He must die, don't you agree? Said Hai Mo, which stupefied everybody. Hai Mo wanted to kill Lin Feng, not because Lin Feng had killed his little brother, but because Lin Feng had humiliated him when he killed his brother after hearing Hai Mo's name. In other words, even though Lin Feng had heard Hai Mo's name and his reputation, he had still dared to kill his little brother. Hai Mo only wanted to kill him to save face and nothing more. For these kinds of people, face was the most important thing in their life. It was even more important than Lin Feng's life. You also know that he's new here, so would you, Hai Mo, dare to threaten a new student? Wouldn't you be ashamed and lose face? He has committed crimes which he must be punished for, and the only price to pay is his life, said Hai Mo, who ignored Wen Aozhu's words. He then said coldly and indifferently, You can protect him now, but I don't think that you are going to stay with him forever. If you are not with him at some point, I will easily kill him. Who could stop me? When he finished talking, he stopped looking at Wen Aozhu and looked at Lin Feng. You are indeed very smart, and you must be very happy about how things have played out. You're a smart little boy, but have you ever thought that your actions have led to your own death? Said Hai Mo coldly, and then added, Or do you really think that you can hide behind Wen Zhu your entire life? Are you done talking? Said Lin Feng coldly to Hai Mo when he saw that the latter wouldn't stop talking. Lin Feng's face was expressionless, as if one of the 10 best students of the academy was unable to make him feel scared or anxious. When Hai Mo heard what Lin Feng said, he smiled coldly. His smile was as sharp as a blade. He then said, "I have finished talking, now what?" "Now what?" Lin Feng nodded and said coldly, "Now, if you're done talking, I also have a few things to tell you. Your little brother was a piece of trash. He did not have other people in his eyes. He attempted to steal my cultivation room, so I had to make him leave. But because he was your little brother, he thought that he was invincible. He then broke the rule of the academy and harassed my friend every single day for 3 months with your help. He humiliated her and hindered her training. Was I wrong to kill him?" said Lin Feng while looking at Hai Mo. "You killed him. You were indeed in the right, but—" said Hai Mo, who wanted to keep talking but was interrupted by Lin Feng. "You already said that you have finished talking, so please shut up." "Huh!" The crowd was stupefied. That guy was really aggressive and suddenly dared to tell Hai Mo to shut up. He only thought that he could behave like this because Wen Zhu was next to him. Hai Mo was stupefied but immediately said, "All right, continue. You also said it yourself, I was right to kill him. Your little brother broke the rules of the academy. It was obviously because you had allowed him to do so. So because you allowed your little brother to attempt to humiliate me, you have indirectly caused me to lose face. When he wanted to kill me, you were happy to provide your support. So first you have made me lose face, and then you're getting angry because you lost face when things did not go as planned. Could it be that you are so stupid that you think I would willingly lose face to you because you are strong?" said Lin Feng with a strict tone, making the whole crowd stupefied yet again. "That's right. These types of people could only see things from their perspective and couldn't understand other people's point of view. Even if what you say is true, then what?" said Hai Mo with a detached tone. "No, then what? I've met many people who thought they were above the rest of the world. I have always shown them how foolish and ridiculous they are," said Lin Feng coldly. He then continued, "You must think that I am only saying this because Wen Zhu is here. However, whether Wen Zhu was here or not, you do not have the required power to kill me. Don't try and refute what I am saying. You are free to try and kill me at any time, and you will see what happens when you make an attempt on my life. Just like you said, when someone commits a crime, there must be punishment, and sometimes the price is your life," said Lin Feng, who sounded incredibly threatening. Some people in the crowd frowned. Not only was Lin Feng saying that whether Wen Zhu was there or not, Hai Mo couldn't kill him, but he was also saying that Hai Mo might even die for attempting it. But Yuan Shan had no doubts concerning what Lin Feng had just said. He knew about the mysterious girl protecting Lin Feng. He had seen her power firsthand. Hai Mo was stupefied and said coldly, "You have a very high opinion about yourself." "I have never had a high opinion about myself, and I have also never been arrogant or thought that I was above anyone else. I'm not like you who dares to talk about others' lives as if they were already within my hands. Isn't that itself extremely arrogant? Do you think that you stand high above everyone else in the world? I would like to ask you a question. What chi layer have you broken through to? Arrogant. High above the rest of the world." Hai Mo smiled coldly and said, "I could hold you between my 2 fingers and easily kill you. I have broken through to the 6th Ling Chi layer. And you dare be that arrogant? You are ridiculous. You must be joking," interrupted Lin Feng while laughing loudly. He then said, "You have only broken through to the 6th Ling Chi layer, and you dare to speak about that as if you were one of the best cultivators in the world. Even saying that you could hold me between your fingers and kill me. You must be joking. Having broken through to the 6th Ling Chi layer is nothing extraordinary. How ridiculous. The world is huge, there are millions and millions of geniuses, and you dare talk about yourself as if you are special and others are beneath you. I want to tell you something. You are a little mouse who can only see an inch." "What powerful words! What sharp arguments!" said some of the people within the crowd while looking at Hai Mo, who was being verbally harassed by Lin Feng. Hai Mo had indeed only broken through to the 6th Ling Chi layer, which wasn't considered as an extremely strong cultivator in the outside world, but in the academy, nobody would provoke him. Almost nobody could defeat him. Even some students of the 7th Chi layer wouldn't want to fight against him. But saying that the 6th Ling Chi layer was already amazingly high on the path of cultivation was obviously an exaggeration. His heart was as ugly as his personality. Lin Feng stopped for a few seconds and continued, "Of course, You probably think that you are amazing because you are amongst the 10 best students of the academy, but you are a tiny, insignificant person in the world of cultivation. So now I want to ask, in 3 months' time I want to challenge you to a life and death battle. Do you dare to accept? Said Lin Feng. The entire crowd was astonished. Lin Feng actually dared challenge one of the 10 best students of the academy. He even dared to challenge him to a life and death battle. Lin Feng had just joined the academy. He didn't know what he was doing. He definitely doesn't know how powerful Mo is. That little boy is bringing about his own destruction. He has gone insane. The crowd was making various comments about Lin Feng. Nobody believed that Lin Feng could win. They all thought that he was acting recklessly and had lost his sense of reason. Even Lin Feng's friends were astonished and didn't believe what he had just said. They knew that Lin Feng was strong, but he would definitely never be able to defeat Mo. That was insanity. Wen Zhu was looking at Lin Feng. It was obvious from his face that he didn't think Lin Feng could ever win the battle. Of course, Lin Feng was humiliating Mo by challenging him. A student who had just joined the academy had humiliated his brother, humiliated him a few times, and was then challenging him to a life and death battle. He had completely lost all face. Mo was sure that everything that was happening would eventually spread through the academy, and he knew that the other ranked students would soon hear about it. At that moment, Mo's evil face looked even more evil and sinister. He had burning flames in his eyes. He looked hideously terrifying. "Do you think that you have completely lost all face?" asked Lin Feng while smiling. He then said, "You are losing face again, but what about me? Especially since you have brought so many people with you. Have you never thought that I would lose face too? So, you don't need to look at me that way. If you want to regain your reputation, I will see you in 3 months. Show everybody that you, Mo, can afford being arrogant because you truly are an amazing cultivator." Mo looked furious. He looked at Lin Feng and said, "In 3 months, you will understand how pitiful and pathetic you really are." When he finished talking, Mo turned around and left. The entire crowd was astonished. Mo had accepted the challenge. 3 months later, he would make Lin Feng regret that challenge forever. The crowd first looked at Mo's back in the distance and then looked at Lin Feng again. They were terribly excited and couldn't wait to see that battle. How could Lin Feng have challenged him to such a battle? What strength did he rely on to dare and challenge him to a life and death battle? In 3 months' time, Mo would be much stronger and would regain his lost face. 3 months would pass very quickly. It was not a very long time in the world of cultivation. "Let's go," said Lin Feng, looking at his friends. They then started walking towards the exit of the academy. Wen Zhu looked at Lin Feng and said, "Mo is at the peak of the 6th Ling Qi layer. Even some students of the 7th Ling Qi layer don't dare to challenge him to a battle. Almost nobody can defeat him in the academy, and what level are you? The 4th or the 5th Ling Qi layer? You could never defeat him. Besides, Mo is at the peak of the 6th Ling Qi layer and will soon break through. It will be extremely hard for you to defeat as he is now let alone when he advances." Lin Feng smiled. He obviously knew that it wouldn't be easy. He then said in a detached tone, "I needed to quickly become stronger than anyone else." When Zhu nodded, he didn't really understand what Lin Feng meant. What did that have to do with Mo? Lin Feng saw Wen Zhu's facial expression and said, "Strength often comes when you are in danger. You have to risk your life to quickly become stronger." When he heard Lin Feng, Wen Zhu was stunned. Risk one's life to become stronger. Lin Feng was an extremely scary individual. Everybody in the academy quickly learned that Lin Feng had challenged Mo to a life and death battle. The military students were not the only ones who had heard the news, but people who were studying political strategies, as well as the assassin students, had also heard about it. People were starting to pay attention to Lin Feng. Who exactly was he? He had appeared from nowhere and had been accepted in the academy with all the privileges but without the disadvantages. The vice principal personally went to invite him. Why? As people were trying to understand who Lin Feng really was, they were stupefied to see that the pieces of information they found about him were contradictory. It seemed like Lin Feng had a high status in society, but then again it seemed like he was of a low social class, and it was like that for all the information which could be found. There were many contradictions when it came to him, as if he had been artificially created, and as if someone was trying to make everybody confused to what his real identity was. If it was really the result of someone's external actions, that would be truly terrifying. That would be like delegating all the power to Lin Feng. But Lin Feng knew nothing about these things that were happening. Yuan Shan and Wen Zhu were not at the academy. At that moment, there was a huge wall was in front of them. That huge wall was surrounding a small town. That was a small town within the imperial city. The wall in front of their eyes was so wide that they had the impression that it was endless. "Let's go inside," said Wen Zhu to the others. They started walking towards the big gate of the small city. "Please let us be on our way," said Wen Zhu while handing a purity stone to the entrance guards. Surprisingly, it was a purity stone of medium quality. Besides, Lin Feng noticed that it wasn't only Wen Zhu who had to pay a tax but everyone who wanted to enter. Very quickly, a sea of faces appeared in front Lin Feng and the others. The colorful market was vast and bustling. "What's this?" Lin Feng's pupils shrank. The scene reminded Lin Feng of an antique market. "This is the busiest part of the imperial city. Whatever you need or whatever you want to do, you can come here and you'll find it. Everything is possible here," explained Wen Zhu to Lin Feng. Liu Fei, who was standing next to Lin Feng, seemed excited and said, "I've already heard about that place, but I've never come here before. It seems even more lively than I had imagined. No wonder that the imperial city is so wealthy. I now understand why." Lin Feng nodded, and Wen Zhu was smiling. "Lin Feng, you can find many beautiful women here with whom you can have lots of fun," said Wen Zhu with a smile on his face. Lin Feng was stunned, and Liu Fei looked furious. Liu Fei's look made Lin Feng shiver. He tried to smile, but it looked incredibly awkward. Why had Wen Zhu said such a thing? Besides, you can come to this district very easily as long as you have enough purity stones. You can buy weapons and even people. For example, you can get pure virgins here as well as slaves. You can also find some really valuable martial skills and agility techniques," said Wen Zhu. Lin Feng was stupefied. Weapons, women, slaves, skills, and techniques. Nobody could resist to the temptation of obtaining such things. No wonder that this place was so full of people. So as long as one had enough purity stones, one could get almost anything they wanted here. There was nothing that was not for sale here. "We should come to the market district all the time," thought Lin Feng. Amongst the things that Wen Zhu had listed, Lin Feng was interested in many of them. For example, slaves. "Of course, a true cultivator wouldn't go the first place I spoke about, where you can go to enjoy women. Only wealthy yet degenerated and depraved people go to such places. Genuine cultivators go to other districts. One is the market district, and the other one is a place where the military students of our academy always go," said Wen Zhu, and then stopped, keeping Lin Feng in suspense. "What district?" asked Lin Feng, who was obviously very curious. "What is the place where the military students of the academy always go?" "A place full of people, which is often a horrible place where one's mind cannot be at peace, but such a place is a place to train and gain experience. It's a battle arena." "You're talking about prisoner arena?" suddenly said Liu Fei. "Indeed, it is precisely the prisoner arena. It is such a crazy place that even some military students of our academy don't dare to go there," said Wen Zhu, and then added, "Lin Feng, that place would be perfect for you. If you want to quickly become stronger, then this is the place to go." "Prisoner arena?" whispered Lin Feng. He then asked, "What kind of place is the prisoner arena?" "The prisoner arena. Well, you have to go and see for yourself," said Wen Zhu while laughing. They immediately started walking. Lin Feng was extremely curious at what this battle arena would be like. The marketplace was like a city within the city. It was extremely vast, and there was no end in sight. They were walking fast, but even after half an hour had passed, they still hadn't reached the prisoner arena. But at that moment, Lin Feng heard a multitude of voices. Suddenly, in front of him, there was a huge gathering of people. He could only see their backs, but couldn't see what they were looking at. Lin Feng and his friends started to move closer to look at what was happening. The sounds of the voices were getting louder and louder. That place was huge and shaped like a ring. It was gigantic. In the middle of that gigantic ring-shaped stadium, there were multiple different craters. All of them had flights of stairs to go down or come back up. "Lin Feng, this is the prisoner arena. As you can see, there are hundreds of thousands of people within the arena. It's like this every day, all day," said Wen Zhu, pointing at the sea of people. "Hundreds of thousands of people?" said Lin Feng, amazed. That was a huge amount. Besides, it was like that every single day. It was almost oppressive and actually hard to imagine. They then moved down the stairs and looked at the crowd in the distance. The crater was so deep that it looked like a gorge, and there were many viewing platforms. In the middle of the canyon, there was a huge silver cage full of silhouettes. "Prisoners!" Lin Feng progressively understood why that place was called the prisoner arena. It reminded him of the previous world in ancient Rome, where aristocrats used to watch slaves and wild beasts fight in the Colosseum. But the scene before Lin Feng's eyes at that moment was much more impressive. It made him shiver from head to toe as if his soul was shaking with excitement. In that cage, there is a battle every day, either a cultivator versus a ferocious beast or a cultivator versus another cultivator, and the only way to be freed is to kill the opponent during your battle, said Wen Zhu to Lin Feng. That was a terrifying premise. No wonder some people had chosen to keep their distance from this place. Every battle resulted in the death of either a cultivator or a ferocious beast. Every year, some students of our academy die here. The number of corpses is always increasing, said Wen Zhu while looking at the gigantic cage. He then slowly said, "There are only the strongest and the most courageous cultivators who would dare to go in there. They are true fighters, because in that cage, the conditions are the same as on a real battlefield. In the middle of that cage, the winners live on and the losers die. It was indeed like on a battlefield. In the continent of the 9 clouds, cultivators were respected and admired. Cultivators took cultivation very seriously, as it was a way of life. That is why they didn't hesitate to risk their lives to improve their cultivation abilities. The path of cultivation was full of personal challenges, and determination was the key to success. "What are the rules of the prisoner arena?" asked Lin Feng. "The one in charge of the cage declares who will fight against whom. Of course, he always matches people with other cultivators or ferocious beasts of a similar level, otherwise the battles would be meaningless slaughter," explained Wen Zhu. Lin Feng slightly nodded. If one wasn't assigned to fight against someone of the same level, many people wouldn't dare to enter the cage at the risk of fighting someone much stronger. "By the way, if you lose a battle in the cage, then death is inevitable, but if you win, you can get a massive amount of purity stones. That is why many of our fellow disciples come here to fight, and then go back to the cultivation tower at the academy, use their purity stones and come back here again, etc. That enables them to boost their cultivation speed to the extreme. Of course, it is also extremely dangerous. Challenging death over and over again is indeed often the best way to become stronger. In dangerous situation, death and fortune coexist," said Wen Zhu, sounding solemn. Lin Feng was stupefied. Wen Zhu sounded like he often visited this place. It was hard to imagine that this boy would go to such a place when looking at his beautiful girl-like face. They were still walking, and at the same time Lin Feng could clearly see the inside of the cage from where he was. The inside of the cage was incredibly huge, and the cage which covered it looked like it had fallen down straight from the heavens and trapped the people inside. Inside, the cage was divided into 2. One side was for cultivator versus cultivator battles, while the other side was dedicated to fights between cultivators and ferocious beasts. The 2 sides were separated by viewing platforms. People were free to choose what kind of battle they wished to watch. At that moment, a group of silhouettes in front of Lin Feng turned around and looked at them. As if Wen Zhu had expected it for a long time, he took out 6 purity stones of medium quality out of his pocket and handed them over to the man who moved aside and let them pass. "The price for the 10 first rows is quite expensive, but they are also the best place to clearly watch the battles," said Wen Zhu. Lin Feng was stunned. 1 purity stone of medium quality per person? That's horribly expensive. Way too expensive. 1 purity stone of medium quality was enough to practice 1 month in the cultivation tower of the Celestial Academy, from the 4th to the 10th floor. That wasn't a low price. No, it's not expensive at all. It's even cheap. Think for a while what kinds of people will come here and sit on the best rows on the viewing platforms, said Wen Zhu while shaking his head. "Those who wanted to enter in the cage to fight and the wealthy who already had a lot of purity stones to begin with," said Lin Feng. "You're right. Besides, if they win a battle within the cage, then they will win at least 10 purity stones of medium quality. If they lose, they will not need any purity stones anymore, as they will be dead," said Wen Zhu. He then pointed at the 3rd row of the viewing platform and said, "Let's sit there." "All right," said Lin Feng while nodding. There weren't so many people sitting in the first 10 rows. After all, those who wanted to enter the cage as well as those who had enough purity stones to waste were hard to find. When Lin Feng sat down, a battle had just finished. Inside of the cage, one of the slaves inserted his hand into the chest of his opponent and ripped out his heart. The scene was sanguinary and bestial. Blood was dripping everywhere as the slave held the heart high in the air. But the crowd was used to watching such spectacles. They suddenly started shouting in excitement when they saw the scene unfolding. Liu Fei and Jing Yun frowned. They felt nauseous. Lin Feng looked calm, but on the inside he also felt slightly grieved while watching the scene. In that world, there was no space for the weak. The weak were worthless and could be disposed of. This was something Lin Feng was still trying to adapt to. If you are not entirely confident in your own abilities, then it is useless to enter the cage, thought Lin Feng while shaking his head. Lin Feng, considering your opponent would be of the same level as you, would you prefer fighting against a ferocious beast or a cultivator? Asked Wen Zhu, who was extremely curious. Ferocious beast, replied Lin Feng without hesitation. Wen Zhu was surprised by Lin Feng's answer but smiled and immediately replied. You're right. Many people think that, if the opponent is of the same level, a ferocious beast would be stronger than a cultivator, but it is not the same in the cage. A cultivation slave doesn't know when he'll die. Cultivation slaves are even more cruel and sanguinary than the ferocious beasts. They are even more terrifying than the monsters of nightmares. Sometimes, you may think that you are stronger than your opponent, but in the cage, it's different. You think that you're stronger, but you might not necessarily be the last one standing in the end. To stay alive, some people were ready to do anything. Lin Feng shook his head and said, You're right, but my choice to fight against a ferocious beast has nothing to do with that. What, really? Asked Wen Zhu, very surprised. Really, replied Lin Feng and then added, Cultivation slaves might be slaves, but after all, they are still people who deserve the basic human rights, and to me, they are still innocent people who have not provoked me. Wen Zhu was surprised by Lin Feng's reply and had a strange expression on his face. You think that the cultivation slaves are extremely cruel and heartless, but if they kill those who enter the cage, it is only because their lives are really threatened. And the worst is those who enter the cage and fight these cultivation slaves to the death do it for only a few purity stones. As far as I am concerned, I couldn't kill anyone if I didn't hate them for something they have done to me or my friends. Otherwise, I would have a very guilty conscience. Lin Feng didn't think that he was a good person or that he could save the world alone, but there were certain moral values and principles which were engraved into his heart, and he would live by them. On the path of cultivation, Lin Feng thought virtue was just as important as determination. After hearing Lin Feng's words, it was the first time that Wen Zhu had felt that there was something wrong with this place. Even though these people were cultivation slaves, they were still people. They were people, but in this world, few people felt compassion like Lin Feng. After being born into this environment, it has shaped many people to be just as brutal and bloodthirsty as the world around them. The great majority of people only had the goal to become stronger, no matter what the cost. For that purpose, they unscrupulously killed other people. Killing people was a normal thing for them. You may be right, in the future I will only battle against ferocious beasts, said Wen Zhu while smiling. At that moment, a voice came from behind them. Military students, since when did you start disliking the state of the world and adopt a compassionate tone? How ridiculous! When Zhu and Lin Feng turned around and saw a group of people wearing magnificent clothes, they looked extremely arrogant. Political students, Lin Feng frowned. Amongst them, Lin Feng recognized a fellow student. He had already slapped him once by Z. At the Celestial Academy, people who studied military tactics and those who studied governmental affairs were usually not on good terms. There had always been tensions between the two categories of students. Not only military students liked to come to the prisoner arena, political students also liked to come and watch the fights. But they generally preferred spending their time within the market district to get valuable items which were for sale. A lot of people liked to come to the prisoner arena because it provided insights into battle. However, it normally required courage. When the military student joined the fights in the prisoner area, they could improve their abilities as fighters and gain insight onto the path of enlightenment. They had to be brave, as it was a great challenge to their courage. However, those who studied political affairs didn't require these skills. They were not hot-blooded and often liked to work in the shadows. For those studying political affairs, the military students who engaged in battles in the prisoner arena were simply stupid brutes. Risking their life for a few purity stones was a stupid thing to do. They were probably all from poor and insignificant families. The political students enjoyed coming to the prisoner arena to watch battles, especially when military students were involved. The political students became really excited each time they saw a military student get devoured by a ferocious beast or get killed by a cultivation slave. You are Lin Feng, right? The reason why you came here is because you want to become stronger now that you have challenged Hai Mo, correct? Said a young man in yellow clothes sitting next to Bai Zi, and then added, You cannot get killed by a ferocious beast before your fight against Hai Mo. We are all too impatient and excited to see you make a fool of yourself. Lin Feng glanced at Bai Zi. These people obviously knew who Lin Feng was because of Bai Zi. However, Lin Feng didn't know any of them. Therefore, Lin Feng glanced at the young man in yellow clothes and then turned around and looked at the cage. With such people, the best reaction was to ignore them and continue as if they didn't exist. Wealthy and noble cultivators were arrogant and thought they were set high above others. When they said something, people would always listen to them, or at least they wouldn't ignore them. The fact that Lin Feng ignored him made the young man in yellow clothes furious. He was stupefied. The smile that he had on his face slowly turned into an evil expression. He then said coldly and loud enough so that everybody could hear him, Are you deaf? Can you not hear what I'm telling you? But as before, Lin Feng ignored him. I asked you a question? Lin Feng just continued to ignore him. The young man in yellow clothes was flying into a rage from shame as it had now attracted people's attention. Cold qi was being released from his body. How noisy, said Wen Aozu while scratching his head. He then turned around and shouted at the young man, Do you realize that you're just like a noisy barking dog? The young man in yellow was stunned. His heart was violently pounding in his chest. Usually, he was the one who insulted other people by calling them a dog, not the other way around. Or do you bark like this because you are actually the son of a dog? Added Wen Aozu, sounding extremely firm. He dared to challenge Hai Mo. Do you think that you are stronger than Hai Mo? What do you intend to do? Asked the young man in yellow clothes with an evil expression in his eyes. He was intensely staring at Wen Aozu with murderous intentions and said, A dog! Do you know who you are provoking now? Wen Aozu remained silent and turned around without looking at the young man. He then comfortably sat down on his chair and said in a cold tone, Don't think that because your family name is you can act arrogantly to whomever you wish. Even if your family is you are still a dog, and trying to make a show of your strength here would just be pathetic and ridiculous. Wen Aozu was calm when saying these words. The young man in yellow clothes was stupefied. How did Wen Aozu know his family name was Yu? Besides, he knew that his name was Yu and still didn't hesitate to humiliate him in public. When Liu Fei heard that his family name was Yu, she turned around and looked at him. Then, she immediately looked at Wen Aozu again. The Yu clan was extremely powerful within the imperial city and was worshipped by many people. Even though Wen Aozu knew his name, he still didn't care. It seemed like Wen Aozu was not easy to deal with. You, thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng had already heard that family name, and not only once. In the Zhu Yue country, the strongest clans and sects were the imperial clan. Then the Yue clan, the Yu clan, the Wan Shu sect, the Hao Yue sect, the Yun Hai sect, the Ice and Snow Mountain Village, and the Luo Xia sect. These 8 groups of people were influential across the entire country and were known to be extremely strong. Since the Yun Hai sect had been destroyed, there were only 7 left, amongst which 4 powers of influence were in the imperial city. Impressively, the young man in yellow clothes was probably a member of the Yu clan. But at that moment, the sound of roaring ferocious beasts woke Lin Feng up from his thoughts. Then, an old man entered in the cage. Ferocious beast, lizard? The crowd was very excited. The lizard had extremely strong defense but was also as agile as a tiger. It was extremely strong. I don't know who will dare to enter the cage now, but in any case it will be another spectacular battle, thought the crowd. The crowd was wondering how many people that lizard had already killed before that battle. It was probably a huge amount. Those who own this place constantly have to fill it with slaves and ferocious beasts. Are they not losing money when they get killed? Besides, they also have to give purity stones to the winners, asked Lin Feng, who was perplexed at the idea of the prisoner arena. Surprisingly, the owners of the prisoner arena always had slaves and beasts to put inside. If some of them died every day, was their project economically viable? When these slaves and ferocious beasts arrive, they are not necessarily very strong. Even if they get killed, it is not such a big deal. They rely on the experience that the slaves and beasts gain with each battle. Ferocious beasts become stronger and long for more blood with each battle. The slaves also become strong and stronger as they fight to the death. Because they grow stronger with experience, they become more expensive. Then, the owners take them out and sell them for a high price. This is precisely their goal. We come here to become stronger and increase our cultivation abilities. Well, the owners do the same. We use them to become stronger, but they also use us to make their beasts and slaves become stronger. Lin Feng was surprised. He was far from even considering something like that. These ferocious beasts and slaves, if they won a great deal of deadly battles, then they could become extremely powerful, which was beneficial to their owners. Besides, they also became more valuable as they became stronger. As far as purity stones are concerned, we already have to pay an entrance tax every time we want to come inside to fight or watch. Even though it's not expensive, think about the number of people who come here every day. Besides, those who sit in the first rows of the viewing platforms have to pay more. Imagine the amount of money they make every day from admission to the viewing platforms, explained Wen Aozhu to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. Lin Feng had just drawn conclusions too quickly. He had neglected the fact that everybody had to pay something when they came into the arena. At that moment, the old man announced, "Lizard, beast of the 4th Ling level, 28 victories." Everybody sighed in amazement when they heard the old man. That lizard was terrifying. It had already killed so many people. That means 20 purity stones of medium quality for someone at or above the 4th Ling Qi layer, and 100 purity stones of medium quality for someone under the 4th Ling Qi layer. Continued the old man. 20 purity stones of medium quality, that's so many, thought Lin Feng. 20 purity stones of medium quality was the equivalent of 2,000 purity stones of lower quality. That was enough to practice on the 4th floor of the Cultivation Tower for 2 years. 2 years in the Cultivation Tower, what a terrifying power one could gain from 2 years inside the tower. But putting one's life at stake to become rich is also terrifying, thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng had realized that the Yunhai sect was actually quite poor. The owner of the prisoner arena owned so many purity stones that it was frightening. 20 purity stones of medium quality were enough to buy a strong slave, a very good martial skill, or an agility technique. When Lin Feng realized that, he stood up without hesitation and said indifferently, "I will participate in the next battle." "I will participate in the next battle." Lin Feng's voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for everybody to hear him. Everybody was surprised when looking at Lin Feng. He surprisingly wanted to fight against a 4th Ling-level lizard. He was so young. Those who dared to enter in the cage all considered themselves as very strong cultivators. They were not stupidly playing with their life. But that lizard had already killed 28 people. It meant that it was very powerful and strengthened in battle. A cultivator of the 4th Ling Qi layer who wanted to fight the lizard was taking a huge risk. It would be very difficult to emerge victorious for an average cultivator of the 5th Ling Qi layer. Someone under the 4th Ling Qi layer would never be able to win against it. That is why the reward for them if they won was 100 purity stones of medium quality. Bai Zi smiled when he saw that Lin Feng was standing up. It looked like another military student was going to die in the prisoner arena. What a pity! He's going to die before his battle against Hai Mo. It's terribly disappointing, said the young man in yellow clothes while laughing. Lin Feng was challenging a lizard. He was definitely going to die. Born as a beggar, he will also die as a beggar for a few purity stones. He dares to risk his life. Not only will he lose his life, but he will also lose the few purity stones that he has. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the young man in yellow clothes in a playful way. The prisoner arena can lend a stage to 2 cultivators who wish to battle to the death. "Could it be that you want to have a try against me?" said Lin Feng in a loud voice which echoed throughout the arena. The young man was speaking so loud that a great number of people could hear him, so Lin Feng spoke so loud that everyone in the viewing platform could hear him. The young man was stupefied and was speechless. "Are you fighting or not? You keep talking bullshit yet do not have the spine to take action. A piece of trash with a big mouth can also be a coward. What a surprise," said Lin Feng fiercely. The young man in yellow clothes was furious. The sensation that everybody was looking at him with mocking glares made him even more furious. He was evilly staring at Lin Feng. "Poor guy, he's so pitiful," said Wen Aozhu while laughing loudly. It was useless to keep talking to him as he had no backbone, so Lin Feng ignored him again and walked towards the border of the cage, moving close to the old man. The old man opened the door of the cage and let Lin Feng enter. Lin Feng went in and suddenly felt oppressed. It was as if the qi of all the people and creatures in the cage that was oppressing him. The sensation was very uncomfortable. When the lizard saw Lin Feng come in, it roared loudly. Ling-level ferocious beasts were very smart. They knew who their enemies were. It knew that if it didn't kill Lin Feng, it would have to die. The expression within its eyes looked ice-cold. It was slowly and cautiously crawling towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the lizard move towards him. Lin Feng looked indifferent and calm. He didn't look agitated at all. But suddenly, the gigantic body of the lizard jumped up into the air and flew towards Lin Feng at full speed. It was 1,000 times faster than a moment before when it was crawling. 8 strikes of desolation! Lin Feng used both of his hands to unleash his strikes. Lin Feng had mastered this skill to perfection. With one strike, he could kill a normal cultivator of the 4th Ling Qi layer. Surprisingly, the lizard didn't avoid Lin Feng's attack. It opened its claws and blocked Lin Feng's attack. It managed to weaken the power of Lin Feng's attack. Of course, 8 strikes of desolation was an extremely powerful attack, and it was impossible for that lizard to completely disintegrate its power. A few strikes still managed to pass through and crash into its body, which made it fly backwards. It roared extremely loudly as if it had been angered. However, what surprised Lin Feng is that it wasn't injured at all. As expected, it has a very strong defense. No wonder it has managed to kill 28 cultivators already, thought Lin Feng. It emitted a loud bestial roar. Its eyes grew colder and colder. It was an incredibly horrifying sight to behold. Suddenly, it dashed towards Lin Feng again. Lin Feng didn't use his 8 strikes of desolation. Instead, he released an extremely strong sword qi, which created whirlwinds in the air. It seemed like the body of the lizard was being oppressed by the power of the qi. RAAWWWWRRRRR. The sharp sword qi made the lizard roar extremely loudly. Its sharp claws were moving towards Lin Feng with deadly precision. If Lin Feng came into contact with these claws, then he would be cut into pieces. At that moment, Lin Feng jumped straight towards the lizard. He had moved into the range of the lizard's strikes. He also slightly raised his hand into the air. What is he doing? He's using his hand to block the claws of the lizard? He's crazy. He's going to die. People in the crowd were making various comments. Most of them were stupefied. Many people got lacerated into pieces by the claws of the lizard after the first attack. Its claws were even sharper than most swords. Lin Feng's hands finally reached the lizard's claws, and suddenly, a radiant white light filled the entire cage. The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng didn't seem to have been injured, but the lizard was screaming and howling in agony. How's that possible? How could his hand be sharper than the lizard's claws? The crowd was astonished. They all looked puzzled. Lin Feng continued moving nearer and nearer to the lizard. Surprisingly, he wanted a close combat battle against the lizard. They were both moving as fast as lightning. CRRRAACK? Suddenly, a trail of brown blood splashed into the air. There was a huge wound on the lizard's body. What a terrifying attack, and he did that with only his hand. He concentrated sword qi into his hand, and it became even sharper than a sword, said a cultivator in the crowd. The crowd was astonished. That young man was really a monstrous genius. What many cultivators of the 4th Ling Qi layer had tried in vain before, Lin Feng had done it so easily with his bare hands. When they saw that, Bai Zi and the young man in yellow clothes were both astonished and furious. They hadn't thought that Lin Feng was so strong. Obviously, he hid his strength on the entrance day. Bai Zi felt ridiculous and laughable. He realized how strong Lin Feng was. On that day, he had called him a beggar each time he opened his mouth. At that moment, he realized that Lin Feng was a much stronger cultivator than him. He would never be able to defeat Lin Feng, no matter how many resources his family provided him. Lin Feng didn't know what all these people were thinking at that moment, though. He just wanted to achieve his victory over the lizard. At that moment, he could concentrate all sword energy into his hand. It wasn't as terrifying as his sword attacks, but it was still extremely strong. Each time Lin Feng's hand touched the lizard, blood was sent splashing around the arena. After a short time, the lizard had already lost a great deal of blood. It gave a horrible shriek. "I'll stop playing with you now," thought Lin Feng. He went even closer to the lizard. Immediately, a gigantic sword qi emerged from his hand, and with a single strike he beheaded the lizard and put it out of its misery. The entire crowd was astonished. "Wow," sighed the crowd in amazement and thought. "How strong. He just used his hand as a sword." "You win. Here are 20 purity stones of medium quality," said the old man entering the cage while handing Lin Feng the purity stones. Lin Feng impolitely took the stones and left the cage without sparing a glance at the old man. Lin Feng glanced to the side where the cultivation slaves were fighting. This time, another cultivation slave had been killed. The two sides were separated by an iron gate. If it was opened, the slaves and the beasts would be together in a single area. When Lin Feng came out from inside of the cage, he felt much better as inside it was a very oppressing atmosphere. Lin Feng moved back towards his seat, glanced at the young man in yellow clothes with a mocking look, and then sat down. On both sides of the cage, two old men were bringing in a new ferocious beast and a new slave. The slave's hair was so messy that his facial features were almost invisible. He had handcuffs on his hands and chains at his feet, which made a loud metallic noise after each step he took. Suddenly, the slave raised his head and his face became visible. There was a word on his face, Jun. The word covered his entire face, which made it difficult to see his real facial features. His entire appearance made him look extremely savage and hideous. Besides, his two dark eyes made him look even more cruel. His expression was enough to make anyone shiver. "How cold," said the crowd. They were all shivering. Cultivation slaves were fighting every day all day. They were extremely strong and battle-hardened warriors. Therefore, each time a cultivation slave came from the prisoner arena, there would always be fights between those who wanted to buy the slave. Lin Feng frowned. What a cruel method. He didn't know where these slaves came from, but marking their face was going too far. It completely violated their human rights and made them nothing more but animals. They would never be able to live in the real world. They were doomed to living in that hell forever. That slave is of the third Lingqi layer. He has already won 16 battles. If somebody wins against him, he can receive 20 purity stones if he's above the third Lingqi layer, 100 if he's of the third Lingqi layer or lower, said the old man leading him into the cage. The whole crowd was stupefied. He had won 12 battles less than the lizard, but had won against all his challengers. He was incredibly terrifying of an opponent. "Bai Zi, third Lingqi layer, he is the same level as you," said the young man in yellow clothes. Bai Zi was surprised. He immediately nodded and said, "I'm going." "All right," said the young man in yellow clothes while smiling. Bai Zi walked towards the edge of the cage near the old man who was inside. Bai Zi nodded to him. The old man looked at Bai Zi and frowned. He then said, "This slave is extremely strong. Are you sure that you want to go into the cage?" "I'm sure," said Bai Zi while nodding without hesitation. The old man thus let Bai Zi enter the cage. "HMPH?" groaned Wen Aozu from on the bleachers to show his discontent. Lin Feng was also surprised. Surprisingly, they had warned Bai Zi that it was a dangerous battle. When he wanted to fight against the lizard, the old man hadn't said anything even though the lizard was extremely strong. "Lin Feng, that slave is out of luck," said Wen Aozu. Lin Feng looked at him in a strange way and asked, "That's weird because I know how strong Bai Zi is and he doesn't have exceptional strength, nothing special. I even get the feeling that he could lose this battle before it even begins." "Bai Zi could never lose. Do you know who is in charge of the prisoner arena?" asked Wen Aozu. Lin Feng was surprised and looking at Wen Aozu with big eyes. "The Bai clan is in charge of the prisoner arena. Everything here is controlled by his clan," said Wen Aozu indifferently. Lin Feng was stunned. No wonder that the old man was warning Bai Zi, because it was his clan that run the arena. What if Bai Zi loses? They only look at the process, not at the result, said Wen Aozu mysteriously, who seemed to understand what was going on in the background. At that moment, Bai Zi was facing the slave within the fighting stage of the cage. A strong and sharp qi emerged within the atmosphere. Bai Zi shivered when he saw the bestial expression in the slave's eyes. "Die!" shouted the cultivation slave. He then immediately threw himself at Bai Zi. Everybody who entered the cage wanted to kill him. If he did not kill the people who entered the cage, then they would try to kill him. The chains that he was wearing suddenly emitted a whistling sound in the air. The slave was jumping towards Bai Zi looking like a deadly spear. "Hurricane spirit," whispered Lin Feng when saw that a hurricane spirit had appeared behind Bai Zi's body. Bai Zi was extremely arrogant and thought that he was a true genius, but Lin Feng had required only one finger to defeat him. He hadn't even had the time to release his spirit. He had been humiliated to the extreme. But Bai Zi was only 18. In any other place, he would be considered as a genius. In the Yun Hai sect, it would have been no exception. However, in the imperial city, there were many young cultivators who were much stronger than him. Genius was a very relative word in that context. The slave didn't even look at Bai Zi. His chains were still lacerating the atmosphere and diffusing whistling sounds as they cut the very air itself. How ferocious, thought Bai Zi, who started shaking and retreating a few steps backwards. At that moment, a vine illusion had started twining around Bai Zi's body. The slave was still flying towards Bai Zi like a spear rushing through the air. There was absolutely no superfluous movement made by the slave. He was going directly for the kill. Bai Zi was in a fatal position. Bai Zi's pupils shrank. He struggled to move his hands, and suddenly a strong qi flowed from his body, which looked like a hurricane, and moved towards the slave's chains at full speed. Suddenly, Bai Zi was almost suffocating because the slave had put even more strength into his vine illusion, which was twining around Bai Zi's body. The slave, with the aid of his vine spirit, had managed to control his flight through the air, and his trajectory looked like a perfect arch within the air. He was moving straight towards Bai Zi. How strong! The crowd was amazed at the sight. The slave was extremely strong. Every single move he made was perfect. He was fast, agile, and experienced in battle. Lin Feng frowned. He remembered that he had already seen that kind of spirit. Han Man's friend Po Jun had a vine spirit too. Po Jun and Jun the slave? Lin Feng looked surprised. He was staring at that slave as if he had understood something terrifying. Was it a coincidence? How could they have the same name and use the same spirit? Boom! While Bai Zi was doing his best to avoid the attack, the slave finally reached him and sent him flying backwards. However, he was not injured. The slave was stupefied. He had carried out a very strong attack but hadn't managed to kill his opponent. How could he have not died from that attack? Stop! At that moment, a loud voice emerged in the atmosphere. The slave was surprised, stopped moving, and stared at the old man. "This battle ends here," said the old man indifferently. The crowd was stupefied. End of the battle. Only death could make a battle end. Those were the rules. How could it just end during this fight? It looks like the old man and the current challenger have a relationship, thought the crowd, especially when they remembered that the old man had warned Bai Zi. That was the only possibility. "We're not done yet. How could the battle end here?" asked the slave with a husky voice. He was fixedly staring at the old man. The old man's expression suddenly became evil. A slave dared refute his words. "Since you want to die, I will help you achieve your aim," said the old man with an evil smile on his face. "Release the beast." When the old man finished talking, on the other side of the arena, a middle-aged man appeared. The crowd was surprised by the fact of what he was riding as a beast-like monster. It had 4 legs and chains around its neck. "Jun, this is the fiercest of beasts, and while you are in its presence, you would do best to act docile. Today you will fight against it. If you win, you will live. If you lose, you will die," said the old man evilly. Jun was fixedly staring at him. Surprisingly, he wanted him to fight against it. That old man was an animal. When the beast heard these words, it raised its head and bestially looked at the old man. When looking at the situation, Lin Feng, who was sat on the viewing platform, started to release an extremely strong and cold qi. That strong, freezing qi seemed like it was coming from the depth of the earth itself. Wen Zhu, who was sitting next to Lin Feng, was extremely surprised. A strange expression appeared on his face, and he looked at Lin Feng. "How cold," said Wen Zhu while looking at Lin Feng with his beautiful woman-like eyes. Why was Lin Feng's body releasing so much cold qi? Not only Wen Zhu was surprised, but the others as well. Liu Fei, Jing Yun, Duan Feng, and Yuan Shan were all staring at Lin Feng. They could all feel the cold qi that he was releasing on their skin. The moment the qi had reached them, they were freezing cold. Only Jing Yun glanced at Lin Feng for a second and then looked at the monster again. She looked at the legs of the beast. Its legs were tied with chains, but it seemed like its forelegs were actually hands, human hands. Similarly to cultivation slaves, it had a mark on its face. Han was written across its face. Jing Yun got the feeling of déjà vu. She started to look closely at the beast and saw that it looked almost human. "Han Man," said Jing Yun. She couldn't believe her eyes. She didn't believe what she was seeing. That beast couldn't be Han Man. But in view of the cold qi coming from Lin Feng's body, Jing Yun thought that she must have been right with her assumption. That couldn't possibly be anybody else. An expression full of hatred and wrath suddenly appeared on Jing Yun's face. That band of animals was suddenly treating Han Man that way. "Huh," said Wen Zhu when he heard Jing Yun. He was surprised to see Jing Yun's facial expression. "You and Lin Feng know that person?" asked Wen Zhu to Jing Yun. Jing Yun looked sure of herself and nodded. "Yes, we do. He is our good friend." When the others heard Jing Yun, they were stupefied. No wonder Lin Feng had become so furious to the extent that some cold qi was released from his body. So that man that was made into a beast was actually Lin Feng's friend. Ha ha. Not only do they complain about the state of the world and show compassion for trash, but they also make friends with slaves. They are true to their names as beggars. Friends with slaves? Ha ha. The political students were making fun of Lin Feng and the others. They had heard what Jing Yun had said. Ha ha ha, their friend is treated as a beast and there is even a person riding him. Ha ha, said the young man in yellow clothes. Lin Feng slowly turned around and looked at him. Suddenly the young man in yellow clothes turned deathly pale. He looked terrified. He looked so cold, so heartless, thought the young man in yellow. Lin Feng's eyes were expressionless and lifeless. Filthy beggar, said the young man in yellow clothes while gnashing his teeth. He had been momentarily scared of Lin Feng because of the expression in his eyes. How was that possible? Boom! Lin Feng crushed his seat into tiny pieces with a punch. The seats on the viewing platform were all made from solid stone. Lin Feng had crushed it with a single strike. He then started walking towards the young man in yellow. Boom! Lin Feng crushed another seat. The heart of the young man in yellow clothes started pounding. At that moment, Lin Feng arrived in front of him. Lin Feng grabbed the young man's throat. His movement had been as fast as lightning, so that the young man hadn't even had the time to dodge. Lin Feng then lifted the young man's body into the air with one hand. The young man in yellow clothes could hardly breathe from the power of Lin Feng's grip. Boom! Without hesitation, Lin Feng smashed the young man's body into the stone chair that he was sitting on. The noise from his body colliding with the stone was terrifying. Then Lin Feng pressed the young man's head onto the ground and then trampled over his face. The young man was suffocating from the pressure of Lin Feng's foot on his face. This had happened in the blink of an eye. Everybody was astonished. All these political students were watching the scene speechless. They were astonished by Lin Feng's actions. When they felt Lin Feng's cold chi, they didn't dare to attack him. "If you say one more word, I will crush you under my foot like a bug," said Lin Feng in a low voice, fixedly staring at the young man in yellow clothes under his foot. His voice was extremely cold. At that moment, the young man in yellow clothes was bleeding so much that he was half conscious and didn't really realize what was going on. His head was spinning, and he was just staring blankly into the distance. A supposed beggar has trampled all over your face. Now everybody will make fun of you just like you made fun of the slaves. The difference is that the slaves are worth much more than you, said Lin Feng coldly. He then removed his foot and ignored the young man in yellow clothes. He started walking towards the cage. With every step he took closer to the cage, the cold chi emerging from his body was getting colder and colder. Everybody was staring at Lin Feng, wondering what he was doing and why such a freezing cold chi was being released from his body. Those near Lin Feng were particularly stupefied. That young man was incredibly terrifying. What was wrong with him? Those in the cage could feel that the atmosphere was getting colder and colder. The old man was astonished when he felt the cold chi being released by Lin Feng, who was slowly walking towards the cage. Bai Zi was also stunned, especially since he had also seen the scene a moment before with the young man in yellow. Lin Feng was definitely crazy, and it wasn't a good idea to provoke insane people. Bai Zi's heart was pounding at full speed in his chest. When Po Jun saw Lin Feng and how ferocious he looked, his heart also started pounding. Lin Feng, it was Lin Feng. He had thought he would never see people he knew again. As far as Han Man was concerned, when he saw Lin Feng, he blinked a few times as if he was seeing things. The bestial expression in his eyes disappeared and was replaced with a sorrowful expression. He had been forced to live like a ferocious beast. He was forced into life and death battle constantly and could have died at any time. He had never thought he would see Lin Feng again. Han Man hated Duan Tianlang, that animal, and he hated everybody at the prisoner arena. When all the events happened in the Yunhai sect, Han Man and Po Jun had survived. But if Han Man had known that he would become a slave and be forced to live the way he had, he would have preferred to die back on that day. Many survivors had been taken as prisoners and then sold as slaves. That's how Han Man had been sold to the prisoner arena. During his time in the prisoner arena, Han Man had become lifeless. He was humiliated from morning to evening and beaten like a dog. He had even been forced to act as a ferocious wild beast. In the prisoner camp, he didn't stop killing his friends from the morning till the night. He had been taught that if he didn't kill, he would die. If he killed, he wouldn't die. He had become much stronger and had a savage ferocity. Han Man had resisted, and because he had tried to resist, he had been forced to live as a beast. At that moment when he saw Lin Feng, Han Man's expression gradually changed. His eyes and face gradually turned red, tears slowly started flowing down from his eyes. "Lin Feng, my brother," said Han Man as he hung his head in shame. He was ashamed to be in this situation where he was rode like a beast, and Lin Feng was, once again, rushing into a powerful foe to save him. Han Man knew what kind of person Lin Feng was. He had gone to the precipice of the abyss to save him. He had gone into the life and death arena to save him, and once again he was moving into danger to save him. No matter whom he was facing, Lin Feng would never let his friends down, even if the opponent was incredibly strong. There is no one that he would not challenge for the sake of his friends. His life was worth nothing if he abandoned his friends. And at that moment, Lin Feng was risking his life again for his friends. "Brother, you have suffered hardships." Lin Feng's dark and cold expression suddenly changed and was replaced with a warm smile. Han Man raised his head again when he heard Lin Feng. Tears were unceasingly flowing down his cheeks. "There are some friends who will come to save you no matter how dark the situation becomes." "Brother," the old man was surprised when he heard the conversation between them. An evil expression appeared on his face. Lin Feng surprisingly knew that slave and was a good friend of his. The old man looked at Lin Feng, who was slowly moving towards them. He then walked towards Lin Feng to prevent him from walking further and said, "It doesn't matter if you were friends before. Now he is marked. He is doomed to be a slave for the rest of his life." "If I put a mark on your face, will you become a slave too?" said Lin Feng extremely coldly. The old man smiled and said, "You want to die, right? If I die, it will mean that someone killed me after your death," said Lin Feng coldly. Suddenly, the qi emerging from his body grew even colder and started moving towards the old man. "You are overestimating yourself," said the old man while smiling. Suddenly, his body pierced through the air looking like a hurricane and moved towards Lin Feng. "Sword unsheathing." Lin Feng used his sword unsheathing skill. He had mastered it to perfection. He was extremely quick and agile since a single strike needed to be enough to kill an opponent. But the old man ignored Lin Feng's attack and managed to avoid it while moving closer to him. He then thrust out his fist and punched Lin Feng in the chest. "Argh!" Blood sprayed from Lin Feng's mouth as he was propelled backwards. "Seventh Qi layer!" The crowd was stupefied. The old man was incredibly strong. He had broken through to the seventh Qi layer, and compared to Lin Feng, the difference was too big. Lin Feng wouldn't be able to withstand another attack. But Lin Feng raised his head again. He started moving towards the old man again. He looked as cold and determined as ever. The entire atmosphere around the cage was filled with a freezing cold qi. "You're very talented. You could have had a brilliant future, but because you're courting death, I have no other option but to help you find it," said the old man when he saw that Lin Feng continued to approach. He then laughed coldly and said, "You have only broken through to the fourth Ling Qi layer. You could never touch me, not even once, and killing me, only in your dreams. No need to kill him, put a mark on him, make him a slave. Wouldn't it be much better that way?" said Bai Zi. The old man was surprised by those words, but then smiled and said, "Young master, you are extremely clever. Of course, that would be a much better solution. He's much stronger than that hand beast. It would probably be a great spectacle to see him fighting as a slave." "Let's do it," said Bai Zi while evilly staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had acted recklessly. There was no choice. Lin Feng didn't even give him a glance, though. He kept walking. Each and every step he took was filled with determination and coldness. "Aarrghhhhh!" Han Man roared just like an animal. His body was shaking, but the middle-aged man was holding him down with chains. Han Man couldn't move freely. The old man hit Lin Feng again. Blood splashed once again from his mouth. Lin Feng's body was projected away and struck against the wall of the cage so hard that it made the cage vibrate. Just like the old man had said, Lin Feng was strong but had only broken through to the fourth Ling Qi layer. He could never compete with someone of the seventh Ling Qi layer. When Liu Fei and the others saw Lin Feng's body get blown away, they all stood up and walked towards the cage. "Wait, wait," said Wen Zhu, preventing them from moving further. "Get out of the way," said Liu Fei. Wen Zhu only had a wry smile on his face. "Lin Feng cannot win this fight. If you go there, you will only die with him." "Get out of the way," said Liu Fei, coldly ignoring what he had just said. "I'm going," said Wen Zhu while shaking his head. His body suddenly transformed into an illusion and flew towards the cage. When he arrived at the edge of the cage, he didn't enter it. He had the feeling that Lin Feng wouldn't be so easy to kill. Wen Zhu was terribly touched by Lin Feng's actions. That guy would risk his life for his friends. Po Jun was touched as well. The mark on his face was moving along with his facial muscles. Such a person should be respected by everyone. Lin Feng's eyes became pitch black. He was slowly walking forwards. In his heart there was no emotion at all, only darkness. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. His deadly sword fluttered in the air. A grayish-black fog rose around his sword and started rushing into the atmosphere. "Is it the best you can do?" said the old man while laughing. He joined his hands together and released a hurricane like wind. A deadly qi unceasingly flowed out from his body. Lin Feng's sword was shaking with intensity. At that moment, Lin Feng threw his sword through the air towards the old man. It pierced through atmosphere at full speed and lacerated everything which came into contact with it. "What's the point?" said the old man fearlessly. When Lin Feng's sword arrived in front of the old man, it abruptly stopped. "Goodbye," yelled the old man, causing Lin Feng's long sword fly away into the distance. At that moment, Lin Feng had landed in front of the old man and thrust his hand forward with the sharpness and precision of a sword. "Die," said the old man with a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. He disintegrated Lin Feng's sword qi and punched Lin Feng again. Thick, dark blood gushed out from Lin Feng's mouth. Lin Feng, however, had caught the old man's hand using both his hands. He surprisingly hadn't been pushed back. Everybody was stupefied. "What is he doing?" Lin Feng was probably going to die because of this. That action was a big mistake. It seemed like there was a large wound on Lin Feng's chest where the old man unceasingly punched. There was a huge blood stain. The scene was terrifying, but Lin Feng didn't release the old man's hand. He was firmly and tightly holding it between his two hands. Everybody was staring at Lin Feng. How fierce! These were probably his last moments, and he still didn't release the old man's hand. Had he renounced his will to live? Some of Lin Feng's blood even splashed on Han Man. His heart was pounding and he was breathing heavily. Dust rose under Han Man's body. Suddenly the ground started shaking. The expression in his eyes was progressively changing. His red eyes slowly turned yellowish-brown and looked like that of a bloodthirsty wild beast. They were filled with intense wrath. "Where?" A bestial roar came from Han Man's mouth. It seemed like the ground was going to cave in. The ground was shaking so much that it seemed like it could cave it at any time. More and more yellow dust was rising into the air. A thick layer of sand was covering Han Man's body. The middle-aged man who was on Han Man's back wondered what was happening. His heart started beating faster and faster. "What's going on?" When the middle-aged man saw all the dust flying around him, he was astonished. Suddenly, the chains on Han Man's body broke into 1,000 tiny pieces. When the old man and Lin Feng, who were fighting, saw that, they were stupefied too. "Huh!" The old man was surprised. He didn't understand what was happening. His pupils shrank. "Celestial spirit!" Suddenly, a dazzling light as bright as the sun burst from Lin Feng's expressionless and pitch-black eyes. Since Lin Feng's celestial spirit had awoken, he had not taken advantage of the abilities that his spirit provided him. This was the first time. The old man slightly closed his eyes. He wanted to move back, but Lin Feng was still tightly holding his hand. Suddenly, the old man jumped up in the air, taking Lin Feng along with him. "Die," said Lin Feng in a low voice. He could see everything clearly thanks to his celestial spirit. Every movement of the old man was very clear in Lin Feng's mind. At the same time, Lin Feng's body turned into a shadow. A dazzling light appeared, and suddenly, a long trail of blood sprayed into the air. "That shadow!" The crowd was stupefied by what they had seen. Lin Feng had become almost invisible with his shadow. "Just because you're extremely strong, it doesn't mean that I can't kill you," said a cold yet calm voice. The old man was holding his throat as blood was gushing through his fingers. He was falling slowly to the ground. The old man's body collapsed. He was lying dead on the ground with a shocked expression still on his face. At that moment, the entire atmosphere became calm again. Lin Feng, who had only broken through to the 4th Ling Qi layer, had killed the old man who had broken through to the 7th Ling Qi layer. In that world, 1 Ling Qi layer was already a huge difference in battle. A cultivator who could defeat people with higher Qi layers than his own was a real genius. The whole crowd had the impression that they were in a dream. It had looked like it was the end for Lin Feng, but the final result was strangely the exact opposite of what everyone was thinking. The crowd was stunned. Lin Feng had been determined until the end and shocked the entire crowd. Quick, ruthless, agile, skillful, and determined. The crowd admired Lin Feng as a cultivator. His strategy had been amazing. He had planned everything that happened from the beginning. At the start of the fight, he was not even using a fraction of his true speed. He wanted to hide how fast he really was, and then at the end, he had carried out an extremely quick and lethal attack. Lin Feng coughed loudly. Blood revealed itself with each cough. There was also a large amount of blood flowing out from the wound on his chest. He took out a jar of pills from his pocket. Lin Feng took 2 pills out and quickly swallowed them. Suddenly, he started feeling more and more relaxed. "This guy is insane," said Wen Zhu while looking at Lin Feng. He had a smile on his face. Lin Feng was hard to understand. What he had done seemed like a miracle. He had surprisingly managed to kill the old man. 7th Qi layer, thought Wen Zhu. Besides, where did that other sword come from? Lin Feng had gotten rid of his long sword during the battle, and nobody had noticed that he still had another sword. He had used that sword to slit the old man's throat. "Lin Feng, brother," said Han Man. At that moment, one of his pupils was a deep red and the other one was brown. It was extremely strange to see. One eyes looked like it had been bathed in blood, and the other looked like the depth of the earth. "Don't worry, I don't die so easily," said Lin Feng, whose cold expression turned into a warm and friendly smile when looking at Han Man. Han Man roared again while looking at the sky. The ground started shaking. Yellow sand started flying around Han Man's body. Suddenly, his entire body transformed into a sand storm. "What's going on?" asked some people in the crowd. That was so strange. A moment ago, the crowd hadn't really paid attention to him because they were too fascinated by the fight between Lin Feng and the old man. But they had noticed that something abnormal was happening to him. They were all speechless. The sand flying around Han Man's body was getting thicker and thicker. As the sand grew denser, the light grew more dazzling and bright. At that moment, there was so much sand flying around Han Man that it had created a huge dome of sand. Han Man was surrounded by a gigantic sand sphere. Lin Feng frowned. He didn't understand what was happening to Han Man. Crack! A large crack appeared in the gigantic sphere surrounding Han Man's body. It was as large as a lotus flower. Han Man's body could be seen once again. Everybody's eyes shrank. They were all stupefied and looked incredibly perplexed. Han Man's hair was very long and its color was pitch black, but at this moment, his hair had turned yellow like sand. The sight of him made people in the crowd start to shiver. Han Man looked incredibly majestic at that moment, like an ancient god. The only thing which hadn't changed was the slave mark he had on his face. Han Man opened his eyes. It seemed like there was a storm growing inside his eyes. Wow! From head to foot, Han Man was filled with explosive force and power. Han Man turned around and looked at the middle-aged man with a vicious gaze. The middle-aged man was scared by Han Man's strange, bestial look. "Die!" shouted Han Man. He started walking slowly, but his steps were extremely heavy on the ground. He stopped in place and threw a punch towards the middle-aged man. Yellow sand was glowing all around his fist. The middle-aged man was surprised by the attack. He didn't have time to dodge the attack, so he raised his fist, and a strong power emerged. "Bo!" When their 2 fists collided, a huge cloud of sand rose up in the air, but suddenly, a huge quantity of sand moved towards the middle-aged man at full speed and buried his body in a solid tomb of sand. "R-A-A-A-R?" Han Man sounded furious. He punched the sand in which the middle-aged man was buried with such power that it cracked open. The body of the middle-aged man was crushed and his body had exploded at the point of impact. However, there was no blood to be seen, only sand surrounded the body. "What?" The whole crowd was gasping with astonishment. They were staring at Han Man. His attack was incredibly violent. Not only had he trapped the middle-aged man and buried him alive, but he then also stuck with such power that part of his body exploded. The crowd didn't have the slightest impression that Han Man was any weaker than Lin Feng. "His blood vessels have awoken," whispered Wen Zhu, blankly staring at Han Man through the cage. That's right. Han Man's blood vessels had awoken. Only when the blood circulation had reached a perfect rhythm, the blood vessels could awaken and grant the blood a special power. If someone's blood vessels awoke, their offspring would also be granted the same power. When blood vessels awoke, it provided cultivators with an amazing strength which was previously hidden. However, usually the cultivators who had awoken their blood vessels would have a blood spirit. What Han Man had achieved was a miracle to the extent that Wen Zhu had never even heard that it was possible. However, there was no possible doubt. Han Man's vessels had awoken. There was no other possible explanation for the strange transformation that had happened to his body. Lin Feng was also dumbstruck. How strong. At that moment, Han Man had the strength of the fifth Ling Qi layer, which meant he was even stronger than Lin Feng, who was only at the fourth Ling Qi layer. At that moment, many people moved towards the cage. Lin Feng was surprised. "Lin Feng, brother, that little brat should make his grave here," said Han Man while glancing at Bai Zi. He wanted to make Lin Feng a slave a moment before. Bai Zi had nowhere to run. Han Man started walking towards Bai Zi and raised his fist into the air. Lin Feng slowly turned around and looked at Bai Zi. At that moment, Bai Zi's face turned deathly pale and he started retreating backwards. "You said that you wanted to make me a slave, right?" said Lin Feng while walking towards Bai Zi. When Bai Zi heard Lin Feng, he started shaking with terror and shook his head. Come save me, shouted Bai Zi. How could it end like this? This place belonged to his clan. If he wanted something, then he could get it, but at that moment the situation was critical for him and he had no way to escape. At that moment, many people were moving towards the cage in an attempt to help Bai Zi. They were all stopping close to Wen Zhu, who was blocking the entrance of the cage. Wen Zhu was just leaning against the entrance of cage. He had a cynical smile on his face. When Bai Zi saw that he wasn't moving, he shouted, "Wen Zhu, you dare!" Wen Zhu was provoking the young master of the Bai clan. "What are you guys doing?" shouted Bai Zi furiously when he saw that people had stopped at the entrance of the cage. Wen Zhu glanced at Bai Zi. Wen Zhu found it pathetic that Bai Zi was in such a situation because of his own stupidity. Bai Zi thought that he was a genius who had all the power in the world, and because of that he had put himself in that dangerous situation. "If I'm here, nobody will enter the cage," said Wen Zhu in a cold tone while sounding very confident. Lin Feng was surprised. He hadn't thought that Wen Zhu would act so cruel. It seemed like that young man, who was as beautiful as a woman, was actually not easy to predict. Bai Zi was staring at Lin Feng and saw that he wasn't hurrying to kill him. Lin Feng raised his sword and slowly started walking towards Bai Zi. "What are you going to do to me?" said Bai Zi, who could barely breathe as fear was starting to consume his consciousness. His voice was very low. "Don't worry, I will not kill you," said Lin Feng indifferently. Bai Zi was surprised. Immediately after, a smile appeared on the corner of Lin Feng's mouth, who said, "Your clan likes to put markings on people's faces and make them become slaves for the rest of their lives. I will also put a marking on your face. We will see if you ever dare to insult and humiliate slaves again." Put a marking on his face. "Like a slave? Haven't you heard what I said? Come in and help me," shouted Bai Zi furiously as he was getting more and more impatient. Some people moved to enter the cage, then suddenly, Wen Zhu jumped over in front of them and said, "3 more steps and I will unsheath my sword. If I am forced to unsheath my sword, there will be blood," said Wen Zhu calmly. Everybody stopped moving towards the cage. Nobody dared to take another step forward. Evil must be annihilated. A gigantic amount of sword chi was released from Lin Feng's body. Bai Zi was incredibly frightened. He was not going to be saved by anyone as they were all outside, afraid to move another step. "If you let me off, I can offer you a fortune of purity stones. I can even offer you some high-class martial skills and agility techniques." "Offer?" Lin Feng laughed. Wealthy people were really used to getting their own way with their money and influence. They thought that everyone was beneath them and could be bought with a few purity stones. "If I let you off, you will give me some purity stones, high-class martial skills, and agility techniques," said Lin Feng coldly before adding, "Do you think that I'm stupid?" After what had happened today, the Bai clan would never forget Lin Feng. They would never let him off so easily. If Lin Feng didn't act then, he would never be able to avenge Han Man and his other friends from the Yun Hai sect who had been transformed into fighting slaves, and whose faces had been violated with a marking in the prisoner arena. Lin Feng and the Bai clan were enemies. He had to kill them or they would kill him. There would be no peace between them as long as he lived. Lin Feng thought this way because he was now the patriarch of the Yun Hai sect. Bai Zi made a hideous and evil expression when he heard Lin Feng's words. "If you dare to touch me, the Bai clan will never let you off and they will hunt you until you are dead." "As expected, you're a moron," said Lin Feng, who couldn't bear listening to Bai Zi talk. At that moment, Bai Zi let out a horrible shriek. A marking had appeared on Bai Zi's face. Bai Zi covered his face with his hand and blood was unceasingly flowing through his fingers. Lin Feng looked incredibly cold and ruthless. He was completely emotionless. He didn't feel the slightest bit of compassion or pity after seeing Bai Zi in such a pitiful state. With people like him, this was the most efficient means to solve the problem. Only violence would be understood. Lin Feng used his sword to carve a slave marking into Bai Zi's face, but it was quickly covered by blood. With another slash of his sword, he removed one of Bai Zi's fingers. Bai Zi was shaking with fear and pain, then suddenly, he collapsed. "What a cruel yet determined young man," thought many people in the crowd. They remained silent and were fixedly staring at the people in the cage of the prisoner arena. On that day, the crowd had seen a magnificent show. They had seen spectacular fights and something they never expected. Lin Feng looked as calm and emotionless as before. He was still holding his sword in his hand. He turned around and said in a low voice, "Let's go." Han Man and Po Jun walked along with Lin Feng. When Ao Zhu started walking back as well. At that moment, all of those who had come near the cage to help Bai Zi quickly rushed forwards to help him. "Those who dare to provoke me, die," said Ao Zhu in an extremely cold voice. Lin Feng was walking behind him and blood was still dripping from his sword. Lin Feng's sword had frightened everyone. Han Man was walking behind them. Each of his steps made the ground vibrate. Everybody already understood how strong he was. These people knew that if they didn't block them from leaving, they would not lose their life meaninglessly. A short moment later, the crowd could only see the backs of Lin Feng and his friends. When they had seen Lin Feng go down into the cage, they didn't know what he intended to do. They also hadn't thought that he would kill the old man who was at the 7th Ling Qi layer. "Piece of trash! You're just a piece of trash!" A furious voice spread through the atmosphere of the prisoner arena after Lin Feng and his friends had left. It was the young man in yellow clothes who was furious. On that day, he had been humiliated by Lin Feng. How could this happen? His family name was Yu. They had never been humiliated. Who within their right mind would dare to humiliate the Yu clan? When the Bai clan members saw the young man in yellow clothes stand up, they were surprised. "If someone dares talk about what happened today, I will kill him," said the young man in yellow clothes to those sitting next to him. They were surprised, but they obediently listened and nodded with agreement. Inside of their hearts, they were insulting him, though. He had provoked Lin Feng, he had made Bai Zi pay the price for it, and on top of that, he was asking them not to tell this to anyone. He was just scared that he would lose face and make the entire Yu clan lose face. "Lin Feng, if you don't die, I'll never regain my prestige." A moment ago, he hadn't dared talk in the presence of Lin Feng because he had been scared that Lin Feng would also punish him. Lin Feng was too frightening. He had seen how Lin Feng had carved a marking onto Bai Zi. How horrible! Lin Feng had been truly ruthless when he was at the prisoner arena. Lin Feng was in his room lying on the bed. Suddenly, he had the feeling that a hand was almost touching his forehead. Lin Feng shook his head, stretched, and slowly opened his eyes. A beautiful silhouette was standing in front of him. At that moment, Meng Qing was looking emotionless. She looked at Lin Feng and said calmly, "You woke up." Lin Feng's body was sore and felt rigid from head to toe after fighting with the old man, but his vital organs were still functioning properly. "You stayed here all the time to look after me?" asked Lin Feng to Meng Qing. Meng Qing shook her head and said, "No, only once in a while." "Really?" asked Lin Feng, not convinced. "Of course, why?" replied Meng Qing. Lin Feng was surprised and then laughed. The door suddenly opened with a loud rumble. Liu Fei entered the room. Meng Qing stood up and said, "He woke up, you can go and talk to him." When she finished talking, Meng Qing immediately left. Liu Fei had a strange expression and looked perplexed. Meng Qing hadn't left Lin Feng alone for even 1 second when he was sleeping. Why did she hastily leave when he woke up? "All right," said Liu Fei while nodding even though she didn't really understand. She walked towards Lin Feng's bed and angrily looked at him, which surprised Lin Feng. He had just woken up. Why would Liu Fei already be angry with him? What did he do? "Why do you act so recklessly? Do you never think about the consequences?" asked Liu Fei. She was obviously angry because of what had happened at the prisoner arena. Lin Feng smiled wryly and thought, consequences. When he saw that his friends of the Yun Hai sect had become slaves and had been marked like animals after the destruction of the sect, how could he not act? "For a beautiful and delicate face like yours, I will also act recklessly and ignore the consequences," said Lin Feng jokingly while laughing. When Lin Feng had finished talking, Liu Fei's heart started racing in her chest and her face completely turned red. It was both beautiful and delicate. Outside of the academy, a certain number of people were walking towards its main gate. Their leader was wearing blue clothes and magnificent mask. He was a middle-aged man, and a cold qi emerged from his body. Amongst the people who were following him, there were some Bai clan members who had witnessed all the events at the prisoner arena. Amongst the people of the Bai clan was one certain young man. He was wearing a splendid golden mask. His hand was wrapped in bandages. The expression in his eyes looked like a demon coming straight from the underworld. His eyes under his golden mask looked unimaginably evil. At that moment, two silhouettes jumped in front of them and blocked them the way. They then shouted, "Except for the students and the staff members of the Celestial Academy, nobody can enter the territory of the Celestial Academy." The middle-aged man in blue clothes took a few steps forward. His hair was fluttering in the wind. "Get lost," said the man in blue clothes. He then made a single movement, and the two people who were obstructing the way were blown away in the blink of an eye. People who saw the scene were gasping with astonishment. Xianxia layer. Surprisingly, a cultivator of the Xianxia layer had come to the academy. The group of people entered the academy. The two guards stood up and started walking. That middle-aged man of the Xianxia layer was surely here with ill intentions. The man in blue clothes and the large group of Bai clan members who were following him arrived in front of one of the palaces. This was the palace where the military students lived. "Stop!" Suddenly, a large group of people moved in front of the group of people. The middle-aged man in blue clothes frowned and said, "Get the hell out of my way." "Who the hell do you think you are? Do you not know the rules of the academy?" coldly said one of the men blocking the way. The man in blue clothes glanced at him and said, "Please bring out someone who knows how to speak." "What do you want? Why did you come to my academy?" coldly said a man in black robes at that moment. He was slowly walking towards the man in blue clothes. "I want you to hand over some people to us," said the man in blue clothes indifferently. "Hand over some people?" said the man in black robes with a cold smile on his face, and then added, "Not only did you break the rules of my academy, but you also dare come and ask me to hand over some of my students?" The man in blue clothes smiled coldly. He raised his hand, and at that moment, the palm of his hand started emitting a radiant light. When the man in black robes saw the light within the middle-aged man's palm, his expression drastically changed. "You say that outsiders cannot come into the territory of the Celestial Academy, but then I would like to ask you something. How can you allow your members to visit my prisoner arena, and then allow them to kill some of my staff members while kidnapping two of my slaves? Can you explain this to me?" said the man in blue clothes. His voice sounded extremely strict, and it was clear how powerful he was from his tone. Force was constantly emerging from his body. "If you don't hand over those who caused the trouble as well as my two slaves, I will get very angry." The man in black robes looked terribly annoyed when he heard what the man had said. He was a teacher at the academy, which was an extremely high status, but he knew that he couldn't keep the man in blue clothes under control. Those who were with him would also be hard to defeat. "Who caused the trouble?" asked the man wearing the black robes. "Some of your military students, Lin Feng, Wen Zhu." "Wen Zhu." The man in black robes was stupefied. The man in blue clothes added, "The one mainly responsible for the whole thing is Lin Feng, though. You don't need to hand over Wen Zhu, but Lin Feng and my two slaves. You must hand them over to me this instant," said the man in blue clothes in an extremely powerful voice while showing lenience towards Wen Zhu. The middle-aged man in blue clothes had a very high status, and he knew that he couldn't insist on punishing Wen Zhu. The academy would never hand him over. "Go inside, tell Lin Feng and the two slaves to come out here," said the man in black robes to two other people who were standing at his side. The man in blue clothes seemed satisfied. The one who was standing behind him wearing a golden mask had an incredibly evil light flash through his eyes. Lin Feng was meditating in his room, and suddenly, the door emitted a loud noise which made him open his eyes. "Lin Feng, come out," shouted a voice. Lin Feng was surprised. That person was so rude. The academy had rules. Nobody was able to enter in the living quarters of a student without his permission. But at that moment, somebody opened his door and told him to come out. Not only was that a violation of the rules, but it was also a humiliation. Lin Feng stood up and stretched. He felt better, but he hadn't entirely recovered from his injuries. Lin Feng looked at the guy who had called him. He was also a student of the academy. "So, you are Lin Feng?" said the one who had come inside with an indifferent tone. "What's wrong?" asked Lin Feng while frowning. "What a moron. He thinks that he can act recklessly because he is Wen Zhu's friend. He first provoked Hai Mo and then went to the prisoner arena and caused trouble," thought the students. The first time when Lin Feng had provoked Hai Mo, Wen Zhu was with him. He had then caused trouble at the prisoner arena with Wen Zhu. So they thought that Lin Feng acted this way only because he thought that Wen Zhu could indefinitely protect him. They thought that he was like a dog using his master's power to cause trouble. Now, bring the 2 slaves you kidnapped from the prisoner arena. Some people have come to see you, said the student. When he finished talking, he turned around and started leaving. Wait, wait, said Lin Feng. The student immediately stopped and asked. What's wrong? Lin Feng coldly said. Didn't you forget something? The student replied. Forgot what? He then shrugged and said, No, I haven't forgot anything. You did, said Lin Feng firmly. The student seemed angry and said, Are you playing around with me? I don't have time to joke. You rushed into my room and behaved in a rude way. You could at least make an apology, said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. Apologize? Said the student, who smiled as if he found the situation funny. He then ignored Lin Feng, turned around and started leaving. At that moment, a freezing cold chi crashed into his body and oppressed him. He was surprised and stopped moving. He turned around and saw Lin Feng, who was slowly walking towards him. Lin Feng's body was releasing a piercingly cold chi. What are you doing? Said the student with a shocked expression. You're only this strong and act with such disrespect. I don't like that impolite behavior, said Lin Feng while continuing to walk forward. The chi released from his body was getting more and more intense. The student was stupefied and was getting more frightened. He couldn't compete with Lin Feng in terms of strength. I came in the name of the teacher. Just come with me, said the student. Of course I will come with you, but you violated the rules of the academy and acted rude to me while inside my home. If that's how you plan to convince me to come with you, then you have failed. Do you think disrespecting me will make me obediently come with you? Wouldn't all the others laugh at me for allowing you to act as you please in my home? When saying these words, an even colder chi was released from Lin Feng's body. Everything around him had started freezing. The student was frightened. He only saw Lin Feng raise his fist and saw a ball of frost appearing around it. He then punched towards the student. "OHH!" shouted the student. He immediately raised his fist and punched towards Lin Feng. The chi of his attack emitted a rumbling noise in the air as it crashed through the atmosphere. When his fist and Lin Feng's fist collided, the student suddenly felt an acute pain within his hand. "Get out now," said Lin Feng while kicking him with incredible force. At that moment, the student was sent tumbling outside and his body was covered by a layer of ice. "Piece of trash of the third Ling Chi layer, acting so arrogant when in my living quarters," shouted Lin Feng. He then said, "Wait for me patiently outside. If you enter my living quarters again, then I'll cripple your cultivation." The student remained motionless. At that moment, he felt extremely ashamed, especially the people who were passing outside Lin Feng's living quarters at the time had seen him being humiliated. He had thought that he could behave rudely because the teacher had sent him, but in the end, he was humiliated and forced to wait outside. Lin Feng already knew that the student had come because of the issue at the prisoner arena. Lin Feng knew that sooner or later, the people from the prisoner arena would come to look for him. Lin Feng went back into his room and put on his Chang Pao, and then he moved towards the door. The noise of a door being opened spread to Lin Feng's ears. "Wait, wait," said a cold and indifferent voice. It was Meng Qing who had opened the door. "What's wrong?" said Lin Feng while turning around. Meng Qing had already put on her fine veil, which was covering her face. She was slowly walking towards him. "I should always be with you when you go outside," said Meng Qing, which made Lin Feng smile wryly, but he had a warmth fill his heart. "All right," said Lin Feng while nodding. She was worried about his safety, but she would never say it. They both left the living quarters and closed the door behind them. The student looked at Lin Feng and Meng Qing and said, "What about the 2 slaves? Bring us outside," said Lin Feng with such a strict tone that the student didn't dare say anything back. On the way, everybody was pointing at the student while laughing, which made him feel more and more ashamed. At that moment, there was a multitude of people who had gathered outside of the palace. The middle-aged man in blue clothes was standing before a group of people while looking majestic. He came. Lin Feng came. At that moment, the crowd saw Lin Feng slowly come out from inside the palace. Next to Lin Feng was a gorgeous young girl. Even though she looked graceful, delicate, and innocent, a strange chi was emerging from her beautiful body. However, 2 people were missing. The 2 slaves weren't there at all. The teacher in black robes looked at the student he had sent to look for Lin Feng and asked him, "What's going on?" The student scratched his head and didn't dare to reply. "Piece of trash, not capable of doing a simple thing," said the teacher in black robes. He then looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Did you cause trouble at the prisoner arena and then kidnap 2 slaves and bring them into the academy?" "I did cause trouble at the prisoner arena, but I didn't kidnap 2 slaves. I only brought back my 2 friends," said Lin Feng while looking at the teacher in black robes. Only because he had said the word slave, Lin Feng felt disgusted. Slaves are slaves, and they are your friends. How am I supposed to allow slaves to enter into the academy? Said the teacher in black clothes, coldly not caring about Lin Feng's face. Well then, teacher, I would like to ask you about what makes a person a slave. What does it mean to be a slave? A slave is someone who had been marked as someone's property. Because they are marked, they are forever a slave, replied the teacher. Well then, teacher, I have another question for you. There is a slave in front of you now. How come you have let him into the academy? Said Lin Feng coldly. Huh, the crowd was surprised. Lin Feng was really audacious to talk that way to the teacher. The teacher in black robes was perplexed and asked Lin Feng, "Where do you see a slave?" Lin Feng smiled and pointed at the golden-masked person standing behind the man in blue clothes. He then said, "Make him take off his mask and you will find a slave." The golden-masked young man was Bai Zi. How could Lin Feng not recognize him? I see that this is how the Celestial Academy works. People are not respected and students are not taught discipline, said the man in blue clothes. The teacher in black robes suddenly had an ice-cold expression on his face. How could Lin Feng make him lose face? I told you to bring out the two slaves, did you not hear me? Said the teacher in black robes while fixedly staring at Lin Feng. A strong qi was emerging from his body. He looked extremely strict. Lin Feng was surprised and then smiled. Having such teachers is a disgrace for the Celestial Academy. These people come and cause trouble, yet the only people you blame are your own students. You make all the members of the Academy lose face. If you dare to try and punish me, it will affect the reputation of our Academy, and it will mean that you are nothing more than the Bai clan's little dog, said Lin Feng coldly. PSSSSHHHHH? A strong qi emerged from the teacher in black robes. The entire atmosphere was filled with a deadly qi. How could Lin Feng dare to humiliate him in front of so many people? Did he want to die? Do you want to die? Furiously shouted the teacher. Die? I don't want to die this young, replied Lin Feng coldly. He immediately took out a card from his pocket. Everybody was surprised. I don't have to respect the rules of the Celestial Academy because on the registration day when I came here, I already met a teacher who was a real bastard. But when I met the vice principal, he was nice enough to invite me to enjoy all the benefits of the academy without any obligations. He also said that I could bring anyone to the academy. On that day, I wouldn't have thought that I would meet such a crappy teacher so soon. It is rare to find someone who would act like the little lap dog for outsiders. You are a great humiliation for the Celestial Academy and all of its members, said Lin Feng coldly. The whole crowd was stupefied. The vice principal himself had invited Lin Feng to join the academy without having any obligations. No wonder he brought people in without any restrictions. The teacher in black robes was astonished. That card was really a privilege card delivered by the vice principal himself. He just humiliated me. How can I regain my face now? Nobody will ever respect me again, thought the teacher in black robes. The expression in his eyes was incredibly sharp. It is the first time that I have heard that someone can obtain a privilege card without being a student at the academy, said teacher. He then shouted, How audacious, Lin Feng! You dared steal that card from the vice principal. Today I will deliver your punishment on behalf of the vice principal. Steal? Lin Feng was astonished. He even saw that the crowd was nodding, showing that they believed him. Lin Feng was speechless. Are you a moron? Do you know how strong the vice principal is? How could I even steal that card from him? Lin Feng was sneering at the teacher. The teacher seemed determined to harass Lin Feng in any way possible. You're good at manipulating people, but it will not work with me. If you think that you get away that easily, then keep dreaming, said the teacher strictly. Strong force and qi was emerging from his body, and he rushed straight towards Lin Feng. He had moved rapidly because he couldn't let Lin Feng continue to speak. It was unbearable for him, and every sentence was making him lose face. Lin Feng was in grave danger. He had made the teacher furious from disrespecting him. At that moment, Lin Feng looked indifferent. Behind him, a graceful silhouette immediately moved in front of him. When the crowd saw Meng Qing, they were all stunned. The teacher in black robes laughed. More qi was released from his body. A resplendent, bright, and dazzling light flashed around his body. Stop! Shouted a voice in the distance. Everybody stopped moving. That voice deeply penetrated into people's hearts to the extent that it made their souls shake. The teacher in black robes had also stopped moving. He turned around and saw a silhouette come towards them. Vice Principal! The Vice Principal had personally come, how surprising. Vice Principal Long! said the teacher in black robes respectfully. He was no longer acting rudely. "Get back!" shouted the vice principal towards the teacher. The teacher in black robes looked incredibly embarrassed, and the whole crowd was stunned. In view of the vice principal's behavior towards the teacher, Lin Feng must have really been personally invited by the vice principal. "Yes, vice principal," said the teacher in black robes while stepping backwards. He looked extremely embarrassed at his situation. Vice Principal Long turned around and looked at Lin Feng. He warmly smiled and said, "I will solve this problem myself. You can go back now." "Go back!" The crowd was dumbstruck. Against all expectations, the vice principal really did care about Lin Feng. Lin Feng had caused a problem and the vice principal went to solve them himself. Everybody was convinced at that moment that the man in blue clothes wouldn't dare to touch Lin Feng. The man in blue clothes frowned. His heart was pounding. He was wondering what Lin Feng's background really was for the vice principal to attach so much importance to him. The vice principal was humiliating everybody to protect Lin Feng, even though the man in blue clothes didn't have a status as high as that of the vice principal. Had the vice principal not thought of all the people who were accompanying him? Nobody understood why the vice principal was acting this way towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was also unsure of why he was receiving such treatment. He didn't understand why the vice principal was always so kind to him. He didn't know anyone who belonged to the imperial clan or any other prestigious clans. He was lost, although in the future he would eventually come to understand why the vice principal was helping him. "Vice principal, I want to say something, but I don't know if I should," said Lin Feng while shaking his head. "Tell me," said the vice principal. "In the academy, there are some great people, but there are also horrible people who drag the rest of us down with them. Those people don't deserve to be teachers," said Lin Feng indifferently. His words were sharp and poignant. He was looking at the teacher in black robes while talking. "Vice principal, I will assume the responsibility for what I have done at the prisoner arena. I don't need anyone to help me," said Lin Feng and continued. "If anyone dares to offend me again in the future, then I will not hesitate to take actions myself." That guy, how aggressive. But now it's understandable why he dares talk to the teacher that way. What a big mouth. The crowd was making various comments about Lin Feng's behavior. Even the vice principal was surprised. Lin Feng was acting very strangely. Lin Feng didn't know what all these people thought. He turned around and said to the man in blue clothes, "You want me, right?" "Indeed," said the man in blue clothes while nodding. "Since you want me and I am standing right here, what are you waiting for?" said Lin Feng in an indifferent tone. The crowd was wondering what Lin Feng meant. The man in blue clothes saw that Lin Feng was extremely confident. He had an evil smile on his face. Lin Feng could have left just like the vice principal had told him, but he didn't and instead chose to confront the people who came. The man in blue clothes would not have had the power to do anything if Lin Feng had listened to the vice principal and left. By staying here and challenging them, he definitely wanted to die. "Take him," said the man in blue clothes. At that moment, two people rushed out of the group and started moving towards Lin Feng while releasing a heavy qi. When he saw these two people approaching him, Lin Feng didn't move. He still looked calm and serene. Then Meng Qing, who was standing in front of Lin Feng, suddenly released an extremely cold qi, which moved straight towards these two people. They had the feeling that their spinal cord had frozen in place. Meng Qing raised her hand and released a terrifying cold force. Their hands immediately froze solid. Very quickly, the ice started to spread all over their body, and all of a sudden, they were completely frozen in ice and absolutely unable to move. "How strong," said the crowd, stupefied. No wonder that girl had dared obstruct the way to Lin Feng. She was extremely powerful. Xianxia layer. The pupils of Vice Principal Long and the man in blue clothes shrank. Lin Feng had never talked about his friends, and an extremely beautiful girl who didn't look very strong was actually this amazing. What she had done a moment before was only possible for someone of the Xianxia layer. The teacher in the black robes was dumbstruck. What if he had been successful in attacking Lin Feng a moment before? No wonder Lin Feng was so aggressive. Someone of the Xianxia layer was there to protect him at all times. How scary. The crowd was trying to understand the situation. The vice principal probably liked Lin Feng for two reasons, because he was strong and because he had a high status. It was not a secret that Lin Feng was extremely talented and powerful. Otherwise, how could he have such beautiful female friends? "From the day I spent at the prisoner arena, I swore to myself that if I ever saw a member of the Bai clan again, then they would die," said Lin Feng with an extremely cold tone. The Bai clan members were astonished. Meng Qing, however, had understood what Lin Feng meant. Her beautiful silhouette suddenly transformed into a white lotus flower, and she threw herself towards the crowd. The sky above as well as the ground below all seemed to completely freeze. All the members of the Bai clan felt extreme cold. They were all covered with layers of ice. Meng Qing slightly moved her hand, and suddenly every member of the Bai clan was pierced to the bone with the terrifying coldness. If these people had been at the Qi layer stage, that would have explained why they were so affected by Meng Qing's attack, but even some people of the Ling Qi layer were feeling the cold pierce into them. How was that possible? At that moment, the man in blue clothes couldn't stand it anymore and felt like he had to get involved. A hurricane-like attack emerged from his body and moved straight towards Meng Qing. Meng Qing, looking calm, and just raised her hand, which released ice that moved straight towards the blue-clothed man's attack. Boom! An extreme coldness spread throughout the atmosphere. Suddenly, two huge blocks of ice which looked like huge diamonds shot from Meng Qing's hand. At that moment, Lin Feng grabbed onto his sword, and in an instant, he arrived in front of all the Bai clan members who were frozen in place. Deadly sword. Lin Feng's deadly sword started to flash through the atmosphere over and over again. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the atmosphere had become incredibly bloody. He had already killed a large number of people with his sword. Just as Lin Feng had said, if he ever saw any Bai clan members, then they would have to die. Everybody was stupefied by Lin Feng's strength. These people had come to capture Lin Feng, and in the end, nothing was happening the way they had expected. Lin Feng was calm and unperturbed, as he was killing all the members of the Bai clan. With each stroke of his sword, more blood was filling the atmosphere, and another member of the Bai clan would fall dead onto the floor. Blood was endlessly flowing from Lin Feng's sword. This is what happened when Lin Feng was angered. At that moment, the man in blue clothes and Meng Qing were in a direct confrontation. The crowd was astonished to see that Meng Qing was much stronger than him. Even though Meng Qing's style looked very simple, each time her graceful and agile body moved, she would unleash an extremely powerful attack. Her qi was so cold that it could directly freeze the man in blue. Even though he had a hurricane spirit and was extremely quick, he couldn't avoid Meng Qing's attacks and was forced to fight with her directly. What a strong girl. Who is she? Why is she with Lin Feng? The crowd was amazed. That beautiful girl was remarkably strong. The man in blue clothes didn't look so majestic anymore. He had a hideous and evil expression on his face. He was furious. "Hurricane blade!" shouted the man in blue clothes. His entire body transformed into a hurricane that was actually like a sharp blade lacerating the air as it rushed towards Meng Qing. An incredibly strong and thick qi was emerging from the hurricane. What a powerful martial skill, thought the crowd. They were not near him but could still feel the qi within his hurricane attack. The large blade-like hurricane was rushing towards Lin Feng and Meng Qing at full speed. "HMPH!" groaned Meng Qing. This was the first time she had made any noise. Her expression was ice cold. Her body started to release an incredibly cold qi. "Heart of ice, freezing both heaven and earth. Ice reigns over the world," said Meng Qing while slowly walking towards the man in blue. Her body looked lithe and graceful. A layer of ice appeared around her body, and a sharp cold invaded the entire atmosphere. Everything started to instantly freeze around Meng Qing. The hurricane blade attack froze completely in mid-air. The body of the man in blue clothes was progressively freezing inside the hurricane. He was frozen into a huge block of ice. Every single thing within the atmosphere was frozen solid when suddenly, the block of ice started emitting small cracking noises. "Krrrrrrrrr. PSSHHH." Suddenly, the man in blue clothes who was trapped inside the huge block of ice transformed into a hurricane, then smashed through the ice and flew into the distance at full speed. He was looking back at Meng Qing with a hideously evil expression in his eyes. His face was covered completely with frost. Meng Qing's attack had been much too powerful. He would have died if he had stayed inside that block of ice for much longer. The man in blue clothes would have never thought that such a beautiful young girl could also be so terrifyingly powerful. How frightening! But Meng Qing ignored him and immediately moved her hand again. This time, she carried out an attack on the Bai clan members. The atmosphere around them started to grow colder and colder. Only Lin Feng didn't feel cold at all while stood amongst the group of Bai clan members. "Deadly sword!" Lin Feng took another step, and a black fog emerged from his sword. Lin Feng once again started killing the members of the Bai clan. At that moment, red blood and white frost started to mix together in the atmosphere. The middle-aged man in blue clothes was enraged when he saw Lin Feng killing the members of the Bai clan so mercilessly, but because of Meng Qing's strength, he didn't dare to move closer to them. She was a really terrifying existence. Lin Feng's sword didn't stop glowing in the middle of that bloodbath as he continued to cut down Bai clan members one after the other. Very quickly, all the members of the Bai clan were lying dead on the ground. Only one person was remaining within the group. He was wearing a golden mask and he was shaking from head to toe. This person was obviously Bai Zi. Under his golden mask, his eyes didn't express anything like hatred or cruelty anymore. The only thing that was remaining inside his eyes was pure fear. All of the strong cultivators that joined him from the Bai clan were now lying dead at his feet in a pool of their own blood. And the man in blue clothes could do nothing but watch them get slaughtered one by one before his eyes. Lin Feng raised his long sword. Blood was dripping endlessly from the tip of his sword as he slowly walked towards Bai Zi. At that moment, Bai Zi fell down onto his knees. His legs were shaking too much from fear. He hated Lin Feng from the bottom of his heart. He knew that he was about to die. "Last time I didn't kill you, haven't I already shown you enough mercy?" said Lin Feng indifferently. Lin Feng's bloody sword was moving closer and closer to Bai Zi, who was shaking his head, as if he was trying to wake himself from this nightmare. He was hastily crawling backwards while looking at Lin Feng. "Last time you said that you would make me a slave. You have not stopped attempting to take my life and continued to provoke me to no end. Now that you are in front of me, why don't you try to kill me like always?" continued Lin Feng. "There are some paths on which you shouldn't walk. You have chosen the path to the afterlife, so I will help you achieve your aim." His sword glowed once again, and Bai Zi's blood sprayed into the air. Bai Zi fell heavily onto the ground. He was no longer in the world of the living. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the middle-aged man in blue clothes who was still in the distance. He then said coldly, "If you do not have the courage to come over here, then get lost. There is no need to stay here and lose face. You will regret everything that you have done today," said the man in blue clothes with an evil glare. "No need to keep saying idle threats. You came here today to kill me, so I killed all of the people that came to take my life. Next time, you will come back with even more people to try to kill me, and then what? Even more people will be laying dead on the floor beneath my feet," said Lin Feng with an indifferent tone. He then continued, "If you wanted to keep your face, then you should have left earlier. You only made things worse by staying here. You have humiliated yourself. Everybody saw that you are incredibly foolish. Remember each of my words as I say them to you now. I will kill every single member of the Bai clan that stands before me without mercy. The Bai clan has no future. I will annihilate the entire Bai clan." Lin Feng's words stupefied the crowd. He was completely ruthless. He was planning to kill every Bai clan member until the total annihilation of the clan. Nobody had doubts when it came to what Lin Feng had just said. He had just proved it to everyone with his actions. There was a mass of bodies lying beneath his feet in a pool of blood which belonged to members of the Bai clan. Offending Lin Feng resulted in death. What a pity for those who offended him. "I will remember your words," said the middle-aged man in blue clothes while looking evil. He slowly turned around and started walking away. He suddenly transformed into a hurricane, turned around and threw himself towards Lin Feng at full speed. He was extremely quick. Lin Feng was surprised. He could already feel the man's qi on his body. Lin Feng tried to dodge, but he could not avoid being wounded. Blood was flowing down Lin Feng's face. "I will definitely kill you at some point," said the man in blue clothes, and then turned around and started leaving. The crowd didn't realize what was happening. "You want to die?" shouted a cold and furious voice. It seemed like time had stopped. It was Meng Qing. An extremely cold qi emerged from her body, and she immediately disappeared from everybody's view. At that moment, the man in blue clothes who was leaving suddenly stopped. He looked terrified. An extremely cold qi had suddenly appeared next to him. He then moved again at full speed in an attempt to escape. The only thing left in his mind was to run away. Heart of ice! White ice shot from Meng Qing's body and moved straight towards the man in blue clothes. He suddenly had the feeling his internal organs were starting to freeze. Cough, blood started to flow from his mouth, but it was frozen solid. His internal organs had taken a large amount of damage. He couldn't defeat her, so all he could do was escape. He just wanted to escape with his life. This girl was much too powerful. Meng Qing jumped back through the air and landed next to Lin Feng. She looked like nothing had just happened. The entire crowd was gasping in astonishment. They couldn't believe what they had just seen with their own eyes. They couldn't believe that such a beautiful and innocent-looking girl could be so strong and had injured the evil-looking man in blue clothes. The middle-aged man in blue clothes was ridiculous. He had come to capture Lin Feng, and he had ended up being scared to death by Meng Qing, yet still attempted to show off until the end. "Are you all right?" asked Meng Qing to Lin Feng with an indifferent tone. Lin Feng smiled wryly. He wished she could sound more tender and affectionate, but it seemed like that was impossible for her. Even if she showed him that she was worried about him, her tone was always indifferent. "I'm all right. Just a small scratch," said Lin Feng while shaking his head and smiling at Meng Qing. The middle-aged man in blue clothes had almost killed Lin Feng. Fortunately, Lin Feng had reacted quickly enough to avoid the strike being fatal. "I'm quite strong now, but I'm still much weaker than a cultivator of the Xianxia layer. There is a colossal gap between us," thought Lin Feng. He wished he could rapidly become stronger as he knew how weak he currently compared to others. Meng Qing looked at Lin Feng's wound but said nothing. She just went behind him once again. "Let's go back," said Lin Feng, and then looked at the vice principal and said, "Vice principal, we're off." "All right," said the vice principal while smiling warmly. Deep in his heart, he was also amazed by Meng Qing's strength. That divine-looking girl was strong, extremely strong. Besides, the vice principal had the impression that Meng Qing hadn't used all of her strength and was still hiding her true power. Lin Feng glanced at the crowd and said coldly, "Remember everything that happened here today. If you provoke me, don't blame me for being impolite." When he finished talking, Lin Feng started walking back to the palace. The crowd was stupefied. They suddenly thought of Hai Mo. They thought that Hai Mo had been unable to touch Lin Feng because Wen Aozu had protected him when he came to the military student's palace. The crowd was stupefied because they thought that Lin Feng had only acted the way he did because Wen Aozu was there. Hai Mo also underestimated Lin Feng's actual strength. At that moment, though, the crowd would never doubt about Lin Feng's true strength again. He had just mercilessly cut down multiple people of the Ling Qi layer, only requiring a single strike. Lin Feng also had another friend, Meng Qing, who was at the Xianxia layer. Even Hai Mo would need to be careful when provoking her. When the crowd thought of Lin Feng's challenge to Hai Mo, they couldn't help but be excited. They were really looking forward to watching the battle. Lin Feng had just shown some of his strength. The crowd couldn't wait to see more. Even though Meng Qing was definitely the one who had gained the most notoriety, nobody was going to forget Lin Feng's name either. He was definitely incredibly powerful. Hai Mo's strength, Lin Feng's potential, Hai Mo's background, Meng Qing's incredible strength. How would the confrontation between them end? Lin Feng obviously wasn't considering what the crowd was thinking. At that moment, Lin Feng wanted to go to the cultivation tower when a sound made him stop. Zither. It was a beautiful melody. Lin Feng could hear someone playing the zither, and it was very pleasant to his ears. "Is it him?" thought Lin Feng, who remembered the teacher on the day when he sat the exam to become a military apprentice. The friendly teacher had played the zither for their exam. Lin Feng liked him a lot. The teacher had allowed him to sit the exam twice and admitted that he was wrong to fail him. The melody that was being played at that moment reminded Lin Feng of the melody the teacher had played. That's why he was the first person he had thought of. "What's wrong?" asked Meng Qing when she saw that Lin Feng had suddenly stopped walking. "Listen to the melody of the zither," whispered Lin Feng. Meng Qing frowned and made a strange face before asking, "Listen to what?" "The zither," replied Lin Feng. "Zither?" asked Meng Qing. She then shook her head and said, "I can't hear it." "Huh!" Lin Feng was dumbstruck. He was unable to be the victim of a hallucination, so he could not be wrong. It had to be a zither playing. Besides, Meng Qing was much stronger than Lin Feng. How could she not hear it? There was only one explanation. That melody was directed at Lin Feng, and he was the only one to hear it. "Meng Qing, you can go back. I'm going out for a short while," said Lin Feng, who had just realized he might be the only one who can hear the melody. However, Meng Qing immediately shook her head and said without the slightest hesitation, "I'm coming with you." Lin Feng was stupefied when he heard her. He then slightly nodded and said, "All right, let's go together." While walking, Lin Feng listened to the uninterrupted melody. After a short while, the melody started becoming clearer and clearer. At that moment, they arrived in a magnificent courtyard. There was an ancient pavilion such as the ones they built in ancient China. The grass was green, and there were small ponds and streams inside. Suddenly, magnificent scenery had appeared in front of them. There was a forest of peach trees in blossom. The flowers and leaves were fluttering in the wind, and a sweet fragrance invaded Lin Feng and Meng Qing's nose. "What a wonderful place! I would have never thought that there was such a place within the academy," said Lin Feng while gasping in amazement. The palaces were imposing and magnificent, but were totally different from this scenery. The other buildings made you want to become strong and practice to become stronger, but this place just made you want to sit down, smell the peach flowers in blossom, and relax. "How beautiful," said Meng Qing, gasping in amazement as well. She had a peculiar expression on her face. While walking amongst the peach trees, an ancient pavilion appeared in front of Meng Qing and Lin Feng. There were some tables and chairs made of stone inside. There was someone sitting inside, and he was playing the zither, both hands floating over the strings of the instrument as fluently as a flowing river. Even though Lin Feng and Meng Qing had arrived in front of him, he remained concentrated and kept playing, as if the 10,000 things of creation had nothing to do with him. That was precisely the teacher who had been in charge of the exam for the military applicants. Meng Qing suddenly shook her head, which surprised Lin Feng. Lin Feng immediately understood what Meng Qing meant. Even though they had arrived in front of him, she still couldn't hear the music at all. Lin Feng was probably right about the fact that he was the only one who could hear it. What a terrific ability, thought Lin Feng. He had been able to hear the music from very far away, and besides, he was the only one who could hear it. Cultivation, practice, mental state, chi layers, where water flows, a canal is formed, said the teacher in a deep and mystical way to Lin Feng and Meng Qing. Lin Feng was surprised. Compassion and kind-heartedness for those in need, as well as cold-bloodedness to kill those who are evil, those are the two highest achievements of a cultivator. It enables a cultivator to practice faster and more efficiently. Besides, those who show mercy and are kind-hearted will not necessarily kill someone. Everything depends on your state of mind, that's all. The deadly chi within your body is already thick, but your state of mind is the wrong one. Even if you already rapidly improve your strength like this, because you tend to forget your original intentions, it prevents you from understanding your true potential. These few words, as well as the unceasing melody of the zither, all penetrated into Lin Feng's eardrums. Lin Feng felt extremely relaxed and serene. If Lin Feng's state of mind wasn't the correct mindset, then he would never be able to mature. Lin Feng understood what the teacher meant, and enlightenment flashed through his eyes. "You need to meditate more," said the teacher, which made Lin Feng's heart jump as if he just understood something. "Meditation," whispered Lin Feng. What the teacher meant is that Lin Feng seemed mature because he had high natural abilities, but it was also possible for him to fully unlock these natural abilities. Kind-hearted people have high natural abilities. "That's right, what I do doesn't always correspond with my true state of mind," thought Lin Feng. After everything that had happened to him, the pressure from society and all these stupid people who constantly provoked him, it was hard for Lin Feng to find the time to meditate so he could contemplate spiritual problems. Lin Feng didn't know how to react in certain situations. For example, when Duan Tianlang destroyed the Yun Hai sect, he had captured Han Man and Po Jun, then sold them to the Bai clan, who then made them into slaves. How could Lin Feng not kill all the members of the Bai clan? He hated them from the bottom of his heart, and hated how they had done that to millions of others. He knew that it was wrong, but he couldn't help it. He had to kill them, because those people would repeat their actions on others if they continued to live. Nobody could escape from the 7 human emotions. The strongest cultivators always acted on their ideals with firm convictions. "Teacher, may I ask you to teach me how to play the zither?" asked Lin Feng very politely. "Meditate," said the teacher indifferently, and then continued. "Your thoughts and behavior are not in perfect harmony. You need to meditate more often. You need to forget about the chaos that reigns in our world. You need to wash off the dust you have accumulated in your heart over the years. Don't let the chaos of the world to take control of your pure heart and prevent you from becoming stronger." "Meditate, cleanse my heart," repeated Lin Feng in a low voice. As before, the music of the zither penetrated deeply into Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng sat down in the middle of the peach trees and started meditating. He slowly closed his eyes. The teacher, as before, wasn't raising his head and continued playing the zither. When Meng Qing saw that Lin Feng was meditating, she moved behind him and continued to enjoy the view. She looked at the peach trees in blossom with pure admiration. She had never seen peach trees in blossom in her life because there weren't any within the Black Wind Mountain. The music was extremely peaceful and auspicious. It enabled people to forget everything and let the music invade deep into their hearts. In Lin Feng's mind, different images appeared. The moment when he first arrived in the continent of the 9 clouds until the moment when he was disowned by the Lin clan and when he had to leave Yangzhou City. When he had returned to the Yunhai sect, Duan Tianlang annihilated the Yunhai sect. Then, he recalled the moment when he had left for Duan Ren City. All of these images were still very clear in his mind. But in Lin Feng's mind, there was no hate and no pain. It was as if he was another person who was observing all these things from the outside. He was calmly looking at all these moments in his mind. His heart was filled by the beautiful melody of the zither and was very peaceful. The music was probably suited for meditation. Even his spirit didn't represent as a hindrance to him benefiting from the positive effects of the music because it wasn't harmful to him. It was helping him to wash away all of the negativity and hatred that had gathered in his heart. Lin Feng was feeling so relaxed that he progressively fell asleep. The leaves of the peach trees were still fluttering in the wind. After some time, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he immediately saw the teacher who was still calmly playing the zither. Meng Qing was still looking as pure and innocent as ever. She was still standing there motionless. She almost looked like a statue which had been there since the beginning of time. Lin Feng slowly got up. At that moment, he looked surprised and had a strange expression on his face. 5th. Ling Qi layer. Lin Feng checked his cultivation level. That's right, he had suddenly broken through to the 5th Ling Qi layer. Meditation, the result is amazing, thought Lin Feng. He had a big smile on his face. Breaking through to the different Ling Qi layers wasn't easy. But Lin Feng had broken through to the 4th Ling Qi layer a short time before and was on the precipice of breaking through to the 5th, but was unable to. Surprisingly, he had broken through to the next Ling Qi layer during meditation. Thank you, teacher. Lin Feng had been able to break through to the 5th Ling Qi layer thanks to the help from the teacher, so he was feeling very grateful. The teacher finally stopped playing. He raised his head and looked at Lin Feng with a soft and tender expression. No need to thank me. You broke through to the 5th Ling Qi layer relying on your own power. The pure qi in your body was already enough. You had already reached the peak of the 4th Ling Qi layer, which is why you managed to break through to the 5th Ling Qi layer so quickly. I just helped you clean the negativity which was holding you back, said the teacher while smiling. His tone really showed how much he appreciated Lin Feng. He treated Lin Feng like his own son. Even though the teacher's strength and power was probably immense, he had never been arrogant like the other teachers Lin Feng had encountered in the past. If you hadn't played the music, then I wouldn't have come here. If you hadn't played the music to help me, then I wouldn't have broken through to the next Ling Qi layer. Teacher, thank you so much, said Lin Feng honestly and wholeheartedly while smiling. The teacher slightly nodded, then smiled and said, All right, I am happy that I could help. Lin Feng had a warm smile on his face and said, Teacher, last time you said that you would teach me how to play the zither. Can you teach me now? The teacher looked at Lin Feng and said, Are you not afraid of wasting your cultivation time? Shouldn't you be improving your cultivation level right now? Improving my state of mind is part of cultivation training, said Lin Feng while smiling. The teacher was pleasantly surprised and was nodding his head with a smile. Since you want to learn how to play the zither, I will teach you, replied the teacher. Whenever you have time, feel free to come here and I will teach you. Today, I just want you to listen. You must listen to others first before you can learn how to play for yourself. All right, said Lin Feng. Listening to the zither helped him improve his cultivation, and it was pleasant to listen to. There was no reason to refuse. The teacher once again started playing the zither. Lin Feng and Meng Qing sat down next to each other under a peach tree and listened to him play. In Lin Feng's room, a few people had gathered. Lin Feng, Liu Fei, Han Man, and Po Jun. Lin Feng looked at Han Man and Po Jun and said, Are you guys sure? Yes, Lin Feng, big brother, I am sure, said Han Man while nodding his head. He was wearing a golden mask to cover the slave mark on his face. These slave marks that were carved into their faces would most likely be there forever. But if they managed to reach a higher cultivation level, then they would possibly be able to remove them. This is why Han Man and Po Jun were eager to become stronger as quickly as possible. Who could live with the shame of having such a mark on their face forever? Lin Feng, big brother, I'm sure too, said Po Jun. They were both older than Lin Feng, but they still called him big brother as a sign of respect. Lin Feng wasn't going to contradict them either. They were both 2 years older than him. It wasn't that large of a gap. It would be very different if they were much older than him. All right, I will not try to prevent you from doing it, said Lin Feng while looking solemn and nodding. He then looked at Liu Fei and said, Fei, sorry for bothering you. Could you write the letter and give it to them, please? Liu Fei nodded, took out a pen, and immediately started writing. Han-man, Po Jun, what weapons do you use? Asked Lin Feng. I don't need weapons. The earth is my weapon, said Han-man while shaking his head. Po Jun didn't reply for a few seconds and then said, I use a spear. All right, said Lin Feng while nodding. Lin Feng stretched his hand, a light flashed, and suddenly a pitch-black spear appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Huh! Po Jun and Han-man were stunned. Had the spear really just appeared from out of nowhere? No need to be surprised. I have a precious stone which enables me to carry a great deal of items with me at all times, said Lin Feng. Po Jun was extremely moved. Not only had Lin Feng saved his life, but he was also so kind and generous towards him. Po Jun, that spear is for you, said Lin Feng while handing over the spear to Po Jun. As he grabbed the spear, suddenly the chi from the spear rushed into his flesh and blood. It was as if that pitch-black spear was alive. This is a spiritual weapon. Be kind to that spear and take care of it during battle, said Lin Feng. Han-man and Po Jun wanted to go and protect Duan Ren City. Spiritual weapon? Po Jun's eyes shrank. He had already heard of spiritual weapons before. Spiritual weapons contained an extremely sharp energy and a pure chi. They were extremely precious. Cultivators of the Ling Qi layer would rarely get the chance to use spiritual weapons, but surprisingly, Lin Feng was giving one to Po Jun. Po Jun felt like his hand was incredibly heavy. At that moment, Liu Fei came back to them and gave a letter to Han-man. When you arrive in Duan Ren City, give that letter to my father and he will understand. All right, said Han-man while nodding. He then said, Lin Feng, big brother, we're off. Be careful, said Lin Feng while nodding. Han-man turned around and started walking. He was determined, but their training wasn't going to be easy. Po Jun bowed in front of Lin Feng and followed Han-man. Lin Feng couldn't accompany them outside. It would have drawn too much attention. He just looked at their backs as they left and hoped they would take good care of themselves. Liu Fei was standing behind Lin Feng. She looked at the two silhouettes and said softly, Don't worry, they are strong. If there is a problem at the border, they'll know how to handle it. Lin Feng didn't comment at all. The border was a dangerous place. How could she guarantee that it wasn't dangerous? But Po Jun had said that with the slave marks on their faces, they would have to constantly wear masks while inside the imperial city, so the best solution was to go and protect the border. Po Jun's decision was that of a hot-blooded cultivator and required a great deal of courage. These were the traits required when studying as a military student within the academy. You have almost completely recovered from your injuries, but you still need to rest more, said Liu Fei when she saw that Lin Feng wasn't replying. Lin Feng laughed and said, So you really do care about me? Liu Fei's expression changed and she said, Who else would, you perverted bastard? While talking, Liu Fei immediately walked towards the door. Lin Feng smiled wryly. It seemed like Liu Fei would always consider him to be a pervert. Lin Feng shook his head and started to leave. Behind him, he could hear that someone was following him. It was Meng Qing. She was silently following behind him. Lin Feng stopped, turned around, smiled wryly and said, Meng Qing, you don't need to come with me this time. Meng Qing shook her head and didn't reply. She just moved closer to him. Lin Feng's wry smile grew several times larger, but he didn't say anything. After all, Meng Qing was just worried that something could happen to Lin Feng. Besides, it wasn't a bad thing if Meng Qing was with him when he was outside. He had a lot of enemies. Don't worry, nothing will happen this time. I will be careful, said Lin Feng again, but Meng Qing remained indifferent no matter what he said. Meng Qing, people won't recognize me this time, but if you are with me, they will instantly recognize us, said Lin Feng while taking out a silver mask and covering his face. Meng Qing finally reacted and immediately said, All right, you go alone, but be careful. I will, said Lin Feng while slightly revealing his face for a few seconds to smile to her. He then turned around and left. Lin Feng arrived in front of a place which looked like a small city inside the imperial city. He paid the tax and entered. Without the slightest hesitation, he went to the prisoner arena. Just like last time, the prisoner arena was filled with a large number of people. Lin Feng looked at that sea of people from the top of the arena. Lin Feng started walking down the stairs. He was slowly able to see the arena more and more clearly. Inside the cage, there were more slaves and ferocious beasts. That was a scary place filled with the smell of death. At that moment, someone moved in front of Lin Feng and obstructed his way. Lin Feng's looked at the person in front of him from under his mask. Lin Feng gave him a purity stone of medium quality, and the other person immediately let him pass without any problems. He was approaching the lower rows of seats. Lin Feng sat down on one of the first rows and calmly looked at the arena. At that moment, a snake beast was fighting against a cultivator. The head of the snake was flat and wide. It looked really ugly. Black smog was coming from its mouth. That snake was very vigorous. It was still small compared to its matured state. It was a second-level Ling ferocious beast. It still needed time to reach maturity. Ferocious beasts and practitioners were quite similar when it came to cultivation. Fighting enabled both to become stronger with increased life and death experiences. Just like humans, all ferocious beasts were not equal. Some humans had high natural talent and abilities while others didn't. Ferocious beasts were the same in that aspect. There were some of them which could become terrifying when attaining maturity, while some others had a very limited strength. That species of beast was already incredibly strong when reaching the Ling level. It was even said that when reaching the peak of the Ling level, they could sometimes defeat some other ferocious beasts of the early Xuan level. They were usually extremely strong, but the snake which was battling at that moment was only a second-level Ling beast. It was far from reaching maturity. What surprised Lin Feng is that he surprisingly recognized the cultivator who was fighting against the snake. He knew him incredibly well. It was Lin Hong, Lin Ba Dao's son, Lin Qian's brother. He used to study at the Ice and Snow Mountain Village before, but had come to join the Holy Courtyard. At that moment, Lin Hong had already broken through to the second Ling Qi layer. Lin Feng didn't have the impression that Lin Hong was particularly strong. The Lin clan used to hate Lin Feng and called him a piece of trash. They thought that he was exceptionally weak. But at that moment, he had already broken through to the fifth Ling Qi layer. There was probably no junior member of the Lin clan who could defeat him. Amongst the elders of the clan, there also wasn't many who could defeat Lin Feng. The fact that Lin Hong had already reached the second Ling Qi layer was actually quite normal and was nothing exceptional for someone of his talents. Lin Feng glanced at the crowd. Then a group of people drew his attention. They were also sitting on the viewing platform. They were watching Lin Hong and muttering between themselves. Look at that snake, even though it is very strong, Lin Hong can easily defeat it. Lin Hong's ice attacks could easily freeze the entire snake. He will obviously win this battle. He, of course. It's great that Miss Qian allowed Lin Hong to fight against that snake. Lin Feng could hear everything that these people were saying. He smiled coldly. It seemed like Lin Qian has also gained strength from when they last met. She was sitting with Chu Zhanpeng, who had also become a student at the Holy Courtyard of Zhu Yue. With his strength, it would be easy for him to take care of Lin Qian. Being close to him, Lin Qian's status in society could only climb higher and higher. Ice and fire universal spirit, I wonder what your cultivation level is these days, thought Lin Feng. He then stopped looking at Lin Qian. She meant nothing to him anyway. He turned around and continued to watch the battle. At that moment, Lin Hong's qi was oppressing the body of the snake, and he was close to winning the battle. At the same time, Lin Qian, who wasn't sitting that far away from Lin Feng, frowned when she looked at him. She looked at Lin Feng's silver mask. The person who was wearing that silver mask was sitting in the viewing platform and calmly watching the battle. A light flashed through Lin Qian's eyes. Huh, thought Lin Qian while intensely staring at that silver mask. Back in Yangzhou City, she had already seen that mask, and at this moment, she saw the same mask again. Could it be a coincidence? Thought Lin Qian. She could never forget the piece of trash who had been expelled of the Lin clan wore the same mask. It couldn't be him, though, because the Yunhai sect had been completely destroyed. The survivors had mostly become slaves. It was impossible for Lin Feng to calmly sit there in the prisoner arena and comfortably watch battles. Besides, he was sitting in the front rows. Lin Qian hadn't learned about the fact that Lin Feng had survived. She just knew that an entire army of Kaizai armored cavalry had gone there and destroyed everything. Wouldn't it be ridiculous if someone had managed to escape? That sort of rumor would never spread anyway. It would be too ridiculous to believe. At that moment, Lin Hong finally defeated the snake. He took his 8 purity stones of medium quality and walked towards the exit of the cage. The one in charge of that side of the cage brought the dead body of the snake out and replaced it with a new ferocious beast. When the crowd saw the new ferocious beast, they were all stupefied. That ferocious beast was entirely red and was covered with flames. An extremely sharp qi emanated from its body. That ferocious beast looked incredibly hideous. When it opened its mouth, a wide forest of teeth sharp as razors appeared. That beast looked so majestic that it almost looked like the king of beasts. What astonished the crowd is that it had two fiery red wings on its back. What a terrifying, ferocious beast, thought Lin Feng when he saw it. It looked majestic, and an extremely strong qi was released from its body. Looking at it was almost enough to scare people away. Even when the one in charge of the cage had brought the beast inside, he had been very careful, as if he was scared that the ferocious beast could attack him at any moment. It's a demonic fire lion. What the? Many people recognized the demonic fire lion. It was an extremely terrifying species of ferocious beast. There were some rumors about them which were widely known. If it reached the Xuan level, it was said to acquire special powers and become almost invincible. The man who brought the beast into the cage started talking loudly. This is a demonic fire lion. It is a 5th-level Ling beast. The person who defeats it will win 20 purity stones of medium quality. If you are able to tame this beast without killing it, then you can even take it away with you. When the one in charge of the cage finished talking, the crowd burst with excitement. The one who could tame it could take it away with him. That was incredibly tempting for all the cultivators in the arena. Owning such a beast would provide a cultivator with terrifying battle ability. But the problem was with taming the beast. Being unsuccessful would likely result in death. Most of the people in the crowd would never want to fight against such a powerful, ferocious beast. Besides, even cultivators at the 5th Ling Qi layer probably wouldn't be advised to fight against it. It would be extremely hard for them to stay alive, let alone tame the beast. Then, the one in charge of the cage started talking again. Of course, to enter the cage you should be at least at the 5th Ling Qi layer to fight against it. If you have broken through to inferior Ling Qi layers, you can also fight against it, but it would not be recommended. If you can't tame it, then just kill it. We will also give you 100 purity stones of medium quality. Many people were tempted to give it a try. The group of people with whom Lin Qian had come with were all students of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue. At that moment, everybody was staring at Lin Qian. "Mu Fan, don't you want to capture that demonic fire lion?" said one student to another called Mu Fan. He was captivated by the lion in the cage. He had broken through to the 5th Ling Qi layer, the same level as that ferocious beast. "Mu Fan, bro, if you want to give it a try, I can talk to the guy running things, then even if you lose it won't be a big deal, just don't get injured," said another student. Mu Fan was growing more and more tempted. If any of them had to go into the cage, then Mu Fan was probably the best choice. If he won and managed to tame the beast while fighting it, he could take the beast away as his own, but he probably would have to give up on the 20 purity stones of medium quality. They probably would not give the purity stones and also let you leave with the beast. It would be too great of a prize. Even if he lost, it wasn't a problem either as long as he didn't get injured. Who could refuse such a tempting offer? Suddenly, Mu Fan looked relaxed and said, "All right, I will give it a try." Mu Fan looked delighted. From what he had understood, the other student was actually proposing to give the lion to him as a present. That was exactly what it was in Mu Fan's head. "Mu Fan, brother, you're very brave," said the other student. Mu Fan then jumped through the air and landed in front of the cage. His eyes were filled with greed when looking at the beast. "What a nice agility technique, Mu Fan, bro. Show them how powerful we students at the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue are," shouted another of Mu Fan's fellow students so that everybody could hear. "Oh, so they're students of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue? No wonder they are so strong. The students of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue are so amazing. They will probably become the most important people within the country over time." Various comments spread throughout the crowd. The students of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue had a proud and arrogant expression on their face when they overheard all of the comments. Since the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue had been created, some other cultivation academies and institutes had already started suffering from its power. The students of the holy courtyard were always trying to make their institute gain in prestige and reputation. They wanted it to become the first cultivation institute in the country. In the future, the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue would probably become much more influential than the Celestial Academy, and would also become much stronger than all the sects of the country. The students from the holy courtyard felt extremely proud. Lin Qian's beautiful face expressed a lofty arrogance. It was very clear to her that in the future, she would go back home wearing luxurious clothes and show to everyone how prestigious she had become after she left Yangzhou City. Mu Fan was walking towards the door of the cage and was about to get in when suddenly, a silhouette appeared in front of him. The students of the holy courtyard suddenly all had angry looks on their faces, especially the young boy who had been trying to convince Mu Fan to go and fight against the lion. He looked particularly angry. That person only needed to take one more step to enter the cage. When Mu Fan saw the scene, he could help but shout, "Stop!" The silhouette in front of him stopped. He was wearing a silver mask which gave everyone the sensation of coldness. That person was, of course, Lin Feng. "What's wrong?" said Lin Feng aggressively. His voice sounded strange when he was wearing the silver mask. "Oh, I see. Your Highness, haven't you seen that I was the first one to come?" said Mu Fan sarcastically. He was convinced that there had been nobody in front of him when he had moved towards the cage. Lin Feng had come from behind him and passed by to the cage. "Did you say to the person running things that you wanted to enter into the cage?" asked Lin Feng coldly. Mu Fan had an ugly expression on his face. He had not actually announced to anyone other than his fellow students that he wanted to battle against the lion. When Lin Feng saw that Mu Fan wasn't replying at all, he continued, "Since you didn't announce that you would be the person to fight against the lion, the rule is, the first one to go inside the cage is the one who gets to battle." A light flashed through Mu Fan's eyes, and he said, "My fellow students of the holy courtyard of Zuyue really want me to fight against that lion. Give me that battle, otherwise I'll lose face in front of them." When saying that, Mu Fan made sure to clearly and loudly state the words, "Holy Courtyard of Zuyue." He had said these words loudly and slowly to make sure that Lin Feng would hear him and understand his meaning. Lin Feng smiled. "The Holy Courtyard of Zuyue? I'm sorry, I've never heard of the Holy Courtyard of Zuyue, and besides, I don't know you, so I have no reason to care about your face," said Lin Feng. At that moment, many people were stupefied. How strange! He had never heard of the Holy Courtyard of Zuyue. All the students of the Holy Courtyard of Zuyue stood up and furiously looked at Lin Feng. That guy was crazy. "Don't do something that you will regret," said Mu Fan while evilly staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng laughed and said, "Oh really, I really don't know what you mean." Then Lin Feng turned around and was about to enter the cage. Wait, said someone while quickly interrupting Lin Feng's movement. Lin Feng stopped, turned around, and saw it was another student of the holy courtyard of Zuyue. It was precisely the one who had convinced Mu Fan to go fight against the lion. "What do you want now?" said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. All those people were students of the holy courtyard of Zuyue. They were Mu Fan's fellow students. Lin Qian was also sitting amongst them. "Let my brother Mu Fan fight this lion," said the young man coldly and indifferently yet sounding strict. He was wearing a set of magnificent and expensive clothes. It was clear to see that he was a noble from a powerful family at a single glance. "Since when do you decide who can fight or cannot in the cage of the prisoner arena?" asked Lin Feng coldly. "I didn't decide about that. You can ask the one in charge of the arena who arrived first," said the young man indifferently. He sounded quite confident. Everybody turned around and looked at the man who had brought the lion into the cage. The man pointed at Mu Fan and said indifferently, "He was the first one to arrive at the cage. He will fight this beast." When he heard these words, a huge smile appeared on the face of the young man who had just helped Mu Fan. When Lin Feng saw the arrogant expression on Mu Fan's face, as well as on the faces of the other students of the holy courtyard of Zuyue, he said, "You're the one who decides here, good. I will not return to this place to be scammed into paying for this. I also advise to everybody else never return to this place again, stupidly spending purity stones to watch pathetic losers fighting rigged fights." When the young man heard Lin Feng, he frowned and said, "What do you mean? Was I not clear enough for you? I will explain again then," said Lin Feng while smiling underneath his mask. "I have heard a few times about the scandals which take place here. Surprisingly, there were some people who were seen losing fights in the cage but were saved. Can you believe it? I didn't believe the rumors, but now I see that this kind of scandal must actually be a common occurrence. The prisoner arena is unable to properly apply their own rules. This place is a joke." When the crowd heard Lin Feng, they all started whispering amongst themselves. Many people had also heard about the scandals which occurred here, and some had even witnessed these things with their own eyes. At that moment, the faces of the young man and the man in charge of the cage drastically changed. They looked extremely cold. When the man in charge of the cage saw that Lin Feng had returned to the viewing platform and didn't try to come into the cage, he turned to Mu Fan and said, "All right, since the problem is solved and you were the first to arrive at the cage, you may enter." Show everyone how majestic and heroic the students of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue are. Show to everyone how easy it is for people like you to tame the demonic fire lion. Everyone was surprised. The man didn't care at all about what Lin Feng had just said. Lin Feng had been the first to arrive at the cage. So why was the man now saying that Meng Qing had been the first one to arrive? Lin Feng was disgusted. Besides, the man was also publicly advertising how great the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue was. Lin Feng thought that such obvious methods were pathetic. But of course, Lin Feng's words had made everyone furious. He had humiliated them all, and not everyone could just ignore him. "I don't want to hear anything else from your filthy mouth," said the young man on the viewing platform coldly. Lin Feng looked at him through his mask, laughed, and said, "That's the way noble cultivators do it, by cheating. If you want to give him the demonic fire lion as a present, you just decide to change the rules of the prisoner arena and use your influence to rig the fights. Isn't it nice to be able to use such a grand arena to give presents to your friends? Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you. Directly giving him the demonic fire lion as a present will not help the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue gain prestige, so the whole purpose of this fake show has failed," said Lin Feng coldly and indifferently. His words were getting sharper. Most people in the crowd agreed with Lin Feng. Even though Lin Feng was being very aggressive, nobody could refute what he was saying. He had been able to force the man to give Meng Qing the right to enter the cage before Lin Feng only because the young man on the viewing platform had a high status. That was unfair. This was definitely premeditated. The young, noble cultivator was furious. At that moment, Meng Qing looked at Lin Feng and said, "Since you're angry about it, then why don't we fight and the winner can go inside?" "For what reason would I battle against you?" said Lin Feng while glancing at Meng Qing. He then indifferently said, "You never said that you wanted to battle against the lion in the first place, and I arrived before you, but you still wanted to go in first by using unfair arrangements," said Lin Feng. Meng Qing would definitely win the battle against the demonic fire lion, but that wouldn't be a real victory because it wouldn't help the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue gain a better reputation. It would actually be the opposite. It would be a humiliation for the holy courtyard. Meng Qing didn't want that. Meng Qing smiled and said, "I understand now. You just have a big mouth and like to talk big, but in practice, you aren't able to do much." "Exactly. Apart from a big mouth, you don't have much else to show. You don't even dare show your true colors." "Hee, how could that liar compete with Meng Qing anyway? Meng Qing is considered as a genius at the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue. Defeating the demonic fire lion is a piece of cake for him." Each and every single student of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue was bragging about how great their institute was, as if they were all extremely strong, as if they were all the best cultivators in the world just because they cultivated in that institute. Lin Feng then said, "The holy courtyard of Zhu Yue seems to be filled with the mightiest cultivators in the entire world. It seems like I was pretty ignorant." Yes, he acted recklessly. He surprisingly dared to provoke Meng Qing. More and more people firmly believed that Lin Feng was scared to fight against Meng Qing. But at that moment, Lin Feng smiled and said, "But I am really curious to see how strong a genius of the mighty holy courtyard of Zhu Yue really is." All the students of the holy courtyard were pleasantly surprised. Lin Feng surprisingly accepted the fight, which meant that he was going to die and they would regain their face. Everybody looked at Lin Feng, who slowly turned around and said, "You and me go inside the cage. If you win, then you get to live, but if you lose, then I will kill you." How does that sound? When Lin Feng finished talking, the entire atmosphere in the prisoner arena became completely silent. Everybody, especially the students of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue, was astonished. "If you win, then you get to live, but if you lose, then I will kill you." Lin Feng knew how to talk big. Many people had their mouth wide open and simply stared blankly at Lin Feng. How cruel, how heartless. Not only had he accepted the battle, but he was proposing a battle to death. He was probably sure that he was going to win, otherwise he wouldn't stupidly gamble with his life at stake. Meng Qing was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. How could that guy be so arrogant as to propose a battle to the death? When Lin Feng saw that nobody was talking, he smiled and said indifferently, "Don't worry, I only know how to talk big and overestimate myself. After all, he's a genius of the mighty holy courtyard of Zhu Yue." He proposed the battle to save himself from losing face. "I've just been showing off so far, but the students of the majestic and great holy courtyard of Zhu Yue should be able to easily defeat me. After all, he has the power to defeat a demonic fire lion extremely easily. There is no reason for him to refuse. Lin Feng sounded extremely aggressive and was clearly making fun of him. The students of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue were gnashing their teeth and fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Immediately after, they looked at Mu Fan. The prestige of the entire holy courtyard was in his hands at that moment. When he felt that everybody was staring at him, Mu Fan felt oppressed. He felt like his heart was weighed down by a 1,000-ton weight. After everything that happened, he had no way out of this situation. Defeating Lin Feng was the only possibility, as he had to show everyone that he was strong and protect the reputation of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue. If he didn't fight, he would never be able to look people in the eye again. People would also start to have a mediocre opinion about the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue as well. Mu Fan had no choice. Besides, he could see Lin Feng's eyes through the mask. His eyes always looked calm throughout their whole exchange. Seeing such emotionless eyes staring at him was terrifying. Lin Feng had challenged him to a battle to the death. Could it be that he was sure of his power to win? Mu Fan wasn't weak. He was quite strong and confident in his own power. But at that moment, Lin Feng's confidence had shaken his belief in his own power. He felt like the pressure was too high. A light flashed through Mu Fan's eyes and he said, while gnashing his teeth, "I accept your challenge to a battle to the death. Now let's get into the cage," said Mu Fan coldly while walking inside. Wait, said Lin Feng at that moment. Mu Fan stopped, turned his head and said, "What's wrong? You and the man in charge of the cage already have an arrangement, as I already stated. I don't want to fight with both of you in the cage at the same time." "What do you mean? Do you think that I am going to interfere and hurt you?" asked the man in charge of the cage to Lin Feng. "The same thing happened a few days ago here. I heard the story on my way here. If it has happened once, then it can happen again. I heard it is also a very normal thing here." The man in charge of the cage was speechless. He looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Well, what do you want?" "I want someone else to referee our battle to the death. Of course, it cannot be a student of the holy courtyard, and it also cannot be someone who works here in the prisoner arena." "PFFF? Where are we supposed to find someone like that to referee the battle? You are being ridiculous. Are you fighting or not?" said Mu Fan impatiently. But at that moment, someone in the crowd spoke. "I will referee your battle to the death." At that moment, everybody looked at that person. He surprisingly wasn't sitting in the first rows of the viewing platform. He was actually a young man who sat at the back of the viewing platform. He looked incredibly friendly and courteous. He had a warm smile on his face, which gave the impression that he was incredibly friendly and easy to get along with. But he also gave other people the impression that they were inferior in comparison with him. The noble young man shrank back when he saw that young man. He was gasping with astonishment. It was him. He surprisingly was there. The smiling young man moved down towards the arena and slightly nodded at Lin Feng. He then said, "I'll referee the life and death battle, but I don't know if anyone has any objections to me being the referee." Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. The young man had a very kind and friendly look to his face. He had a warm smile on his face, and he gave off a gentle impression. He was perfect to referee. Nobody would believe he held ill intentions when seeing the young man. Even though Lin Feng didn't know him, he thought he seemed like a perfect referee. Lin Feng's gut feeling made him think that there must be something wrong. It was too perfect to possibly be true. "I agree with that," said the young, noble, and wealthy cultivator. He looked surprised. Mu Fan was astonished when he heard his friend. Mu Fan didn't know the young man who had just appeared. However, the young man who had proposed to be the referee had to have a high status. Otherwise, his friend would have never accepted. Besides, he couldn't contradict the young, noble cultivator even if he wanted to. "What about you?" asked the young man towards Lin Feng. He smiled and added, "Don't worry, I will make sure that the rules are applied and that you both can have a fair battle. I will also make sure that nobody comes provoke you after the battle." What nice words. Lin Feng looked pensive. He was trying to guess who that young man could be, but he had no idea. Lin Feng was sure that the young man had a very high status and wasn't an ordinary person. "All right, since it's that way, you can referee our battle," said Lin Feng while nodding. Even though Lin Feng had the impression that it was too perfect to be true and that there was something happening behind the scenes, he still agreed. If he had a high status, then he wouldn't propose to referee and then violate the rules. He would lose face, and that would be unnecessary. "Thank you," said the young man while smiling and nodding his head in a very polite way. Lin Feng turned around, looked at Mu Fan, and said, "Shall we?" Mu Fan stared at Lin Feng's eyes but couldn't see anything inside except coldness and calmness. There wasn't the slightest bit of anxiousness. The man in charge of the cage left. Mu Fan and Lin Feng were facing each other in the cage. Lin Feng still looked calm and fearless. Mu Fan raised his head and asked ironically, "I am Mu Fan, student of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue. Would you like to tell me your name?" "Duo Ming," said Lin Feng without thinking. At that moment, Lin Qian and Lin Hong were astonished. Duo Ming? Why did that name sound so familiar? His name was surprisingly Duo Ming. Back in Yangzhou City, Lin Feng had also worn that mask when he introduced himself as Duo Ming. "Lin Feng," whispered Lin Hong. It was such a coincidence that Lin Hong couldn't believe they were different people. "It can't be Lin Feng," said Lin Qian while shaking her head. If it were Lin Feng, how could he remain that calm while next to us? He even calmly glanced at us a few times. Besides, Lin Feng was not weak, but in Yangzhou City, he had only recently broken through to the first Ling Qi layer. It is impossible that he broke through to the fifth Ling Qi layer within half a year. There was a 4-layer difference between the first and the fifth Ling Qi layer, and it was a huge difference. The great majority of people required much more time to achieve something like that. If somebody was able to break through to 2 Ling Qi layers in less than a year, they were definitely a great genius. But even the greatest cultivation genius in the world could never break through 4 Ling Qi layers in 6 months. Lin Hong nodded when he heard Lin Qian. Lin Feng would have never been willing to fight against the 5th-level demonic fire lion. Therefore, it was impossible for that person to be Lin Feng. What was happening at that moment was just a coincidence, nothing more. Inside the cage, Mu Fan laughed and said, "Duo Ming, we'll see if your arrogance is founded." When he finished talking, Mu Fan released a cold force which crashed into Lin Feng's body and oppressed him. He had the feeling his body was being weighed down by a mountain of weight. Force? Lin Feng was surprised. He hadn't thought that his opponent would be able to control forces. No wonder that the noble young man was willing to give him the demonic fire lion as a gift. Mu Fan was a talented genius and would probably be able to tame the demonic fire lion with only a little work. When Mu Fan saw that Lin Feng was surprised, he felt proud of the power he had obtained. It seemed like Duo Ming had overestimated himself after all. If he was already feeling oppressed by such a small amount of force, it would be easy to win against him. "You just have a very big mouth. You're oppressed by just a little bit of force. Your strength doesn't even enable you to resist my power. Don't worry, I can release much more force than this. You could never compete with me. I now know that I was wrong to think you could be my opponent. You were just rushing to your own death," said Mu Fan. When he finished gloating, he took a step forward and released even more force which immediately surrounded Lin Feng's body, causing him to feel extremely heavy. "Force, so what?" said Lin Feng while smiling. His body made a slight movement, and suddenly the force around his body weakened a great deal. Lin Feng took a step forward, transformed into a shadow, and then he moved directly into the opposing force. With each movement Lin Feng made, whirlwinds were created around him, and the atmosphere was emitting noises which sounded like tearing paper. It seemed like Lin Feng wasn't affected by the force and was tearing through it. "Huh," Mu Fan frowned and groaned. He took another step forward and released an incredible amount of his force, which emanated extremely high-pitched whistling sound. His force was getting sharper and sharper as it moved towards Lin Feng. But at that moment, Lin Feng raised his hand and ignored the force released by Mu Fan. Something, which looked like a poisonous qi, emerged from Lin Feng's hand and surprised everyone. Lin Feng controlled force on a much higher level than Mu Fan. The force he released was different from that of Mu Fan. Because Lin Feng had a great deal of understanding when it came to forces, he knew how to make force almost invisible or change it to a thicker and heavier force. That is why Mu Fan's force didn't affect Lin Feng in the slightest. When the crowd saw the small amount of force that Lin Feng was using, which wasn't sharp at all, they were all surprised and had the impression that he was in an incredibly dangerous situation. "I can control forces and my attacks are extremely powerful. Besides, I have already broken through to the 5th Ling Qi layer. I am not scared of you at all," said Mu Fan while laughing. He stamped his foot onto the ground, which made a cloud of dust rise into the air. An even larger quantity of force emerged from his body and was moving towards Lin Feng's shadow at full speed. Suddenly, a bright white light illuminated the area between them. Everybody's eyes were wide open watching this scene. "That guy is very strong. He can move quickly, he can control forces, and I can even feel some pure qi." said some people in the crowd while gasping in astonishment. It seemed like Meng Qing was incredibly dangerous. He definitely deserved to be a member of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue. He was extremely strong. The situation was getting dangerous for Lin Feng. That guy, Duo Ming, will regret that he acted so aggressively against brother Meng Qing. He will not be able to withstand a single attack that our brother Meng Qing will launch. Meng Qing will definitely be able to kill Duo Ming with little effort, said the students of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue. They all agreed on that and were all convinced that Lin Feng was just going to die. Lin Feng's calm expression never left his face. It seemed like everything that was happening had no effect on him, as if the battle wasn't affecting his mood at all. Lin Feng and Meng Qing were moving closer and closer to each other. The forces were getting more and more intense within the atmosphere. Dust was sent flying all around. The two silhouettes were becoming hidden within the cloud of dust. There was still energy in Lin Feng's palm, which emitted a dazzling light. PSSS. Suddenly, a small noise spread through the air, and a small dark light flashed through the air which made Meng Qing's body freeze in terror. Energy attack! How terrifying. In his mind, Meng Qing could only see the hideous silver mask, transforming into an omen of death. Energy attacks were an extremely powerful tool for cultivators. Not only did it enable a cultivator to absorb all the energy around them, it also enabled them to control it and use it as their own. The energy attack was incredibly faint and did not look dangerous at all, but in fact, it was terrifyingly powerful. Meng Qing's force was absorbed by Lin Feng's energy attack. All the energy in the atmosphere was combining and adding to Lin Feng's power. How could he compete with him? At that moment, Meng Qing understood that Lin Feng could use an energy attack, which is why he hadn't been affected by his attacks. A cultivator of the 5th Ling Qi layer who could carry out energy attacks was beyond strong. How frightening. Meng Qing had only thought about retreating and escaping once he saw the energy attack. A cloud of dust appeared around Meng Qing, and he started retreating backwards at full speed. Too late, said Lin Feng in a terrifyingly cold tone. Lin Feng moved like a shadow, and his hand was rushing towards Meng Qing's body. Boom! A gigantic cloud of dust appeared all around the cage. Lin Feng's energy attack had struck Meng Qing's body in the blink of an eye, tearing apart Meng Qing's body and leading to his immediate death. The crowd was wondering what was happening inside of the cage. They couldn't see anything through the cloud of dust that was surrounding the cage. The students of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue were nervously looking at the cloud of dust and trying to see what was happening inside. That guy, Duo Ming, dared be that aggressive and arrogant. He must already be dead by now. It's a shame that we cannot see his end through the dust, said one of the students of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue, which confirmed everyone's thoughts about the battle. Nobody was worried about Meng Qing losing against some nobody with no background. That's right. How could a person, whom nobody knew, compete with a genius of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue who could control forces and had broken through to the 5th Ling Qi layer? However, they did not know that the person was Lin Feng, and he could easily overshadow Meng Qing. They would never put the likes of commoners in their eyes. Brother Meng Qing, congratulations on your victory, said the young noble student of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue. He was convinced that Meng Qing had won the battle. If he lost, all of the students of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue would lose face. How was it possible for Meng Qing to lose to a nobody? Don't get excited too early, said a cold and indifferent voice coming from the cage. Everybody was astonished, and they could feel their hearts pounding in their chests. Someone who has no determination to risk their life on the path of cultivation, someone who relies on status and puts themselves high above other cultivators, can never be strong, said the voice coming from the cloud of dust, which was slowly fading until only Lin Feng could be seen standing in the cage. Lin Feng slowly turned around. Meng Qing's body was lying on the ground in a terrible state. There was no doubt when looking at this scene that Meng Qing was dead and almost split in two. Boom! It was as if a bomb had detonated in people's brains. Their hearts were racing at full speed. The result of the battle was completely different from what they had expected. Lin Feng had won the battle. They had never heard of this person before, and he was wearing a silver mask to hide his face. Yet he had required only his bare hands to mercilessly kill a genius of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue with a single strike. Lin Feng's eyes were still calm and his emotions were still steady. He had known the result of the battle since the beginning. Meng Qing lost? Each and every single student of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue had their eyes wide open in shock. They couldn't believe the results of the battle, especially that Lin Feng had required only a single bare-handed strike to kill Mu Fan. He, a genius of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue only amount to this much, I see, said Lin Feng indifferently. Everybody from the holy courtyard felt anger in their hearts. They had been humiliated time and time again by his words. Lin Feng had just humiliated the students of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue to the extreme, and thus indirectly humiliated the entire holy courtyard. If the geniuses of the holy courtyard of Zhu were not even strong, how could it even have a chance to become recognized as the strongest institute? The students of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue had such evil expressions in their eyes that it wouldn't be surprising if they ignited and flames burst forth. You were lucky to win, that's all, so you shouldn't be arrogant like that, said the noble and wealthy young man, which stupefied Lin Feng. How was it possible to be so unbelievably shameless? All right, shall we test my luck again? You can be the next to come down and fight me, said Lin Feng while raising his head to look at the young man. The young man was shocked. When Lin Feng saw that the young man wasn't replying, he continued, I guess as a student of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue, you are too weak to fight against me. Go and flap your filthy mouth somewhere else. The young noble student furiously glared at Lin Feng. Each and every single one of you keeps bragging about how strong and powerful you are. But when you are in a real battle, you cannot withstand a single attack. You often advertise how great the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue is, but you are relying on such weaklings who fight rigged battles. You are all remarkably shameless, said Lin Feng, ignoring the young man's expression, and then continued. But I understand that you guys need to gain some prestige. You need to make other people believe that the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue is influential and powerful, but it is clear from what happened that the holy courtyard only knows how to put on a show. Lin Qian was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. This guy's words were sharp. His words had killed all hope of the publicity strategies having any success for the holy courtyard. Everybody was wondering why this young man hated the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue so much that he would directly interfere with their publicity efforts. The friendly young man was staring at Lin Feng and paying attention to every single movement and detail of his body. He's only broken through to the 5th Ling Qi layer, and he can already carry out energy attacks. That's not an easy accomplishment, thought the friendly young man who had been the referee. He still had a warm smile on his face, and he said, Winner! At that moment, a silhouette was quietly leaving the cage. Lin Feng wasn't talking anymore. He turned around, looked at the cage, and started to leave. Lin Feng said to the man in charge of the cage, Can I come in now? The noble young man still did not reply to Lin Feng. It seemed like everybody actually gave a great deal of face to the warm and friendly young man. He then said, Since he won the fight, what are you all looking at him for? Everybody was surprised, especially the students of the holy courtyard, who then nodded in a docile way. All right then, 20 purity stones for killing it, or you can tame it, said the man in charge of the cage to Lin Feng. It seemed like everybody was particularly scared of the friendly young man, especially those students of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue, who could talk that calmly and make the students of the holy courtyard obey so easily. Lin Feng was looking at that demonic fire lion and smiled. That beast was really a terrifying monster. It was extremely strong, quick, and agile. These 2 wings could lacerate the atmosphere. How could the noble young man refuse to offer it to Mu Fan? Besides, if Mu Fan had accepted, he would have had a debt towards the noble young man. Lin Feng happily handed over 20 purity stones, and the man in charge of the cage immediately let go of the demonic fire lion. He looked at Lin Feng with an envious expression. Roar! Roared the demonic fire lion. Its body started shaking and it moved towards Lin Feng. It opened its gigantic mouth and unleashed flames from its mouth. The entire atmosphere was fire red and filled with a scorching heat. Lin Feng was surprised. He jumped up into the air, brandished his long sword, and moved it towards the beast. Crack, rah, ooh, 2 clear and distinct sounds spread throughout the atmosphere. The first one was the sound of bones being crushed. The second one sounded like an extremely painful howl. Both sounds were emitted by the demonic fire lion. A gigantic sword mark was slashed across the back of the demonic fire lion. A blurry blood stain appeared on his fur. Its gigantic body was crawling across the ground in pain. A weak white qi emanated from its mouth, but it was still mixed with some scorching flames. The crowd was stupefied when they saw the result of the attack. Even though Lin Feng was incredibly strong, how could the extremely strong 5th-level Ling demonic fire lion not withstand a single attack from him? Lin Feng was quite surprised as well, but immediately a big smile appeared on his face. This battle was definitely interesting. So this was the plan all along. The lion couldn't withstand a single blow from an opponent. "Thank you for your gift. I really appreciate it," said Lin Feng while raising his head and looking at the noble student on the viewing platform. Lin Feng was sneering at him with eyes filled with delight. The demonic fire lion had surprisingly been unable to withstand a single attack, and there was only one explanation as to the reason for this. They had weakened the demonic fire lion before the battle even started. They had prepared this weakened beast as a gift for Meng Qing, then Meng Qing would have easily been able to defeat it. A student of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue defeating such a strong and powerful ferocious beast with a single strike. How much prestige would the Institute gain from such a feat? Everyone's thoughts were chaotic. They were confused because nothing had happened according to plan. Lin Feng had defeated the demonic fire lion. Lin Feng had tamed the beast while Meng Qing had lost his life with a single strike. Lin Feng understood why the one in charge of the cage had looked at him with envy a moment before. He knew that this purposely weakened beast was ultimately going to belong to Lin Feng. When he heard that Lin Feng was thanking him, the noble student looked annoyed. His expression was incredibly ugly. Anyone would be able to guess that he had made the beast weaker so that he could rig the victory in Meng Qing's favor. The entire crowd looked at the group of students of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue as if they were despicable. The holy courtyard of Zhu Yue was really shameless, and its methods were really cowardly. They were not as strong and influential as they always acted. They always tried to make it seem so, but in fact, this was not the case. They were all just frauds. The young noble student coldly smiled at Lin Feng and said, "Why thank me? Even though you brought the demonic fire lion under your control, it doesn't mean that it will always follow and obey you. It's not that easy to tame such a ferocious beast. It would be best for you to be very careful, just in case the beast feels like devouring you someday." When Lin Feng heard what the noble student said, he looked amused and said, "Don't worry, what you're saying is not my concern even if the demonic fire lion is many times stronger than me." When he finished talking, Lin Feng went to the man in charge of the cage and said, "So this demonic fire lion now belongs to me, right?" "Yes, it does." The man said, not sounding reluctant to hand it over, but Lin Feng didn't wait to hear the reply. He had already grabbed the chains on the beast and started to pull the demonic fire lion out of the cage. Lin Feng walked out of the cage and took a deep breath to savor and enjoy this moment. Lin Feng then glanced at the incredible amount of people who were watching him. Under his mask, he had a huge smile on his face. He then said, "Being able to win a 5th-level Ling ferocious wild beast is indeed a great thing. Once it grows to maturity, it will reach the Xuan level. I have really made quite a sum." The crowd was surprised. Made quite a sum. He actually meant that the demonic fire lion had earned him money. What did Lin Feng mean? Nobody had time to ask before Lin Feng continued. "If you like this demonic fire lion, it's still not impossible for you to obtain it. Shall we go see how much this will sell for? Let's head to the auction." Everybody was astonished when they heard what Lin Feng said. How very cruel of him. Auction? He wanted to sell such a valuable, ferocious beast after winning it. At that moment, the crowd understood what Lin Feng had said before. He would not get devoured by the demonic fire lion because he initially didn't intend to take it with them. Lin Feng had never wanted the demonic fire lion to begin with. Is that guy crazy? That's a demonic fire lion. Many people thought that Lin Feng was crazy for selling such a beast. They all thought that selling the demonic fire lion was a stupid choice. Of course, it was Lin Feng's choice to make, and he didn't feel like having the ugly demonic fire lion walking by his side. He would do best not to commit the crime of cherishing a jade ring. He wasn't strong enough to keep such a valuable beast. Even if it was a great ferocious beast to possess, he couldn't afford attracting the provocation of so many people. While he would not shy away from provocation, he did not want to invite it. He understood that in this world he would attract the attention of the wrong types of people and possibly get into trouble that could be avoided by having such a valuable pet. What Lin Feng needed at this moment was to become stronger and quickly. He did not want to rely on the strength of a ferocious beast. Lin Feng couldn't afford attracting other people's envy, which would cause him trouble. He already had too many enemies. Owning such a beast would be like provoking people to become his enemy. The opinions of other people wouldn't make Lin Feng change his mind. It was difficult to make him change his mind. He understood that he did not have the strength to own this pet. Lin Feng then left with Beast and left the prisoner arena. He was walking towards the market district. Some people from the prisoner arena left and followed alongside Lin Feng. The entourage looked incredibly majestic. Some people wanted to see how agitated the auctions would become with such a beast. Some others were interested in trying to purchase the demonic fire lion. Many of the people who followed from the prisoner arena were not short on purity stones. They had enough purity stones to spare, and a demonic fire lion was extremely valuable to them. If they had a demonic fire lion, they would be able to raise it until it reached the Xuan level, which would make it invaluable. Besides, having such a ferocious beast walk next to them as they traveled would make them have an impressive and commanding presence. As Lin Feng and the group of people were walking, the crowd was growing larger and larger. The people were attracted by the prestigious impression this crowd gave. It was slowly getting out of hand. They were the subject of a widespread discussion. The news that somebody wanted to sell a demonic fire lion was quickly spreading through the districts. That's why more and more people were approaching to see the spectacle. Lin Feng was satisfied with this. He had feared that there wouldn't be enough people who would be interested in buying it. The more people that were interested, the better it was. That way, the price would be extremely high, which was a very good thing for Lin Feng. Lin Feng arrived in front of a square made especially for auctioning. There was a pavilion with several thousands of seats. The place wasn't as big as that of the territory of the prisoner arena. This place gave a cozy feeling when looking at the scenery. People could watch the auctions while being served tea and decide whether or not they wished to purchase the treasures. When Lin Feng saw this place, he smiled and walked towards it. When Lin Feng was about to arrive at the auction square, a group of people appeared in front of him, which made him stop. "Someone like you cannot have a demonic fire lion," said a boy coldly while staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked and said indifferently, "If I were you guys, I would get the hell out of my way and go far away from here." These people were stupefied when they heard Lin Feng speak. Cold chi was being released from their bodies. All of them were far from being weak. "We will pay 100 purity stones of medium quality and take that demonic fire lion with us," said one of the group. "I gave you a chance, yet you are still morons," said Lin Feng coldly and then continued. "I will count up to 3. If you don't get out of my way, I will have the crowd of people behind me kill you. Who would sell a demonic fire lion for 100 purity stones of medium quality? How stupid can you be?" When they heard Lin Feng, the expression on the group of people's faces changed. There were many people who were behind Lin Feng who suddenly stepped forwards and gave intimidating looks towards the group. They were eager for the group to give them a try. 1. Lin Feng started counting. At that moment, even more people started moving forward from the crowd. 2. Continued Lin Feng. He had a strange smile on his face when he noticed that these people were not reacting. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly revealed murderous intent, which made the group blocking his way completely shocked. "Remember me, this is not over," threatened the leader of the men who was blocking the path, and then their group started moving out of the way. "As expected, you do not accept my goodwill, bunch of morons," said Lin Feng coldly, and then added, "In your next life, learn how to use your brains and remember not to threaten someone who just showed you a great kindness. How could someone dare to try and get my demonic fire lion for 100 purity stones of medium quality? Kill all of these people for threatening me, and I will set aside 100 medium purity stones for you regardless of who wins the auction," said Lin Feng coldly. He was extremely calm as always, but the expression on the faces of the people who blocked the way suddenly changed drastically. Lin Feng was looking at all the corpses on the ground with his normal calm expression. Lin Feng had already given them an opportunity to leave when they had attempted to intimidate him and buy the demonic fire lion. But even after showing them mercy, they dared to threaten him. Since they had decided to make him their enemy, there had been no other choice but to kill them or have they would have caused greater trouble in the future. As far as Lin Feng was concerned, he hadn't needed to move a single finger. A simple sentence had been enough to make many people move forwards to kill them. Many people had listened to Lin Feng thinking that if they managed to win the auction, then Lin Feng would definitely decrease the price for them. 100 purity stones of medium quality wasn't a small amount either. Lin Feng would obviously set aside the 100 purity stones of medium quality for them, no matter who won the auction. There are many strong cultivators within the imperial city, thought Lin Feng while looking at all the people around him. A lot of them had already broken through to the 7th or 8th Ling Qi layer. There were even some people at the 9th Ling Qi layer. They were not dressed too extravagantly, but they could kill other cultivators as if they were stray dogs. Lin Feng continued walking towards the auction pavilion with his demonic fire lion. A pebble street was built leading into the pavilion. People of every status could walk on that pebble road freely. Lin Feng arrived at a passage inside the pavilion. Between 2 flights of stairs, there was a beautiful woman who was there to assist guests. She had a red face and looked very fresh and alluring. She was wearing very bewitching clothes. It made Lin Feng feel very comfortable seeing such a beautiful girl. "May I help you, sir?" asked the beautiful woman in the middle when she saw Lin Feng arrive with the demonic fire lion. She was smiling at him and welcoming him as she would for any customer. She seemed friendly and her voice was pleasant to listen to. "Yes, you can. I would like to sell this demonic fire lion," said Lin Feng while smiling back at her with a friendly attitude. The beautiful girl looked at the demonic fire lion, smiled, and said, "Please follow me." The beautiful woman then made Lin Feng follow her into the passage. The crowd who was sat on the seating platform inside the pavilion suddenly saw a demonic fire lion arrive with Lin Feng. They were stupefied. They fixedly stared at Lin Feng. Could it be that that guy wanted to sell his demonic fire lion? Lin Feng didn't pay attention to the excited people within the crowd, and instead, he paid attention to the atmosphere inside the pavilion and thought that the place seemed very warm and comfortable. It seemed like it was specially made to make people feel comfortable and at ease. At the end of the passage, there was a stage where things would be sold. There was a set of heavy curtains at the side of the stage. "Sir, this way, please," said the beautiful woman when they arrived near the high stage. She then continued and went behind the curtains. But when they arrived behind these heavy curtains, there were other curtains, and going through them led to a place dedicated to the people who had placed things up for auction. "Master Wrong, this good sir would like to sell a demonic fire lion," said the beautiful woman to an old man. The old man was already standing up when Lin Feng entered the backstage of the auction pavilion. He was looking at the demonic fire lion and looked very interested. "The demonic fire lion of the Bai clan ended up in your hands," said the old man while smiling at Lin Feng. That smile was mysterious, but the old man seemed very happy. "Bai clan?" said Lin Feng. "Yes, the prisoner arena is owned by the Bai clan," said the old man while smiling. His smile was very strange, which made Lin Feng feel strange when seeing it. Now it makes sense. The Bai clan are the sole owners of the prisoner. This is why they used to call Bai Zi the young master, and which is also why they sent some people to the Celestial Academy to catch me. But whether it is the young man in yellow clothes who was with Bai Zi or any of the people working at the prisoner arena, I hate them all," thought Lin Feng. He was wondering what the relation was between all of those people and the noble student who had wanted to offer it to Mu Fan. He knew they were all connected, but he did not know how. I heard that many members of the Bai clan went to the Celestial Academy and got killed. Even Bai Zi got killed when he went with those members. It seems like their strength is not infinite after all. Sooner or later they were bound to offend the wrong person, said the old man. A light flashed through his eyes. His eyes seemed to be revealing that he knew something that he was not saying. Lin Feng was almost sure that this small city inside the imperial city had only one owner, and that its many districts were divided between many clans who were in direct economic competition. For example, the owners of this auction square and the owners of the prisoner arena would have been in direct competition. The owners of the prisoner arena were probably making more money than the auctions. "Do you have a particular request as far as the auction is concerned?" asked the old man while looking at Lin Feng, and then continued. "For example, what is the minimum price you are willing to receive? Or will you accept only certain specific items for an exchange?" "Purity stones are good," replied Lin Feng. "All right, at the time of the auction, it is possible that some people will want to use other goods to bid. We will accept those items and then convert them into purity stones equivalent with their economic value. Then, we will take a small transaction fee from the total." "All right. Can you please put 100 purity stones of medium quality aside after the auction and provide it to those people within the crowd?" "I promised those people in the crowd that I would provide it to them for their help," said Lin Feng. "There is no problem," said the old man while nodding. He then handed a golden sheet on which the full contract was written to Lin Feng. He then said to Lin Feng, "When the auction is finished, come back here and provide that sheet to receive your purity stones." "All right," said Lin Feng while nodding, and then left. The beautiful girl smiled to Lin Feng and said, "Sir, our auction market has many good products. You can have a rest and see what we have to offer. If you are interested, you can also bid on the items." "Of course," said Lin Feng while smiling. He didn't need that girl to tell him that. He would obviously bid if he was interested in something. "Sir, this way, please," said the beautiful girl while showing Lin Feng to an available seat. There were already many people sitting and watching the auctions. Besides, Lin Feng noticed that many of the people there were wearing masks. They were all hiding their identities like he was. Nobody wanted to be recognized and let other people know their social status. "Why did you bring me here?" asked Lin Feng perplexedly, as this was obviously a place for the wealthy guests. "Sir, this is where our distinguished guests are seated, and all noble cultivators are also seated in this area. Only those who bring us valuable items to sell or who have a high status in society are allowed to sit within this area. This offers the best view of the auctions for all of our esteemed clients," explained the beautiful woman to Lin Feng. Her voice was so sweet and gentle. She was so pleasant to listen to that many people would patiently listen to her explanations. "Noble cultivators?" thought Lin Feng while laughing. No wonder so many people were wearing masks. They didn't feel like being recognized by other people when buying from the auction. That would be too inconvenient. Those who didn't wear masks were just ordinary people. When Lin Feng walked towards them, everybody glanced at him and immediately ignored him. "Sir, please sit here," said the beautiful girl while pointing at a seat which was available. Lin Feng nodded and sat there. The seat that the beautiful girl had chosen for him was quite good. He could see everything with a single glance from here. He could clearly see all the items that were being sold. That woman was criminally beautiful. Her beauty and charm would definitely appeal to many men. Lin Feng moved towards the stone seat that the beautiful woman had shown to him and sat down. At that moment, Lin Feng had the sensation that the people behind him were staring at him and directing killing intent in his direction. He couldn't help but slowly turn around. A young man wearing magnificent clothes was sitting behind him. That young man said coldly, "Get lost, can't you see that you're preventing me from seeing the stage?" Lin Feng was stupefied. The beautiful girl then politely said to the young man in magnificent clothes, "Sir, you can sit on those seats over there as you please. If you don't like your current one, then I will gladly help you find a better seat." "Who do you think you are to speak to me like that?" said the young man while slowly turning his head towards the beautiful woman. He looked incredibly cruel. He then looked at the beautiful woman with an evil smile on his face and said, "You're just a servant, nothing more. Come sit next to me, I will take you home and discipline you." When the girl heard the young man's evil words, her facial expression slightly changed, but immediately after, she smiled again and said, "Young master, please don't joke like that. Who would waste their time joking with you? Get over here, damn it. You're just a servant, that's all. There is no need to act like a noble woman," said the young man, sounding impatient and aggressive. Lin Feng frowned when he heard these words. In the imperial city, there were many strong cultivators who kept to themselves. But it seemed like there were even more of these arrogant and idiotic noble cultivators, who thought that everyone else was beneath them. The beautiful woman turned ghastly pale. She bit down on her lips. Her social status was indeed extremely low. In the continent of the 9 clouds, being a servant was really one of the lowest positions one could have. Her job was just to welcome every guest with a big friendly smile. Her status was closer to a slave than a noble. Therefore, if that young man wanted to humiliate her, she really had no choice but to accept it without the possibility of defending herself. She remembered that one of her friends had been abused by someone from one of the noble families. He had bought her, then forced himself upon her. He had been so violent and brutal to her that shortly afterwards she died. What a tragic death. However, the auction market didn't intervene in such situations. Servants were just like slaves and not worth angering someone from a powerful family. They had been trained to entertain guests. That was their job. When the noble young man saw the woman's expression, his evil smile started to grow. He then continued, "I remember last time Meng Qing found a servant he liked. He enjoyed her until she literally died. If you don't come over here and do as I tell you, I will send you to the military barracks and we'll see how many men you can satisfy before you die." The woman was scared to death. Surprisingly, there was someone who wanted to take advantage of her. At that moment, a murderous light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. What a shameless animal. That guy was pleased with the fact that he had the power to cause such a vulgar scene. The fact that the people of this world allowed animals like him to continue breathing was tragic. He was the filth and impurity within the world that needed to be cleansed. You're not shutting the hell up because you obviously don't know how disgusting it is for other people to hear you speak, right? Said Lin Feng, still wearing his silver mask, while turning around and coldly glancing at the noble young man. Lin Feng's words surprised the man who coldly said, "Do you know with whom you are talking?" "Of course, I know," said Lin Feng while nodding, which made the noble young man look interested. The noble young man smiled coldly and said, "Since you know who I am, don't you care about the consequences of talking to me that way? Or is it that you lost yourself because of the woman?" "Do I even need to think about the consequences when talking to a stray dog?" said Lin Feng with a mocking tone. "Hey heh." When the other noble cultivators heard Lin Feng, they couldn't help but giggle and laugh. Lin Feng was utterly humiliating this young noble. When the noble young man heard the other people laugh, he was stupefied. His expression became even colder and he shouted, "Cripple his cultivation and throw him the hell out of here. Now bring the girl over here." "All right." Someone who was sitting next to him stood up and walked towards Lin Feng. That cold-looking man was wearing a simple gray robe. His posture was very straight. A whistling sound was emerging from his body as he moved. Lin Feng was stupefied when he saw the man launching himself towards Lin Feng, as he clearly had murderous intentions. The qi that he was releasing from his body looked like the deadly qi which military troops released. He then remembered that when the noble young man spoke, he had mentioned the military barracks. Could it be that he had a military background? Wait, said a loud voice at that moment, which made the man in the gray robe stop and turn to the person speaking. At that moment, a silhouette approached and said to the young man, "Young Master Meng, everybody who is here is a distinguished guest participating to our auction. Therefore, within the territory of our marketplace, I must ensure that everybody is safe. Please abide our rules. Sorry for the inconvenience. Of course, if you are interested in that woman, I can give her to you, and then you'll be able to use her as you wish." The person who had come was extremely polite, which made the young man suddenly look relaxed again. It wouldn't be a good idea to cause the managers of the auction to lose face. After all, their status was also extremely high. "Consider yourself lucky," the noble young man coldly said to Lin Feng. He couldn't attack Lin Feng in the marketplace, but as soon as he left, he would make sure to teach him a good lesson. "That servant girl can come to me herself. I will make her taste my hard rod in front of everybody here," said the young man, which made the girl turn even paler. She had given up all hope. She hadn't thought that a simple and innocent sentence would put her in such a difficult situation. Besides, she hadn't made any mistakes. The young man could have sat somewhere else if he didn't like his initial seat, and she had offered to help him. But in this world, being right or wrong wasn't important. Strength was important. Evil cultivators could do as they wished as long as they had the strength or status to do so. "All right," said the manager. He then looked at the beautiful woman and said, "Haven't you heard what young Master Meng said? Why have you not gone to his side already?" The beautiful woman was scared to death. She could only stand there shaking. She didn't know what would happen to her if she went over to the young man. How could this world be so wrong? Huh! The young girl had tears in her eyes and was starting to sniffle. She had to accept that this was the way of this cruel world. She then started walking towards the young man. When the noble young man saw that, an evil smile appeared on his face. But after one step, the woman was surprised that she had been stopped. She only saw that her little and delicate hand had been grabbed by a strong, manly hand, preventing her from moving any further. "Sit here next to me," said Lin Feng coldly, which stupefied the beautiful woman. She looked moved yet hesitant to listen to him. "I am telling you to sit down here. You have no need to go anywhere else," said Lin Feng while holding her hand even more tightly and forcing her to sit down. The crowd was astonished. "I hope you will not make things any more difficult for us," said the manager of the auction. It seemed like Lin Feng didn't realize that the manager was doing him a favor. Lin Feng was treated as a distinguished guest. The manager hadn't considered how Lin Feng felt. The manager had even come in person to protect him, but Lin Feng couldn't distinguish good from bad, so obviously the manager didn't care about being polite. "Make things more difficult," said Lin Feng while smiling and looking at him. He then asked indifferently, "Am I a distinguished guest here or not?" "Obviously, otherwise you wouldn't be sitting here," said the manager while nodding. "Indeed, I am a distinguished guest, which is why she had to receive me properly, as was her job. But because she did, she is going to get punished, and you want to give her to that filthy mutt. Don't you think that your actions are not respecting me at all?" said Lin Feng coldly. The manager did not care about respecting Lin Feng or him losing face. That beautiful woman had taken care of Lin Feng and had done her job properly, which is why the noble young man had gotten angry. Because of that, she was going to be forced into a fate worse than death. He was done being a bystander to the wrongs of this world. How could Lin Feng not intervene? From the beginning, the manager hadn't taken Lin Feng's thoughts into consideration and had completely ignored him. To avoid making the young man furious, he didn't care about Lin Feng becoming furious. When the manager heard what Lin Feng had said, he was surprised. He had indeed not taken Lin Feng's thoughts into consideration at all. He had only cared about the young man. Besides, he thought that the young man's status was much higher than that of Lin Feng, so Lin Feng should have shown him gratitude for stepping in. The manager suddenly looked less pensive and said to the beautiful woman, "Who allowed you to sit? Didn't you hear what I said? Go to young Master Meng." The young man had been furious because of Lin Feng, but because of what the manager had said, he felt overjoyed. Lin Feng and his status weren't even on the same level. "He's really shameless," said the noble young man in a low voice. He had a warm smile on his face. The manager of the auction market also thought that Lin Feng was being shameless. Lin Feng was stupefied. He looked at the manager and said indifferently, "What did you just say?" "HMPH," snorted the manager. He pointed at the beautiful woman and said coldly, "Let her go to young Master Meng." BOOM. The sound of stone being broken spread in the atmosphere. When the crowd heard the noise of stone being smashed during the auction, they all looked in Lin Feng's direction. The crowd was stupefied. That area was reserved for distinguished guests. How could anyone make trouble in that area? There were also many people who had come with Lin Feng, and they couldn't help but be stupefied when they saw Lin Feng smash the stone seating table into pieces. Lin Feng had caused trouble in the prisoner arena and was now causing trouble again. The beautiful woman was astonished as well. A moment ago, she had hidden her tears behind her hands by covering her face, and when she put her hands down, she saw the table and chair had been reduced to tiny pieces. She didn't know what to think anymore. Surprisingly, there was one person who was protecting her at her workplace, and it wasn't the manager. The manager was also surprised to see that Lin Feng had become so furious that he had reduced the furniture to rubble. Because he had ignored Lin Feng again, Lin Feng had become furious and the manager was actually slightly frightened. He was staring at Lin Feng. He looked cold yet vigilant. But Lin Feng ignored his facial expression and said coldly, "I brought my demonic fire lion to sell it here at your auction market, which makes me a distinguished guest here. Is this how you treat your distinguished guests, though, by ignoring them and humiliating them?" The people in the crowd were very nervous. The demonic fire lion was very attractive, but they were very curious about Lin Feng. Someone who had brought a demonic fire lion had to be a distinguished guest of the highest level, but why was it that he was being ignored by the manager? "I am one of your distinguished guests, just like him, but from the moment I got here he has not stopped offending me. I did not go out of my way to offend him. You obviously have no idea how to treat your clients. You disregard me to make him happy and want to hand over the waitress that was serving me to him. You never once asked for my opinion or cared about offending me. He was the one in the wrong, and yet you grovel to him like a dog. As one of the managers at the auction market, by acting with such disregard for me, do you believe I am unable to sell my demonic fire lion anywhere else?" said Lin Feng. He then stood up and said, "Since you have treated me with complete disregard, I want my demonic fire lion back. I don't care about being a distinguished guest here. I will take the demonic fire lion and all of the customers that followed me to another auction." When the crowd heard these words, they all looked at the beautiful woman on his side, as well as the noble young man who was sat behind him. They instantly understood that the young man was part of the Meng clan. This is why the manager did not dare to offend him. However, by doing that way, he was disrespecting Lin Feng, who had become furious. He was making Lin Feng lose face. Anyone who was in Lin Feng's position would also be furious. To be ignored and humiliated to such an extent was infuriating. The manager's face had a rigid expression. That little bastard. He didn't know that Lin Feng was the esteemed guest who was selling the demonic fire lion. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng would react so aggressively. The manager had no way to justify his behavior towards Lin Feng. At that moment, a silhouette appeared in the area reserved to distinguished guests. It was the old man from the backstage of the auction who had previously spoken with Lin Feng. It was clear that after hearing the noises from backstage, he was angry. "Apologize now, you do not know how to treat esteemed guests," said the old man while sounding extremely angry at the way the manager had behaved. "Apologize? Do you think words are enough?" said Lin Feng in a cold tone. The old man's body diffused a cold energy, and he transformed into a shadow. "Boom!" The old man's shadow slapped the manager who had angered Lin Feng across the face. The power contained within this strike sent his body flying backwards. "What a useless person," said the old man coldly. That young manager was a completely not even worth his time. Even though as a manager he has a high status, how could he ignore anyone sitting in this area? How could he completely disregard one customer and side with the other who was causing the trouble? Treating Lin Feng that way in front of everyone was like a slap in the face. How could Lin Feng not be furious? Was no one capable of using their brains? The manager was crawling on the ground, stood up and wiped the blood from corner of his mouth. He looked furious. He then looked at Lin Feng with murder in his eyes, but he didn't dare say a word. "Are you still not begging for forgiveness?" shouted the old man coldly. The manager was stupefied, but when he saw the old man's murderous expression, he started shaking. He looked at Lin Feng and said, "I'm sorry. You initially thought that you were smart to put him first, but now you know you are nothing but a fool," said Lin Feng when he heard that the manager wasn't sincere in his apology. He then added, "Get him out of here." "Didn't you hear him? Get lost," said the old man. The manager was so furious that his cheeks were burning. He evilly glanced at Lin Feng. Immediately after, he turned around and left. How he looked at the moment was a huge contrast in comparison to a moment ago when he had seemed so majestic. When the old man saw that the manager was leaving, he smiled at Lin Feng with a regretful expression and said, "Are you satisfied with how things were solved?" Lin Feng looked at the old man and pointed at the beautiful woman in front of him and said, "That will take it out on her because of me. If I ask you to give her to me, will you refuse?" "Your intentions are good, of course you can have her," said the old man while looking at the beautiful woman. She was lucky to have met Lin Feng. Besides, giving her to Lin Feng wasn't a problem for the auction market as they had plenty of servants to replace her. Lin Feng slightly nodded, looking satisfied. He then said, "I hope that every distinguished guest will be treated the same from now on and not be more degenerates who will cause trouble." The noble young man's pupils shrank, and he looked at Lin Feng in a very aggressive way. Lin Feng had humiliated him many times, calling him a dog and a degenerate. When the old man heard Lin Feng, he understood what he really meant. He then immediately turned to the young man and said, "Young Master Meng, this is the auction market, and I hope that you do not plan on making us lose face. We will not accept such a disturbance from you again in the future. What you do outside is your business, but when inside the auction market, you best behave." The young man looked at Lin Feng in a particularly evil way and thought that after the auction, he would be able to deal with Lin Feng. He would definitely kill Lin Feng after the auction. This was not finished. The old man took the silence as an understanding to his warning. "Thank you, young Master Meng, for understanding," said the old man indifferently. He then immediately added, "I hope that everybody else will be wise enough to respect our rules. Now I have spoken enough, let the auctions continue." When he finished talking, the old man glanced at Lin Feng one last time and his silhouette flashed as he left. Lin Feng looked at the vanishing silhouette while smiling happily in his heart. The old man had made things extremely clear. If the young man wanted to fight against Lin Feng outside of the auction, then he could. But as long as they were inside, he would be under the old man's protection. Lin Feng had made the young master furious, but as they were still inside the auction, he had no choice but to calm down and let Lin Feng sit in peace. However, the moment that Lin Feng left that old man's protection, the young master would have his revenge. "Thank you, kind sir," said the beautiful woman while looking at Lin Feng. The expression in her eyes looked infinitely grateful. She clearly understood that Lin Feng had felt compassion for her, which is why he had asked the old man to become her new master. She understood that Lin Feng knew that her situation would be miserable in the future. Lin Feng was saving her from an extremely tragic destiny. "I just did what any good person should do, no need to thank me," said Lin Feng. But the beautiful woman shook her head, showing that she disagreed with him. In her eyes, the young man wearing the silver mask was so mysterious. He looked insolent and arrogant, but actually beneath his mask, he was hiding many emotions. Looking very strong, he had attracted everybody's attention by smashing that table which had purposely gained the attention of the old man to their current situation. The beautiful woman was endlessly grateful to Lin Feng. In spite of everything else, Lin Feng had protected her and had humiliated the noble young man because of her. He had also humiliated the manager of the auction because of her. If Lin Feng hadn't taken care of her, she would have become the property of the young man and her death would have been certain. Before, she used to think that she was just a servant in the auction market. She was just a servant who was only slightly above a slave. If she hadn't been beautiful and kind, then she would have probably been forced into slavery. She had never been respected by anyone, her dignity never mattered to anyone. But Lin Feng had protected both her life and her dignity. He had saved her from trouble and even thought about her well-being. She would be loyal and devoted to Lin Feng ever since the moment she became his. Lin Feng hadn't thought about any of this. Lin Feng had only done this because the mask could not hide the compassion which was within his heart. That woman had been humiliated by the young man because of Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't stand watching such a beautiful woman get defiled. He could not stand by and watch someone innocent suffer without doing something. Such actions were not within his heart. The auction continued. The heavy curtains opened and two silhouettes came out. It was the old man and a slave with a huge marking carved into his face. The marking was Ba in huge letters on his face, which was the mark of his enslavement. His arms and legs were restrained with chains. The huge mark coupled with his long and messy hair made him look like a savage. Cultivation slave, thought Lin Feng, stupefied. Surprisingly, there was a cultivation slave at the auction. Surprisingly, one could buy actual people at the auctions. At that moment, the crowd became really excited, especially those who had come from the prisoner arena and would frequently watch the fights on a regular basis. Ba Dao. It's Ba Dao? Finally, Ba Dao had reappeared. Part of the crowd had been waiting to see him again for a long time. The old man glanced at the crowd and saw that they were all very excited, which caused him to have a smile across his face. Ba Dao has broken through to the 6th Ling Qi layer. He has won 81 battles at the prisoner arena, said the old man indifferently, which astonished the crowd. 81 victories, how scary. He had killed 81 people and had never lost a single battle. How terrifying. Lin Feng was stupefied as well. Winning 81 battles was easier said than done, especially against extremely strong cultivators of the 6th Ling Qi layer. 81 cultivators of the 6th Ling Qi layer had fallen by his hand. That wasn't a small amount. That was a terrifyingly large number, and to make things even more terrifying, he never got to choose his own opponent. Making the blood of 81 extremely strong cultivators flow had made him as strong as he was at that moment. I do not need to talk much about the price. Everyone understands that he will most likely break through to the Xianxia layer. When he does, then he will be able to compete with even one of the 8 high officials. Everybody can imagine what it's like to possess a slave who is as strong as one of the 8 high officials, said the old man indifferently while smiling, and then continued. For Ba Dao, the starting price is 200 purity stones of medium quality. Let the auction begin now. When the old man finished talking, the crowd became even more enthusiastic and excited. Everybody was fixedly staring at Ba Dao. That's right, in the future he would be as strong as one of the 8 high officials. If he was free, how powerful a figure he would be. As if he had just realized how enthusiastic and excited the crowd was, Ba Dao slowly raised his head. At that moment, a sharp force burst from his body. The crowd was shocked and got the feeling that it was dangerous to even look at him for too long. Ba Dao was glancing at the crowd. When he looked at Lin Feng had the feeling that Ba Dao's sharp glare could cut through anything. It gave Lin Feng a shiver down his spine. That was definitely blade force. While Ba Dao and Lin Feng were looking at each other, blade force and sword force filled the entire atmosphere. It was very sharp. But very quickly, Ba Dao glanced at other people, which suddenly relieved Lin Feng. His heart was pounding. How strong and powerful. That slave can control blade force. His force is also extremely thick and powerful, thought Lin Feng. No wonder that he had won 81 battles and never lost a single time. He could control blade force much better than even Mu Fan. It seemed like his blade force made him invincible against cultivators of his own layer. If there was a person like him who could use energy attacks, he would be able to oppress extremely strong cultivators who are even a few layers higher. The noble young man behind Lin Feng was extremely excited. A slave of the 6th Ling Qi layer who had killed 81 people. How tempting. If he could buy that slave, who would probably break through to the Xianxia layer in the future, he would look imposing and majestic when ordering him around. 300 purity stones of medium quality, said one person. He immediately raised the starting bid by 100 purity stones. 500 purity stones of medium quality, said another person without hesitation. That price was already extremely low. A slave of the 6th Lingqi layer wasn't necessarily very valuable, but a slave who had killed 81 people and would probably break through to the Xianxia layer in the future was extremely valuable. 1,000 purity stones of medium quality, said another voice sounding detached, which made Lin Feng's heart twitch for a second. These people were really rich. Lin Feng remembered how poor he was in the past and how miserable that was. He was now much better off, but he still did not have the money that these noble cultivators had. The one who had just said that bid would probably spend the money of his family to buy that slave. 5,000 purity stones of medium quality, said another voice just at the moment when Lin Feng was thinking about how high the previous price was. He was stunned. 5,000 purity stones was a terrifying price. That was enough to practice in the cultivation tower for as long as you wished. Besides, that price had come from the noble young man behind Lin Feng. It was young Master Meng who wanted to buy the slave. When the crowd heard that price, they were all astonished. Many people were making a wry smile. At 5,000 purity stones of medium quality, they couldn't afford to pay more. That price was even slightly expensive for the slave. The old man uncommunicatively looked at the crowd, smiled, and then said, "Young Master Meng has raised the bid to 5,000 purity stones of medium quality. This is a slave who, in the future, will break through to the Xianxia layer. Is there anyone else who wants to bid?" said the old man, trying to tempt the others into bidding, but everybody remained silent. After all, 5,000 purity stones of medium quality was a terrifying price. 5,001, said a calm voice. The crowd was stupefied. They looked in the direction of the person who had just bid. The bid had come from directly in front of the young noble man, and it belonged to Lin Feng. The young man's pupils shrank. He coldly stared at Lin Feng's back. 5,100 purity stones of medium quality. 5,101, said Lin Feng as calm as before. The crowd felt like they were watching a marvelous show. It seemed like Lin Feng was increasing the bid by a single purity stone each time on purpose. 5,500, said the young man, sounding colder and colder. 5,501, said Lin Feng, sounding calm and indifferent. The young man looked even more ferocious. But at that moment, the man next to him, who was wearing the gray robes, loudly interrupted him. "Young master, the auctions are just one method." The young man was surprised and then started smiling coldly. Indeed, if he wanted the slave, he didn't necessarily need to get him through the auctions. The crowd was stupefied. He had probably said that only to scare Lin Feng. The young man had decided not to bid again. A short moment later, the old man said, "Congratulations, the slave is yours. Leave him in the back for when I leave. You can auction my demonic fire lion and take the purity stones for the slave from its sale," said Lin Feng indifferently. The old man remained silent for a few seconds and then said, "No problem." The price of the demonic fire lion was always going to be much higher than the price of a slave. After all, when the demonic fire lion reached the Xianxia level at maturity, it would become a god-like existence. When the demonic fire lion came out from the backstage, the crowd became extremely excited and enthusiastic. They were almost going insane with excitement. In the crowd, there was one person with long golden hair who looked very strange with a golden glow in his eyes. The young man with the golden hair whispered indifferently, "Nobody can take that demonic fire lion from me today." The old man on the stage was calmly looking at the excited crowd. He waited until the excitement of the crowd reached its climax. He then raised his hand to make the crowd calm down and immediately said, "I don't need to say much about the value of this demonic fire lion. I am convinced that many of you have already seen it at the prisoner arena and dreamed of having it for yourself. Finally, it is now available at our auction market. Now, everybody has an opportunity to win this fierce beast. As it matures, it will reach the Xianxia level and maybe even break through to the higher Tianqi level." The old man was extremely excited too. He didn't understand how the demonic fire lion of the Bai clan had ended up in Lin Feng's hands. The Bai clan would have never given it to someone who wasn't a member of their clan. They also wouldn't ever dream of taking it to the auction. It would always remain within their clan. The old man had no idea of what had happened at the prisoner arena. Back then, the young man in yellow clothes had wanted to give the demonic fire lion to Meng Qing as a gift, but it hadn't worked. Lin Feng had killed Meng Qing. But what made the young man in yellow clothes feel even more depressed is that he was also at the auction market, and was forced to witness the sale of the demonic fire lion. He hadn't had a chance to steal the beast back from Lin Feng, as what he had expected was that Lin Feng was going to use the demonic fire lion himself and not immediately sell it. He had never thought that before he had a chance to act, he would see the demonic fire lion on sale at the auction. The old man looked at the crowd who were bursting with excitement. He then finally said, "All right, the starting price for the demonic fire lion is 500 purity stones of medium quality. Now let the auction begin." When the old man finished talking, the crowd became extremely agitated. 1,000, 1,200, 1,500. Many people were quickly raising the price, but everybody knew that the real bidding had yet to begin. How could a few thousand purity stones of medium quality be enough for a demonic fire lion? Lin Feng looked calm and indifferent on his seat. He had underestimated the price of the demonic fire lion, but after he had seen the price of the Ba Dao, he had understood that the price of the demonic fire lion was going to be extremely high. The beautiful woman next to Lin Feng was looking at him. The eyes under that silver mask surprisingly looked extremely calm when watching this scene. "Master, how should I refer to you?" asked the beautiful girl to Lin Feng. "Refer to me?" thought Lin Feng, surprised. He then immediately said, "You can call me Master Feng." "Master Feng, my name is Yizu," said the beautiful girl in a sweet voice. Lin Feng slightly nodded, and at that moment, the price of the demonic fire lion had already been raised to 3,000 purity stones. It wouldn't last too long until it reached the same price that was paid for the slave. The young master Meng glanced at Lin Feng with a cold smile across his face. He stood up and walked towards the edge of the area reserved for all the distinguished guests. He put his hand on the railing and said, "Today I, Meng Qing, am determined to obtain this demonic fire lion. Nobody should try to make me unhappy, otherwise it will not end well for that person. If you don't make me unhappy, then there will not be a problem and we can be good friends after the auction." When the crowd heard what Meng Qing said, they were surprised. What a bastard! He was suddenly threatening the entire crowd. This area was filled with noble and powerful cultivators, and yet he dared to threaten them all. They had the choice, become his friend or become his enemy. Many people were staring at Meng Qing, but when they thought that he was from the Meng clan and was a distinguished guest for the auction, most people chose to remain silent. There was only one aristocratic family in the imperial city, and their family name was Meng. "Now I say 3,001 purity stones of medium quality," said Meng Qing with an indifferent smile on his face while glancing at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had dared to outbid him for the slave that he wanted, so he would prevent Lin Feng from obtaining a high price on his demonic fire lion. The old man looked at Meng Qing from the stage. The fact that he was behaving like this had made the old man feel uncomfortable. "The demonic fire lion is now mine," said Meng Qing, sounding proud. Suddenly a strong and imposing voice said, 4,000 purity stones of medium quality." "Who said that?" said Meng Qing with an extremely cold tone. As proud he was a moment ago, he wouldn't have thought that someone would dare to make him lose face. That was intolerable. Meng Qing glanced at the crowd looking for the person who had bid higher than him. "I said that," said a cold and indifferent voice. Immediately after, a silhouette in the crowd slowly stood up. It was a man with golden hair. He looked strange, and it seemed like he was surrounded by a golden light. When the crowd saw him, their pupils shrank. It was him, Xianxia. Meng Qing's eyes shrank. "What do you want?" said Xianxia. His golden eyes were looking directly towards the area where Meng Qing was sitting. Meng Qing was surprised. His facial expression had frozen. He then said, "He, you are a brilliant disciple of the Wan Shu Men sect. Since you want that demonic fire lion, I will not make you lose face, and I will let you have it." Xianxia turned around and ignored Meng Qing, which made him even more furious. He was being humiliated over and over again. "Hey, hey, hey." Some laughing and giggling sounds spread in the atmosphere. While everybody was silent, this laughter sounded particularly sharp in Meng Qing's ears. His face was disgusting to look at. He slowly turned around and looked towards Lin Feng. "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at people who proudly say words that are worth less than a fart," Lin Feng said sharply. Meng Qing was extremely aggressive and had threatened everyone within the crowd, but once Xianxia had come out, he had taken back everything he had said. He was even using the excuse that he just didn't want to make the other person lose face. It was just ridiculous and laughable. The Wan Shu Men sect was one of the strongest sects in the Zuyue country, and they were considered extremely strong even in the imperial city. Even though Meng Qing's status was extraordinary, Even he didn't dare to offend a member of the Wan Shu Men sect. At that moment, Meng Qing was silent. On that day, he had already been humiliated a few times by Lin Feng and had not been able to regain face. He initially wanted to get the demonic fire lion to regain face and wanted to take advantage of his social status to threaten everybody within the crowd. He hadn't thought that he would be humiliated again, but this time by Xianxia. And even after that, he had been humiliated again by Lin Feng, who loudly made fun of him. Meng Qing had made his entire clan lose face, but nobody took his mood into consideration. The old man smiled indifferently. He was still standing on the stage and said, 4,000 purity stones of medium quality. Is there anyone else who wishes to bid on the demonic fire lion? This demonic fire lion, I guarantee it will reach the Xuan level in the future and could even reach the Tian level. It would become the overlord of the Zuyue country. 4,500, said someone after hearing the old man's words, which were very tempting. Even though they probably wouldn't be able to get the lion from Xianxia, they still might get lucky. That was a demonic fire lion who didn't want to try their luck. 5,000, said Xianxia, looking expressionless. If he wanted something, he would definitely get it. Even Meng Qing had had to retreat because he understood Xiangshi's temperament. 6,000, said an old man in a black Chang Pao while gnashing his teeth. 10,000, said Xianxia calmly, which stupefied the entire crowd. When he said that, he looked absolutely unperturbed. No wonder people thought that the Yunhai sect was one of the sects with the least influence in the Zuyue country. It seems like it was really true, thought Lin Feng. The Yunhai sect was really surpassed in wealth. The Yunhai sect lacked natural resources. It didn't have any vein of the earth for its disciples to practice within. A single disciple of the Wan Shu Men sect could spend 10,000 purity stones of medium quality while remaining unperturbed. The Yunhai sect still regarded purity stones of lower quality as extremely valuable. 11,000, said the old man in black Chang Pao, looking angry while exhaling through his gnashing teeth. His strength had already reached a bottleneck and he needed the aid of a ferocious beast. 15,000, said Xianxia. The crowd was astonished. Immediately after, some people smiled wryly. As expected, nobody could compete with that guy. 15,000 is a sum that many wealthy and noble people couldn't afford, coming from a single person and not a clan. It was even more monstrous. Nobody wanted to continue bidding after that. Finally, the final price for the demonic fire lion ended at 15,000 purity stones of medium quality. Lin Feng was smiling. He was very satisfied by the price. He had promised 100 purity stones of medium quality to the crowd of people who had come with him. He had never thought that he would manage to get such a monstrous price. He originally thought that if he could sell it for 4,000 purity stones of medium quality, then it would be a great sum for him. He walked towards the backstage with Yizu. At that moment, a group of people came out with a pile of purity stones. There should be 9,300 purity stones of medium quality here. You can check yourself, said the old man while looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled. 9,000 was much more than what he had anticipated. He took the purity stones and instantly the purity stones disappeared. The old man was stupefied. He looked at Lin Feng with a strange look. I must be too old. My sight is getting blurry, said the old man while staring at Lin Feng's eyes under his silver mask. He had given so many purity stones to Lin Feng that wasn't easy to carry. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng had enough stone. Ordinary people didn't possess enough stones. Lin Feng was so mysterious. Lin Feng smiled under his silver mask. The old man didn't ask much either. He pointed at Ba Dao and said, He's also yours now, take him with you. At that moment, the old man was curious. Ba Dao had already broken through to the 6th Ling Qi layer. Would he obey to Lin Feng, who was only at the 5th Ling Qi layer? Was Lin Feng strong enough? Come with me, said Lin Feng while looking at Ba Dao and sounding indifferent. Immediately after, he left and took the lead. Ba Dao was already unchained. He looked expressionless and was following behind Lin Feng. A short moment after leaving the auction market, Lin Feng turned around and stopped walking. He coldly looked at Ba Dao through his silver mask. Ba Dao looked cold and expressionless. If a cultivation slave was unchained, he could do whatever he wished. He didn't need to obey a master. After all, a cultivation slave was a human being. Lin Feng looked calm and serene under his silver mask. Ba Dao looked calm as well and didn't look agitated in the slightest. Lin Feng wanted to say something and then immediately asked, Do you want to be free? Ba Dao frowned. The letters that were carved onto his face made him look extremely cold. Ba Dao remained silent and uncommunicative. This was his way of staying obedient. Of course he wanted to be free. Who enjoyed being someone's slave? I'm not the one who carved these letters onto your face. I don't force people into becoming slaves, said Lin Feng while looking at Ba Dao, who remained silent. He then slowly added, if you want to leave, you can turn around and leave now. I will not try to convince you to stay, and I will definitely not try to stop you. If you want to stay with me, then you will need to follow me. When Yizu heard what Lin Feng said, she was surprised. She was looking at Lin Feng in a strange way. He was surprisingly willing to let Ba Dao go even though he had spent over 5,000 purity stones of medium quality to buy him. 5,000 purity stones of medium quality was a great quantity and was enough to buy a great deal of strong slaves. Ba Dao seemed like he was going to say something. His bestial eyes were staring at Lin Feng. He looked pensive. I am only going to give you this single chance to make up your mind. If you want to leave, leave now. If you want to stay with me, then you will follow me and never betray me, continued Lin Feng. He would give Ba Dao only one chance, and no matter what his choice was, he would have to live with it. Ba Dao's choice would influence his future destiny. Ba Dao's facial expression became sharper. His cold and aggressive eyes were intensely staring at Lin Feng through the silver mask. Lin Feng's eyes looked as calm as before. Lin Feng could lose 5,000 purity stones of medium quality if Ba Dao left him, but if he decided to stay with Lin Feng, he would have to follow Lin Feng for the rest of his life and would not be allowed to regret his choice. Destiny often depends on choices. If Lin Feng hadn't bought him at the auction, then Ba Dao would still have been a slave, but now, Lin Feng was giving him the opportunity to regain his freedom. However, if he decided to stay, then he must follow Lin Feng and never betray him. Lin Feng couldn't afford spending so many purity stones on someone who would only cause him trouble in the future, as his virtue had limits. Lin Feng and Ba Dao were staring at each other. Their expressions were as sharp as blades, and the atmosphere was incredibly intense. In the atmosphere surrounding them, a cold and deadly qi filled the air. Yizu started shivering just from the atmosphere created by these two staring at each other. How cold! That coldness didn't make a person's body feel cold, though. The cold penetrated deep into the soul. I will follow you and I will never betray you, said Ba Dao after having remained silent for a while. His sharp and cold expression vanished. His voice was soft and he was nodding to Lin Feng. All right, said Lin Feng while smiling. Lin Feng had spent over 5,000 purity stones for this slave. If he had decided not to stay with him, then Lin Feng would be slightly disappointed. Now that Ba Dao had decided to stay with him, it was obviously the best outcome for Lin Feng. Remember what you said and make sure to never go back on your words. You could have had your freedom, but you chose to stay. You chose to stay and follow me. Since it's that way, if you betray me in the future, I will be forced to punish you, said Lin Feng coldly. The air around him became much colder too. Ba Dao remained silent and nodded. He understood what Lin Feng meant. On that day, if Lin Feng hadn't been there, he would have been sold to someone else. If somebody else had bought him, then they would have wanted to exploit him as a slave, but Lin Feng had given him his freedom. Lin Feng wasn't treating him like a slave and gave him a choice. Lin Feng was treating him like he would anyone else, and he was not being treated like a slave. Ba Dao was just a slave. He had his name carved into his face. If he had chosen to leave Lin Feng, then no matter where he went, he would still be treated like a slave. People would have tried to capture him again, and he would have never been able to break free. If he was to gain his freedom, he would never be able to show his face again. The markings on his face had made him a slave, and that is how people would treat him. Therefore, the choice that Lin Feng had given to Ba Dao was to follow Lin Feng, who would not treat him as a slave, or attempt to find a place which would treat him as mercifully as Lin Feng. Since it was Ba Dao's decision, and he had been given the right to choose, he would never be able to regret his choice. He had chosen his destiny for himself. Lin Feng had not attempted to influence his decision. Let's go, said Lin Feng while starting to walk. Yizu and Ba Dao quickly followed behind him. At that moment, Ba Dao started walking slightly faster, and he moved close to Lin Feng without completely catching up and said from behind, "There are some people who are following us." "I know," said Lin Feng, who sounded indifferent and didn't even turn his head. Ba Dao looked at him in a strange way. Yizu's heart was also beating faster. She couldn't help but turn her head around. She just saw that about 100 meters away, a man in gray robes was following them while glaring at the group. He didn't even try to hide, acting as if he didn't care about being spotted by them. "It's him," said the beautiful Yizu. The man behind them was the man in gray robes who was with Meng Qing before. "Ignore him," said Lin Feng, sounding indifferent. Yizu turned around. She couldn't understand how Lin Feng could remain so indifferent. She found it uncomfortable. "He's broken through to the 7th Ling Qi layer. His blood vessels are very strong and he is filled with power. The qi that he keeps releasing is very strong and thick. A deadly qi is emerging from his body as well. He must be very used to killing, so he will be very hard to defeat. It would be very difficult for me to fight against him, and if the battle lasts for too long, then I would probably lose," said Ba Dao in a low voice. Ba Dao was surprisingly able to determine other people's strength and abilities only by looking at them. Lin Feng was stupefied. He looked at Ba Dao with an incredibly strange face. "Well, do you know how strong I am?" asked Lin Feng. "5th Ling Qi layer, you have a strong and thick qi. Your blood vessels are extremely vigorous. Besides, it seems like all the energy within your body is in perfect fusion. If I am not mistaken, it seems like you understand sword force to an extremely profound level. Any ordinary cultivator of the 6th Ling Qi layer would be unable to defeat you and maybe even myself. I would not guarantee that I could defeat you in a fight." Ba Dao said these words very calmly, which stupefied Lin Feng. It seemed like when he was describing the strength of the man in gray robes, it was very precise. With only a glance, Ba Dao could clearly determine a person's actual strength before actually fighting against them. Yizu was looking at Lin Feng in a strange way. He had just broken through to the 5th Ling Qi layer, and he surprisingly had dared to buy a slave of the 6th Ling Qi layer. Besides, he looked extremely confident and careless. "We'll solve the problem." Lin Feng didn't speak much more. After that simple sentence, he started to accelerate his pace and kept walking forwards. Besides Lin Feng and the two others, the man in gray robes was surprised and then immediately smiled coldly. He said, "I can easily catch up with you. Do you think that you can escape?" Lin Feng was walking with a slave of the 6th Ling Qi layer and had over 9,000 purity stones of medium quality on him. This was definitely tempting. The man in gray robes started walking on the tips of his toes. His entire body looked extremely skillful and agile while floating over the street like a gentle breeze. He was moving closer and closer to Lin Feng. But at that moment, Lin Feng and the two others changed their direction and went inside a restaurant. The man in the gray robes frowned. He then started walking even faster and finally arrived at the restaurant. He looked inside the restaurant but didn't see Lin Feng and the others. "First floor." The man in the gray robes raised his head and looked at the flight of stairs when he saw a handsome young man standing around the stairs with a smile on his face. "Get lost," said the man in the gray robes while walking towards the flight of stairs and moving past the handsome, smiling boy. While the man in the gray robes was walking up the stairs, a silhouette appeared at the top of the stairs. That person was holding a long dagger. An extremely strong and sharp qi was emerging from it. Blade qi filled the atmosphere and an overwhelming blade force was present, which made the people in the restaurant shrink back in fear. What sharp blade qi, and he is actually using blade force. When the man in gray robes saw Ba Dao, he smiled coldly and said, "Ba Dao, join our young master Meng, he will be sure to treat you well. There is no need to bring about your own destruction." Ba Dao ignored what the man in gray robes said and raised his long dagger into the air. An extremely sharp force was being released from it. While force was continuously flowing from his dagger, the atmosphere continued vibrating under the pressure. "Pshhh." The man in the gray robes jumped into the air. Ba Dao's dagger released a magnificent light, which rushed through the air like a meteor. The mark of a blade suddenly appeared where the man in gray robes once stood. A rumbling noise spread down the flight of stairs. Suddenly, the rumbling noise stopped. The man in the gray robes saw the power of that strike and then shouted, "Die!" While shouting toward Ba Dao, the man in the gray robes made a quick movement with his hands. An incredibly strong force emerged from his hands and moved straight towards Ba Dao's dagger. Under the pressure of the force released by the man in gray robes, Ba Dao's body was slowly being pushed down. The man in gray robes raised his hand and was about to launch an attack, but at that moment, he had the sensation that something dangerous was behind him. His heart started to beat faster. He suddenly had the impression that he hadn't been vigilant enough, and it had almost cost him his life. He turned around and immediately saw the handsome young man he had seen a moment ago. He had forgotten all about him, but at that moment the young man's black eyes looked expressionless and cold. They were filled with endless desolation. His heart cruelly twitched once again. It's him. The heart of the man in gray robes was unceasingly pounding. He finally understood that he had forgotten about someone. He had surprisingly forgotten his initial target, Lin Feng. It was the friendly-looking and handsome young man he had just encountered at the bottom of stairs. At that moment, blade force filled the atmosphere once again. It seemed like the blade force was lacerating the entire atmosphere. The man in the gray robes was still floating mid-air. He did not know what to do, no matter if it was Ba Dao's extreme strength or the young man with the expressionless eyes. He had the feeling that both were extremely dangerous. He suddenly had an idea and finally came to a decision. Ba Dao, who had broken through to the 6th Ling Qi layer, was the one who scared him the most. If Ba Dao was behind him, then it would be way too dangerous. 81 people of the 6th Ling Qi layer had died by Ba Dao's hands. He used to be a slave at the prisoner arena, where his life was at stake during each battle. He was not someone who could be taken lightly. Ah! The man in the gray robes was strongly shaking. His robes were fluttering in the air. His rigid body suddenly released a violent and deadly qi. The extremely strong attack of the man in the gray robes moved through the air straight towards Ba Dao. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire restaurant was shaking. The force that was released by the two fighters was ripping the ornaments in the restaurant, and the furniture was being crushed. People were moving farther away from the fight. The tables and chairs where they were sitting were breaking apart, and some even exploded under the pressure. The blade force was extremely cold. Under the pressure of Ba Dao's dagger, the man in the gray robes progressively moved back down the stairs. He glanced towards Lin Feng and saw that Lin Feng was moving towards him as well. He looked as cold and expressionless, which sent shivers down the man's spine. "Heavy mountain fist!" shouted the man in the gray robes. He surprisingly still had the ability to attack Lin Feng from such a dangerous position. His fist attack was extremely powerful. At that moment, he had a strange and evil expression within his eyes. PSSSSHH? At that moment, a clear and distinct sound spread through the atmosphere. It was as if something was being cut apart. The man in the gray robes wanted to move but couldn't. The forearm of the man in the gray robes was firmly being held by Lin Feng, and his other hand was holding a mysterious dagger. The glow that it was diffusing couldn't be seen, because the blade of that dagger had already penetrated into the throat of the man in the gray robes. Only the handle of the mysterious dagger could be seen. The eyes of the man in the gray robes were still looking at Lin Feng's incomplete shadow. That attack had been so quick. How could he possibly be that quick? Besides, how could he dodge his fist attack so easily? "In your next life, you should serve a righteous person," said Lin Feng coldly while pulling his mysterious dagger out of the man's throat. Blood poured onto the ground. The man's throat immediately collapsed and blood gushed forth. Even though he was dead, both his eyes were still open, as if he was unable to close his eyes in death and pass on peacefully. Lin Feng wiped the blood from his dagger and put it away. His facial expression became cold and indifferent once again. He was calmly looking at the man's corpse. That man was of the 7th Qi layer. He was extremely powerful. If Ba Dao hadn't been there to distract him, then Lin Feng would have never been able to defeat him so easily. At that moment, Ba Dao and Yazoo moved down the stairs. They looked at Lin Feng's handsome face and were deeply moved. What a genius! Lin Feng was only about 17 years old, but his strength was monstrous. He had killed the man with a single deadly strike. He had immediately gone for the man's vitals. Ba Dao knew he had become powerful over time. He had evolved in an environment full of blood and fighting. That's how he had become so powerful. But Lin Feng, his qi and blade force were very dense and his fighting abilities were extremely high. His attacks were almost masterful. A light also flashed in Yazoo's eyes. A moment before, she thought that Lin Feng was weak because he had only broken through to the 5th Ling Qi layer. But at that moment, she didn't have the same impression any longer. She also hadn't thought that such a handsome face was hiding under the silver mask, which made her unable to break her gaze from Lin Feng. She couldn't look anywhere else. "Let's go," said Lin Feng. After saying that, he started walking and left the restaurant. Ba Dao and Yazoo followed behind him like before. They were closely following Lin Feng. Behind them, there was only a corpse lying on the ground in the restaurant. In the blink of an eye, a strong cultivator of the 7th Ling Qi layer had been slaughtered by two people who were weaker than him, in the presence of the entire restaurant. No matter if it was the slave with the name Ba Dao marked on his face or the handsome and delicate-looking young man, the crowd just had the impression that they had just dreamt what had happened. Suddenly, a black silhouette appeared and moved inside the restaurant. The crowd was surprised again. That black silhouette hadn't emitted any noise, just like a ghost or a spirit. It had just appeared in front of them. Such a thing was terrifying. "He died," said the mysterious silhouette. When the black silhouette saw the corpse on the floor, it looked irresolute. The hand of the black silhouette moved and a strong energy was released. It enveloped the dead body, and immediately the body disappeared. The entire crowd was incredibly surprised. A mixture of veneration and dread-filled thoughts rushed through the minds of the onlookers. Xianxia layer? That black silhouette was of the Xianxia layer and seemed to have been following the people from a moment before. The black silhouette flickered and disappeared from the crowd's vision. A short instant later, it appeared outside of the restaurant. It was looking into the distance, then the silhouette flickered again and it disappeared from that location. Suddenly, the black silhouette was surprised and stopped moving, because at that moment, there was a calm-looking person who had blocked the path of the black silhouette. That person was whiter than snow, and it was floating in the air like a celestial being. It was a woman, and the black silhouette could only see her back. Even if one wanted to pass, it seemed impossible. She looked like a glacier separating him from his desired location. How monstrous! The black silhouette could determine that that holy and pure silhouette was an extremely strong cultivator of the Xianxia layer. She was very dangerous. "You followed us for such a long time. Now you have finally stopped." That holy and pure silhouette slowly turned around. Her face was covered by a fine veil. People could only guess what was underneath and would be very eager to gaze under the veil. The black silhouette hadn't been so anxious for a very long time, but at that moment his heart was pounding inside his chest. Breathtaking, stunning. At that moment, a stunning body was slowly moving towards the black silhouette. The atmosphere was becoming colder and colder. Following every single movement, a freezing coldness invaded the atmosphere. The atmosphere around that person was covered with frost. That was a very strange coldness. Even strong cultivators who were far away were looking in that direction, gasping in astonishment. The expression of the black silhouette seemed to have solidified, and a shiver ran down his spine. The silhouette transformed and shot away like an arrow being released from a bow. He released a violent energy from his hand as he retreated. "Ice Heart!" The white silhouette just said these two words. At that moment, the body of the black silhouette started shaking from head to toe. These two words seemed to have encircled his heart with a layer of ice, as if it was trapped by the ice. An ice-cold chi was released in the atmosphere. The black silhouette resisted the extreme coldness. The energy that had been released from his hand had turned white and had frozen inside the atmosphere. This scene looked like a dream. Catcha, catcha! The ice in the atmosphere was growing thicker and thicker. It seemed like the entire atmosphere was covered with a layer of ice. The energy emerging from the hand of the black silhouette were bombarding against the white ice. But that freezing white ice seemed to be endless, as if the entire world belonged to this ice. "Ice reigns over the world." A cold and detached voice came from that stunning silhouette. The entire atmosphere suddenly froze solid, and there was not a movement to be seen. The black silhouette suddenly sensed an extreme coldness invade his body. He quickly thrust his palm forward. A pure energy started pouring out from the black silhouette's palm. But in that world of ice, everything seemed to belong to the ice. The ice was becoming thicker and thicker. It seemed like the entire world was turning into a single block of ice, oppressing the body of the black silhouette. Finally, his body and heart were completely frozen. What did they see? That world of ice was actually a gigantic block of ice as big as a house. Such a thing seemed like a dream. After a long time, that block of ice finally started to crack and rapidly started melting under the hot sun. Ice-cold water started to flow down onto the ground. In the middle, there was a black silhouette which had been frozen in the moment of its death. This person was already long dead, but had been frozen in the scene of their own death. That black silhouette had once been an extremely strong cultivator of the Xianxia layer, but at that moment, it was only a frozen corpse. It was silent and breathless. It was completely lifeless. Lin Feng had no idea what had happened after he had left the restaurant. Even though he had a little bit of a sixth sense, he had never sensed that a cultivator of the Xianxia layer was following him. Lin Feng hadn't realized that Meng Qing was also following him the whole time. She had been following him since the moment when he left the Celestial Academy. She had never once left his side. Lin Feng had put on his silver mask again, which gave him a majestic and cold appearance. He wasn't the only one for whom that was the case. It was the same for Ba Dao, who was on his side, who was now wearing a bronze mask. Ba Dao looked ferocious and savage, especially when wearing the bronze mask. Ba Dao, except for auctions and fights to the death, are there other places where cultivation slaves of the prisoner arena end up? Asked Lin Feng while walking down the street. Yes, muttered Ba Dao irresolutely. He then immediately nodded and said, no need to talk about those who have already died in the arena. The ones who are docile and obedient enough are allowed to stay inside their cages to be sold. Those who aren't sold at an auction will eventually be sent to the black market. Many of them are sold on the black market to people who need cultivation slaves. Lin Feng looked at Ba Dao. It was clear that he was very stubborn and hardly the docile type. Where can we buy slaves? Asked Lin Feng. I don't know, replied Ba Dao while shaking his head. He then added, I have never been a witness to slaves being bought before. I am just familiar with what happened to me. Lin Feng looked pensive. Then Yizu, who was standing on his side, said, there is a slave exchange where you can purchase slaves. It's widely known in this district. The wealthy and noble cultivators go to the slave exchange when they need slaves. They can exchange purity stones or other items and receive slaves. Exchange? Lin Feng was surprised. Surprisingly, there were places called slave exchanges. Yizu, take me to the slave exchange, said Lin Feng indifferently. Yizu was surprised. She looked at Lin Feng and immediately nodded. All right. They immediately started walking. Soon they had arrived at the slave exchange. Lin Feng could already see the slave exchange from a distance, as the roads of the city were vast and wide. When he saw the slave exchange, his pupils shrank. On both sides of the road, there was a large number of cages with slaves inside. Their powerful masters were sitting there looking indifferent, waiting for people to come and buy their slaves. In that place, slaves were like animals. There was nothing humane about the slave exchange. These slaves were war prisoners, prisoners sentenced to death, or people who had offended an influential clan. For example, those who had survived the massacre of the Yunhai sect had been turned into slaves by Duan Tian Lang. These survivors were humiliated and maltreated to the extent that they wished that they could die. Many of them did. Besides, the exchange marketplace was very busy. People were unceasingly walking on the central road and buying slaves. There were some very strong slaves, and they belonged to the noble families that had purchased them. Lin Feng and the two others entered the slave exchange. They glanced at all the cages on both sides. There were all sorts of slaves, skinny ones as well as robust ones. There were also extremely attractive male and female slaves. The nobles of the city who were fond of beauties could buy them in order to enjoy various pleasures. Master Feng, this area is for slaves who are mainly at the Qi layer. Slaves of the Ling Qi layer are very expensive. The large clans of the imperial city have the monopoly over them. Don't even give them a look. At that moment, Yizu explained these things to Lin Feng. She didn't know why Lin Feng would want to come to that place. However, if Lin Feng was going to buy slaves, then it was no use to look at slaves of the Qi layer. All right, let's go and see the slaves of the Ling Qi layer, replied Lin Feng. He started walking again, but he didn't feel comfortable, and he actually felt very uneasy seeing the scenes around him. Each and every slave was staring at their group. It was clear that these slaves had been mistreated, and the master looked truly disgusting. This was the impurity of the world. Shortly after, they arrived at the middle of the slave exchange. It didn't look like the outside area at all. While the rest of the exchange was like a market, the area here was a small ancient castle. Master, this is the biggest place to exchange slaves. 80% of them are slaves of the Ling Qi layer. Yizu whispered these words into Lin Feng's ears. Outside of the ancient castle, a silhouette was intensely staring at Lin Feng and the others. When a slave merchant heard Yizu call Lin Feng, Master Feng, he quickly interrupted. Master, did you come here to purchase slaves? I can guarantee you that you will find very high-quality slaves here. Show me, said Lin Feng indifferently. His eyes under his silver mask were fearless. As you wish, master. Please follow me, said the slave merchant, sounding extremely polite while smiling. Lin Feng and the two others entered the building, which looked like a small fortress. The interior was huge. Only half of the cages were locked, while others had been left open. The interior was full of slaves. They were all sitting on the floor looking sluggish. When they saw Lin Feng enter, a deadly qi started invading the entire atmosphere. Master, you can choose one from here. The number of chains that they have on their body represents their strength. If they have one chain, it means that they have broken through to the first Ling Qi layer, or if they have 5 chains, It means that they have broken through to the 5th Lingqi layer, said the slave merchant to Lin Feng. Lin Feng could look at the slaves and determine their strength depending on the number of chains on their body without them having to move. There are 200 slaves of the Lingqi layer here. The strongest ones are at the 6th Lingqi layer. Their masters must be from the influential clans, thought Lin Feng as he roughly glanced at the slaves. There were about 200 slaves, and they had all broken through to the Lingqi layer. Besides, they were all quite young. If they had all been outside slavery, they would have definitely been an influential power. They could have even composed a small sect. Master, don't worry, all of them have come from the prisoner arena. Amongst them, some were disciples of the Yunhai sect, which was destroyed by Duan Tianlang. Many of them used to be elite disciples or even core disciples. There is absolutely no chance for you to be disappointed. The slave merchant was talking attentively. Lin Feng was greatly astonished. Disciples of the Yunhai sect. He had finally found some of them. Last time, Lin Feng had heard that many people of Yunhai sect had ended up at the prisoner arena. He was hoping to find some of the former disciples of the Yunhai sect, which is why he had come to this place. I plan to go hunt some extremely strong, ferocious beasts in the forest, and for that, I need slaves to open the way. It seems like I ended up in the perfect place. Lin Feng was smiling. All these slaves looked at him with a cold glare. He wanted them to open the way for a strong, ferocious beast. This meant that they were all going to be sacrificed. What a bastard. He. Master, you really came at the right moment, said the slave merchant while smiling. In his heart, the slave merchant was cursing Lin Feng. He didn't know which noble clan he was from, but he was stupid enough to tell the slaves his plans for them. What is the price for the slaves in here? Asked Lin Feng. Slaves of the 1st Lingqi layer are 10 purity stones of medium quality. Those of the 2nd Lingqi layer are 30. Those of the 3rd Lingqi layer are 80. Those of the 4th Lingqi layer are 200. Those of the 5th Lingqi layer are 500. And those of the 6th Lingqi layer are 1,000. Lin Feng slightly nodded. He looked at all the slaves and said, "Those who were the former disciples of the Yunhai sect can serve my purpose. Who will be coming with me?" When the slave merchant heard him, he cursed him again. What an idiot. Even the slaves were looking at Lin Feng indifferently. There was no solution. Who would be willing to go with him? It wasn't written on any of their faces that they had once been disciples of the Yunhai sect. If they didn't want to leave, they didn't need to. If they didn't say that they belonged to the Yunhai sect, who would even know? Even Ba Dao and Yazoo didn't understand Lin Feng's actions. But Lin Feng looked as calm and indifferent as before. He took out a ring and placed it onto his finger. Lin Feng had taken out a ring which looked ordinary, but when the slaves saw it, they were stupefied. That ring looked ordinary, but amongst these slaves, many of them had already seen it. It had belonged to the patriarch of the Yunhai sect, Nan Gongling. They had already seen it on his finger many times.